The sun had barely crested the horizon when Jake pulled his truck off the narrow dirt road and into the familiar clearing at the edge of Pine Ridge. Autumn had painted the forest in a riot of red and gold, the crisp air carrying the faint tang of decaying leaves and pine sap. Jake, 32, seasoned hunter and lifelong Midwestern outdoorsman, loved this time of year. The solitude, the quiet, the chance to escape the constant hum of his small town life. It was all part of the ritual he had followed for years. He parked, grabbed his hunting pack, and checked the rifle slung over his shoulder. The forest had been unusually quiet during the drive in, and he noted it, but brushed it off. Perhaps the deer had already moved down into lower valleys. Jake had hunted alone often and trusted his instincts. He knew the woods well enough to feel when something was off. The first hour was uneventful. He moved carefully along an old game trail, boots crunching over leaves and twigs. Sunlight filtered through the trees in golden shafts, illuminating patches of frost on the ground. Then he heard it. The faintest snapping of a branch, followed by a rustle in the underbrush. He froze, scanning the area. Nothing. Probably a squirrel or a raccoon. He continued, rifle at the ready. By mid-morning, he had reached a ridge overlooking a shallow valley known for deer activity. He crouched behind a fallen log and scanned the area, eyes narrowing as he spotted movement. A small buck stepped into a clearing, antlers barely velveted, delicate yet imposing. Jake held his breath, raised the rifle, and aimed carefully. Just as he squeezed the trigger, the buck bolted sideways into the brush, disappearing before he could take the shot. He cursed under his breath and lowered the rifle, irritated but not surprised. This wasn't the first time a deer had outsmarted him. He decided to follow the trail where the deer had run. As he moved, he noticed something strange. The ground, though littered with leaves, had small, shallow depressions that didn't look like animal tracks. At first, he thought maybe it was the deer's hooves, but the spacing and depth were wrong, too large, too uneven. Unease prickled at the back of his neck. Jake had grown up hunting in these woods. He knew the difference between deer tracks, raccoon prints, and even human boot prints in mud. These prints were off, but he couldn't immediately place why. He followed the trail for about a half mile until it opened into a small clearing with a stream cutting through it. The sound of water was comforting, grounding. He knelt to refill his canteen and noticed the prints were gone, replaced by something more disturbing. Strange gouges in the bark of a nearby tree, deep and jagged like claws had shredded it. Jake frowned, scanning the forest around him. Probably a bear, he muttered to himself, though he hadn't seen bear activity here in years. Still, he kept moving, alert. The sun was climbing higher, and the day was warming slightly. He moved back toward the ridge, planning to circle around and check another deer path. Then the sounds started, faint whispers, like someone calling a name just out of reach. He stopped abruptly. The forest was still, the birds gone silent. His heart rate spiked. He shook his head, trying to convince himself it was the wind rustling through the trees. He pressed on, but now every shadow seemed deeper, every rustle sharper. By noon, he had entered a denser part of the forest, the kind of area where sunlight barely reached the ground. Jake had hunted this area many times before, but now it felt unfamiliar, almost wrong. He paused again when he saw something unusual, a small pile of sticks arranged in a crude circle. His pulse quickened. That wasn't natural. He knelt closer, noticing faint red stains on some of the sticks. His mind raced. Could it have been an animal wound, or had someone else been here? He stood slowly, scanning for any movement. Nothing. Jake decided to head back to his truck. The uneasy feeling in his stomach had grown too strong. He marked the area mentally, noting to avoid it, and turned back toward the trail he had come in on. As he walked, he realized he had lost the trail. The familiar landmarks he knew weren't matching up anymore. The forest had swallowed him in unfamiliarity. Panic started to creep in, but he forced himself to stay calm. He checked his phone. No signal. Of course, deep in the woods, he was completely cut off. He took a deep breath, trying to think clearly. Jake had been in worse situations before. He could navigate using the sun. He adjusted his direction, aiming to reach the ridge he had climbed that morning. Hours passed. The sun moved lower, shadows stretching long across the forest floor. Jake realized something terrifying. The forest wasn't as empty as he thought. He began hearing noises again, branches snapping just beyond his sight, low grunts, the sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. He stopped, raising his rifle. His eyes darted in every direction. "Hello?" he called out, his voice shaking slightly. "Anyone there?" Silence. Then a sudden rustle to his right. He swung the rifle, and for a moment he thought he saw a figure, a large, hunched shape, darting between the trees. It moved too quickly to be a deer, too large for a coyote. Jake fired a warning shot, the echo bouncing through the trees. The shape vanished. His stomach twisted. Whatever was out there, it wasn't just a wild animal. He picked up the pace, pushing through thick underbrush, branches whipping at his face. Night was falling fast. The temperature dropped sharply. He cursed under his breath and regretted not bringing more gear. Then he heard it, a voice, low and guttural, almost a whisper, coming from behind him. It was repeating his name. "Jake, Jake, Jake." He froze. No one should be out here. No one knew he was hunting alone today. He spun around, rifle raised, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Panic set in. He ran. His feet tore through the leaves and mud as he barreled through the forest, trying to retrace his path. The sounds followed him, soft at first, then growing louder, faster, echoing off the trees. He dared not look back, fearing what he might see. After what felt like hours, he stumbled into a clearing. Moonlight illuminated the area. Relief flooded him. He recognized this spot. It was a small meadow near the edge of the forest, just a few hundred yards from his truck. He sprinted toward the tree line, but then he saw it. His truck wasn't there. His heart dropped. He scanned the perimeter. No tire tracks, no signs of anyone having moved the vehicle. He ran a few more yards, calling out, but the clearing was empty. Then the whispers returned, this time all around him. "Jake, come closer." The voice was definitely human, yet distorted, unnatural. He spun, firing his rifle into the shadows, but the echo returned empty. Trees groaned, branches cracked, and a sudden wind swept through the meadow. Jake felt eyes on him, countless unseen eyes watching. He backed into the forest, trying to find higher ground. He noticed movement again, figures barely visible lurking between the trees. Humanoid, but twisted, hunched over, moving in jerky, unnatural motions. His stomach lurched in terror. He realized with a sinking certainty these weren't animals. He had heard stories, campfire tales about people who vanished in Pine Ridge, but he had always dismissed them. Now he wasn't so sure. Hours passed in a blur of running, hiding, and scanning the forest. His rifle was empty, and he had no choice but to rely on instinct. He stumbled across the same stick circle from earlier, now illuminated by moonlight. The red stains had darkened, almost black, and in the center of the circle, footprints. Human, but elongated, misshapen, as if something had walked on clawed toes. Jake gagged, backing away slowly. Then he heard it again, close, just behind him. A rasping, wet breathing. He didn't look. He ran. Dawn broke, weak and gray. Exhausted, bleeding from scratches, and shaking uncontrollably, Jake emerged from the forest onto a small dirt road. In the distance, he saw a car approaching. He waved frantically. The driver, an older man, stopped, eyes wide at the sight of Jake. "Jesus Christ, son, what happened?" the man asked. Jake opened his mouth to speak but found no words. Finally, he gasped, "The forest, something, it's alive, it—" The man cut him off. "You're lucky to be alive. Folks around here, we've lost good hunters in Pine Ridge. Swear on it. You just don't go in there alone." Jake nodded, too exhausted to argue. They drove in silence, the forest looming behind him, dark and silent. But in the back of his mind, he knew, whatever had followed him, whatever had whispered his name and watched him from the shadows was still out there, and he would never, ever return. Even years later, when he told the story, people shrugged, said he was exaggerating. But Jake knew what he had seen, and sometimes, in the dead of night, he could still hear the whispers, calling from Pine Ridge, calling for him. Story the end. The fog rolled low across the Washington backcountry like a living thing, crawling between cedar trunks, clinging to bark, swallowing what little dawn light managed to break through the canopy. I killed the engine of my truck and listened to the ticking of the cooling metal as the silence of the woods closed in around me. The Olympic forest always had a certain heaviness to it. Wet soil, old trees, a sense of age. But that morning, something about the quiet felt wrong. Still, I came out there for a reason. I wanted a clean, quiet weekend to hunt alone. No buddies complaining about cold feet or arguing over whose turn it was to gut the next deer. Just solitude, peace. The thrill of tracking black-tailed deer through old forests I'd grown up exploring. I grabbed my pack, checked the bolt of my rifle, made sure the safety was on, and stepped into the fog. It swallowed me almost immediately, turning the world into a tunnel of gray. Every drop of water that fell from the cedar needles above sounded amplified, echoing in the stillness. It had rained all night, and the ground sucked at my boots with every step. The smell of moss and rot was strong enough I could taste it in the back of my throat. I scanned the trail for tracks, but the rain had washed everything clean. No prints, no scat, no broken branches, no animal noise at all, just the occasional whisper of wind that didn't sound like wind. I chalked it up to early morning nerves and pushed on deeper. After half an hour, I reached a small clearing where I usually saw signs of deer. The fog was thinning a little, giving me about 20 yards of visibility. I crouched near a fallen log, brushing away wet leaves. That's when I found it. A footprint. Human, at least at first glance, but the toes ended in narrow, sharp points. Not like claws exactly, more like talons. The print was at least 14 inches long, sunk deep into the mud, deeper than my own boot prints. My breath fogged in front of me. Something about the sight made a cold shiver creep down my spine. I told myself it was a boot print distorted by rain. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I moved on, slower now, hyper-aware of every sound. Around 9 a.m., the fog finally lifted enough for me to see the ridge to my right. The slope was steep, dotted with massive old-growth cedars. As I climbed, the forest grew darker, not from the fog, but from the sheer thickness of the foliage. Branches hung low, dripping water like veins of the forest bleeding away the night's storm. That's when I heard it. A tapping sound, soft, rhythmic. Tap, tap, tap. It was coming from high in the trees. I scanned upward, expecting to see a woodpecker. Nothing. Tap, tap, tap. But now it was to my left. Then behind me. I spun around, heart suddenly pounding way too fast. The tapping stopped instantly, like whoever or whatever was making the noise froze the moment I moved. "Hello?" I called, though I wasn't sure why. No answer. Not even an echo. The quiet felt suffocating. I kept climbing, every instinct screaming that I shouldn't be there. Every few minutes I'd catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow slipping between trees, the sway of a branch with no wind, the shift of fog as though something walked through it. But nothing stayed long enough for me to fully see. At noon, I reached a high ridge overlooking a dense valley. The place was beautiful, thick with ferns, fallen logs, moss-covered stones. Deer heaven. But the moment I stepped into the valley, an awful stench hit me. Rotting meat. I covered my nose with my sleeve, stepping carefully over slick ground as I tracked the smell. It grew stronger fast. Then I found the first carcass. A deer. Or what was left of one. Its body was split open, ribs pried apart like someone had clawed into it and ripped out everything inside. The organs were gone, completely stripped. The hide was peeled back in a way no predator in the region would do. Coyotes and bears tear and bite. This looked methodical, surgical. My stomach churned. Something growled behind me. I spun, rifle raised. Nothing. Only fog curling between tree trunks. Another growl, this one farther off, but deeper. Then a whistle. Clear as day, human-like. As if someone was mocking me. Cold sweat ran down my back, despite the chill in the air. I backed away from the carcass, scanning the woods. Then something moved on the slope above me. Tall. Thin. Wrong. It slipped behind a tree before I could focus on it. At first, I thought it might be another hunter messing with me, but no hunter was that tall or that quiet. I steadied my breathing, trying not to panic. I'd been hunting my whole life. I knew bears, wolves, cougars. This wasn't one of them. The forest grew darker again, clouds rolling overhead. A breeze kicked up, rustling branches in odd patterns. I decided then I needed to leave the valley. I wasn't going to be stupid. I wasn't going to follow the thing deeper. I turned back toward the ridge, but the trail was gone. I retraced my steps. Nothing. No footprints. No broken brush. No landmarks. It was like the forest had rearranged itself the second I looked away. Panic set in fast, and I forced myself to take slow breaths. I checked my compass, and the needle spun like it was stuck in a magnetized field. Useless. The tapping sound started again. Tap, tap, tap. But louder now, closer. Then, behind me, a voice. Whispered. Too soft to make out, but unmistakably human-like. I didn't turn around. Something told me not to. Instead, I walked faster, looking for any sign of the original trail. My heart slammed in my chest. Every step felt like walking deeper into a nightmare. Then the tapping circled me. Fast. Too fast. I broke into a run. Branches whipped my face, brambles tore at my clothes, mud slipped under my boots. The tapping grew louder, faster, multiplying until it sounded like dozens of hands beating on hollow wood. I burst through a thicket and fell hard onto a patch of rocky ground. Pain shot through my left knee, but I scrambled to my feet. The tapping stopped abruptly, replaced by heavy, wet breathing somewhere in the fog just behind me. I raised my rifle again, arms shaking. A shadow shifted. Something tall. Very tall. It stepped forward. A shape emerging. Long limbs, joints bending wrong, skin grayish and tight over bone, eyes reflecting like polished metal. I fired. The crack echoed for miles. The shape flinched but didn't fall. It tilted its head at me, curious. Then it opened its mouth. A long, hollow wail poured out, vibrating through my chest. I fired again, and again. Click. Empty. The creature slid backward into the fog, vanishing mid-step as if melting into the mist. Everything went silent. I stood there, shaking violently, clutching my empty rifle. I forced myself to reload, my hands clumsy, dropping around into the mud before managing to chamber another. Then I heard footsteps, many footsteps, surrounding me, coming from every direction. The fog shifted, swirling like something moved through it, brushing past me. I spun wildly, rifle up, breath coming in ragged gasps. More footsteps. Closer. I bolted. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I found myself at the base of a shallow ravine. I slid down the slope, tumbling through dead leaves and landing hard at the bottom. The ravine curved sharply, and there, half hidden beneath roots and ferns, was a narrow cave opening. I crawled inside immediately, desperate for any hiding place. Inside, the cave was shallow, too shallow to truly hide. But it was darker, quieter, and I forced myself into the farthest corner, gripping my rifle like a lifeline. Outside, the footsteps reached the ravine, slow shuffling, sniffing, a wet exhale, then tapping, right outside the cave, tap, tap, tap. The entrance darkened slightly, something tall blocking faint daylight. It stood there, just stood, breathing mechanically, each inhale sounding like a broken bellows. Minutes crawled by. Then another shape joined it, and another. I counted 5 silhouettes, all standing perfectly still, listening. Their tapping began in unison. Slow, rhythmic, mocking. I held my breath until my lungs screamed. Eventually the tapping stopped. One by one the shapes turned away, melting back into the fog. But I stayed inside that cave until nightfall. When I finally climbed out, the forest felt dead. No sounds, no movement, just the thick, suffocating fog. I moved carefully, stepping over roots and rocks until the tree line finally thinned. Then, like a miracle, I saw my truck's headlights through the mist. I ran, faster than I ever had. I jumped into the cab, locked the doors, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine sputtered, once, twice, before roaring to life. As I pulled away, something moved at the edge of the tree line, tall, thin, watching. It took one slow step forward, just enough for the fog to part around it. Its eyes glowed faint silver, then more eyes appeared beside it. 4, 6, 9. All staring silently as I sped down the gravel road, fishtailing around corners until the forest finally disappeared behind me. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station 30 miles away. Inside, under fluorescent lights, I finally looked at myself in the bathroom mirror. Cuts, mud, shaking hands, pale face. On my shoulder, 4 long scratches, deep. I didn't feel them happen. I don't go into the woods alone anymore. I moved towns, changed numbers, stopped hunting. But sometimes at night outside my window when everything is quiet, I hear tapping, soft, rhythmic, patient, waiting. Story the end. The sun was barely up when I crossed into the Bitterroot backcountry of western Montana, but the cold already clamped down with that sharp, metallic bite that only high-altitude mornings have. I'd hunted alone in these mountains for most of my life, but that November felt different from the beginning, like the whole forest was holding its breath. I parked my old Tacoma at the trail turnout, the engine ticking as it cooled. The mountains rose jagged and dark against the pale sky, and a thin mist clung low between the trees. It was quiet. Too quiet. Even the usual chatter of chickadees seemed muted, as though the woods were listening for something else. I stepped out, hoisted my pack, slung the rifle across my shoulder, and started the climb toward the basin where I planned to camp. The trail wound between massive pines, their scent thick in the air, needles slick with frost. The ground was firm, the soil crisp under my boots, each step crunching soft as I moved deeper into the wilderness. 3 days alone, that was the plan. A mule deer tag to fill, a little time to breathe, maybe a break from the endless shift work back in Darby. I'd done it 100 times. But there are some places, deep enough in the mountains, where the world feels unoccupied, not untouched, just unclaimed. Places where the forest feels old and patient and aware. By the time I reached the basin, the sun had climbed high enough to warm the treetops. The clearing was exactly as I remembered it. Soft spruce beds, a narrow stream cutting through, and the skeleton of an old trapper's cabin collapsed against a boulder. I'd always used the remains as a windbreak for my tent. I set up camp quickly, boiled some coffee, and checked my maps. The ridge to the south usually had good sign. But before heading out, I heard something, just a faint echo in the distance. Wood splitting. Not snapping like from an animal, not a tree settling. This was a deliberate crack, like someone breaking a branch over their knee. I froze, listening. Silence. Maybe another hunter. But nobody had signed the trail register in days, and the ridge where the sound came from wasn't near any trail system. I shook it off and started the hike toward the ridge. For the first few hours, everything seemed normal. Tracks, scat, the distant hoot of an owl bedding down for the day. But then I started noticing something strange. Someone else had been walking this ridge recently. Not boot prints, more like depressions in the earth. Long, narrow, almost like someone barefoot had stepped lightly enough not to disturb the frost. And the stride was wrong. Too long, like whoever was walking had legs much longer than a typical adult's. The tracks zigzagged unpredictably. Sometimes they had a direction, then abruptly veered into undergrowth too thick for any normal person to push through without a trail. My gut tightened. I should have turned back then. But curiosity has its own kind of gravity. I followed the strange impressions a little farther, and that's when I saw it, something hanging from a tree limb ahead. At first, I thought it was an old piece of cloth, snagged by a hiker, but as I got closer, my stomach twisted. It wasn't cloth. It was a deer hide. Not a full hide, just strips of it, long vertical ribbons carved cleanly off the animal and hung with precision. Fresh. Bloody. The smell hit me a beat later. Copper, sweet, sickening. Beneath the hide, the carcass lay torn open, organs missing, rib cage exposed. But what froze me completely were the marks around the body. Scratch marks, in groups of 4. Each gash deep and long, far deeper than a bear or mountain lion could have made. The spacing of the claws was wider, more irregular, like whatever carved into the animal had hands, not paws. The hair on my arms prickled despite the cold. I backed away slowly, the forest suddenly too silent, like even the birds refused to acknowledge what was there. When the wind finally pushed through the trees, it carried something with it. A voice, not words, a sound, almost like humming. Low, tuneless, and far too close. I turned toward the direction it came from and raised my rifle. Nothing, no movement, no shape, but the humming continued, rising, wavering, almost playful. And worst of all, it was moving, drifting between trees, closer, then farther, as though circling. My instinct screamed to run. Instead, I forced myself to step backward along the trail, eyes locked on the tree line, rifle raised. The humming stopped abruptly. The silence dropped again, heavier than before. I didn't hear anything follow me, but I felt watched, all the way back to camp. The shadows were lengthening by the time I reached the clearing. The trapper's cabin ruins were darkening silhouettes against the sinking sun. My tent looked small and fragile in the dying light. I immediately checked the perimeter. At first glance, nothing seemed disturbed until I noticed the rocks by the creek. I always placed 4 stones by the stream to mark where I filtered water. They were now rearranged into a shape, a circle, perfectly round. Each stone placed precisely, evenly spaced. Someone had been at my camp. I steadied my breathing, forcing calm. Maybe a ranger? Maybe another hunter messing around? But no. No one would trek this far off trail just to rearrange rocks. I needed to leave. But darkness was coming fast, and trekking through dense forest at night was a death wish. I'd have to stay until dawn. I double-checked the tent zipper, stacked logs around the fire ring, and loaded extra rounds into the rifle. Then I started hearing things again. A rustle, a shift of weight on snow. Not rhythmic like a walking animal, not quick like a deer. Slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth, just beyond the firelight. Every time I tried to pinpoint the sound, it stopped. I sat by the fire with my rifle in my lap, eyes scanning the tree line. Hours passed, and then around midnight, something spoke. A whisper, right behind my tent. Cold out tonight. My blood ran to ice. The voice was soft, raspy, almost like someone who hadn't spoken in a long time. I didn't move. I didn't respond. The whisper came again, this time from the opposite side of the clearing. Cold. Out here, isn't it? The hair stood up on my neck. Whatever it wasn't speaking normally. The cadence was wrong, broken like someone repeating a phrase they didn't fully understand. I slowly shifted, keeping the fire between me and the tree line. Then something stepped forward. Not fully into the light, just enough that I saw movement, tall, thin, gliding more than walking. A shape that wasn't quite the size of a man, elongated, wrong proportions. I froze. The shape leaned slightly as though curious, watching me. I raised the rifle. The shape stopped, then it retreated, melting back into the dark. The whisper followed, soft and almost amused. You're alone. I didn't sleep, not for a second. Just before dawn, the whispers stopped. The pacing stopped. The forest fell deathly silent again. As soon as the sky lightened, I packed camp in record time. I didn't cook, didn't eat, didn't even break down the tent properly. I just stuffed everything into the pack, grabbed my rifle, and started the long hike back to the truck. But the forest wasn't done with me. Halfway down the ridge, I found new tracks. Human-like. Barefoot. Deep. Leading in the same direction I was going, as if something had been walking parallel to my camp all night. Waiting. At one point, the tracks veered straight onto my trail. Following. That was when I started running. Branches whipped my face, my boots skidding on loose gravel. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. Loud. Frantic. The trail twisted around switchbacks as the mist rose thicker from the valley below. Then the humming began again. Faint. Behind me. Growing louder. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Every instinct told me that whatever was behind me didn't want to be seen directly. By the time the truck came into view, the humming was nearly a song. A low, crooning sound that made my skin crawl and my vision blur with panic. I threw my pack in the back, tore open the door, and slammed the lock down before starting the engine. My hands shook so violently I dropped the keys twice. Finally, the engine roared to life. As I reversed, the humming stopped instantly, and that's when I saw it. Standing at the edge of the turnout. Tall. Too tall. Flesh pale and stretched like old hide. Limbs too long, fingers hanging nearly to its knees. Its head tilted slightly, as if studying me. Its mouth opened, and my own voice came out. Cold out tonight. I floored the gas. The creature didn't move, didn't chase. It simply watched me tear down the mountain road, its head following the truck's path until the trees swallowed it from view. By the time I reached town, I was shaking so badly I could barely speak. I told the sheriff someone had stalked my camp. He sent 2 deputies to check it out. They found my tent ripped apart. My tracks, the deer carcass. But nothing else. No footprints besides mine. No signs of a person. No animal sign matching claw marks. Nothing. They told me it was probably a bear mutilating the deer. Maybe a mountain lion. Maybe I'd been tired, stressed from work, hearing things in the dark. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And there's one more thing the deputies never explained. When I got home and emptied my pack, tucked between my extra socks and a first aid kit, was something I absolutely did not put there. A strip of animal hide. Fresh. Still bloody. And underneath it, written in ash, "You're alone." I moved out of Montana the next month. Haven't hunted since, haven't camped, haven't stepped into the woods alone or otherwise. But sometimes, on cold nights, when the wind cuts low between the houses, I swear I hear humming, soft, off-key, patient. And sometimes when I check the snow outside my back door in the morning, I see footprints. Bear, Tumong, watching, waiting. Story. The end. The sun had barely risen over the ridge when Mike adjusted the strap of his rifle and stepped off the old logging road into the dense forest. The smell of pine needles and damp earth was strong in the crisp morning air, and the mist clung low around the trunks, giving everything a ghostly, gray appearance. Mike had been hunting these woods for years, mostly with his buddies, but today he was alone. He liked it that way. Quiet, no one to disturb the rhythm of the forest or his thoughts. The deer were plentiful this time of year, and he had scouted a new spot a few miles deeper than usual. By mid-morning, Mike was crouched near a small clearing, glassing the tree line. A few squirrels scampered over fallen logs, and the occasional crow cawed from the branches overhead. He had spotted a buck just yesterday in this very area, a large one with antlers that split into a dozen points. Mike breathed slowly, letting the sounds of the forest fill him, every snap of a twig making his pulse quicken. Hunting alone demanded focus. One wrong step, and not only would he spook the game, he could hurt himself without anyone around to help. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher, and Mike's legs began to ache from crouching in the undergrowth. He had seen nothing more than a handful of deer tracks, old and dry. Deciding to move, he rose slowly, the soft moss beneath his boots muffling his footsteps. As he made his way along a faint trail between the trees, he noticed something strange. A small branch had fallen across the path, but it had been propped up in a way that seemed deliberate. He frowned. People didn't usually leave sticks like that in the middle of nowhere. Shaking it off as a trick of the forest, Mike continued. Then he heard it, a low, guttural growl, distant but unmistakable. He froze, scanning the trees, but saw nothing. Maybe it was a bobcat, maybe a bear, but the sound had a weight, a presence that made his stomach tighten. He whispered to himself, "Relax, it's just an animal." Yet he couldn't shake the feeling that he wasn't entirely alone. As the day wore on, the woods grew strangely silent. Even the birds had stopped singing, and the occasional rustle of the wind through the branches seemed too deliberate, like something was moving just out of sight. Mike's nerves began to tingle. He'd hunted alone before, but never had the forest felt so aware. His instincts screamed at him to stay alert, to keep moving, but every step forward made the shadows seem darker, the spaces between the trees deeper. By late afternoon, he spotted fresh tracks. Human. They were boot prints, large and muddled with mud, leading off the main trail into a thicker stand of pines. Mike's heart pounded. People didn't usually wander this far in the backcountry, at least not without reason. He debated following the tracks, telling himself he might find a lost hiker, but the rational part of him warned against it. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. He followed them cautiously, moving slowly, trying not to leave his own trail obvious. The forest closed in around him, and the air grew colder. Shadows stretched across the ground in unnatural ways. Mike stopped suddenly when he heard the snap of a branch behind him. He spun, rifle raised, but there was nothing, only the sway of trees and a breeze that hadn't been there a moment ago. His stomach turned. Whoever or whatever had been following those tracks had to be close, but he saw no sign of them. Then he saw it, a tree, its bark deeply scored, like claws had shredded it. The grooves were too high to have been made by an animal. Mike swallowed hard. The forest had suddenly become a place of menace. He considered turning back, but instinct and stubbornness pushed him forward. He had a trail to follow and a deer to find. As the sun dipped lower, the forest grew dim, and Mike's visibility shrank to mere yards. Then he heard it again. The growl, closer this time, followed by something heavier moving through the underbrush. Panic set in, and he began to move faster, rifle raised, scanning the dim woods. The sounds weren't consistent with an animal. They were deliberate, almost mocking. Every so often he thought he glimpsed a shadow out of the corner of his eye, a shape too large to be a deer, too quick to be human. He stumbled upon a small clearing with a shallow creek running through it. Kneeling to take a sip of water, he froze when he noticed the footprints along the muddy bank. They weren't human. They were large, wider than any boot, with long, deep claw marks embedded in the soft soil. Mike's heart raced. Whatever had made those tracks was enormous, and it had been here very recently. Suddenly, the growl returned, louder and closer, echoing through the trees. Mike stood, swinging his rifle toward the sound, but the forest seemed to swallow it, giving no clue where to aim. Then, a movement, a flash of dark fur, enormous, moving faster than any predator he had ever seen. Mike fired, the shot echoing through the canyon-like woods, but whatever it was, vanished without a sound. His ears rang, adrenaline surging through him. Mike ran, branches whipping his face, roots clawing at his boots. He tried to retrace his steps to the logging road, but the forest had changed. The familiar landmarks were gone, and every turn seemed to lead him deeper into unfamiliar territory. The shadows stretched unnaturally, and he felt as though unseen eyes were watching him from every tree. Night fell quickly, and the darkness brought with it a silence that was almost suffocating. Mike's flashlight illuminated the path ahead, but its beam seemed weak, swallowed by the towering trees and the inky blackness beyond. He stumbled into a small clearing and froze when he saw them. Dozens of small carvings in the bark of the trees, symbols he didn't recognize. They weren't random. They were deliberate, forming patterns. Perhaps a warning. The growls and rustling returned, this time from all around him. Mike's rational mind screamed at him to stay calm, but fear had gripped him completely. He backed into a corner, rifle shaking in his hands, and realized he had nowhere to run. Then he saw the eyes, glowing faintly in the darkness, reflecting his flashlight's beam. They were large, too high to be a wolf, too close to be deer. The growls rose into a series of snarls, and the air seemed to vibrate with the sheer presence of the creature, or creatures. Mike fired again, then turned and ran blindly, the forest a maze of branches and shadows. He tripped over roots, fell into mud, and scraped his hands on rocks and bark. The sounds followed him relentlessly, always just behind, never fully revealing themselves. Hours seemed to pass in moments as he sprinted through the blackened forest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Finally, as dawn approached, he stumbled onto a familiar ridge. Relief surged through him, but it was short-lived. The forest was quiet, almost unnaturally so, and his exhaustion made him careless. That's when he saw the tracks leading up the ridge, dozens of them converging, all heading in the same direction he was. But he was alone. No human could have made them so fast, and whatever made the clawed prints from the night before had left them. Mike ran the last mile to his truck on autopilot, adrenaline keeping him upright. He slammed the door, started the engine, and didn't look back until he was on the main road. When he did, the forest seemed normal again, peaceful, like the night before had been a dream. But he knew it wasn't. He had felt the weight of something in those woods, something intelligent, something hunting. He never returned to that forest alone, and he never told anyone exactly what had happened. The fear of disbelief was nothing compared to the fear of it returning. Years later, he would hear stories from hunters who had gone missing in that same region. Footprints too large for any man, claw marks, strange carvings in the trees. Mike would listen, silently nodding, knowing that the forest remembered him, that it had let him go once but wouldn't forget. And sometimes in the dead of night, he could still hear the faint guttural growl of something that was watching, waiting, patient beyond comprehension. Story the end. The morning fog clung low to the ground as Jack slipped quietly through the thick pine forest. He had been hunting in the Appalachian foothills for over a decade. But this trip was different. He was alone. Usually he went with his buddy Tom, but Tom had backed out at the last minute, leaving Jack with the anticipation of solitude and the nagging unease that sometimes came when the forest whispered too softly, as if it were holding its breath. Jack's pack was heavy with supplies, a thermos of coffee, a few energy bars, extra ammo, and a small first aid kit. His rifle, a Winchester Model 70, rested comfortably in his hands. The woods were alive with subtle sounds, the rustle of leaves in a breeze, a distant woodpecker tapping at a hollow trunk, the occasional scurry of a squirrel. But amid those ordinary sounds, Jack sensed something else. Something that didn't belong. By late morning, he had reached a small clearing near a creek. He crouched behind a fallen log, scanning the tree line for movement. The deer were usually easy to spot this time of year, and he was hoping for a good buck to take home. He spotted a doe drinking from the creek, ears twitching at every sound. Jack waited patiently, breathing slowly, keeping his figure low. Suddenly, a branch cracked behind him. Jack spun around, rifle raised, heart hammering. There was nothing, just the dense forest, the fog thickening around the trunks of the pine and oak. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "Just a branch. Get a grip." But the hair on the back of his neck refused to lie down. Something felt off. Hours passed without incident, and the doe eventually wandered off. Jack moved deeper into the forest, following a faint trail he had spotted the day before. The trees grew taller, older, and the underbrush thicker. The air smelled of wet earth and decay, and the fog seemed to follow him, curling around his legs like a living thing. That's when he saw it. Tracks. Big, human-like footprints, muddied and deep, leading off the main trail into a denser section of the woods. Jack frowned. People didn't wander this deep in the forest, not alone, not without letting someone know. He debated following the tracks, telling himself he might find a lost hiker. But something about the prints unsettled him. They weren't ordinary boot prints. They were too wide, too irregular, almost clawed. He decided to keep moving, but kept his rifle ready, eyes scanning every shadow. As the afternoon sun dipped lower, the forest seemed to change. The usual bird calls ceased. Even the wind felt restrained, as though the trees themselves were holding their breath. Jack's instincts screamed at him to turn back, but he pressed on, rationalizing that he had come too far to leave empty-handed. That's when he heard the growl. Low, guttural, and unnervingly close. Jack froze, listening. The sound didn't match any animal he had ever encountered. A deer or bear might growl, sure, but this had weight, intelligence. He swung his flashlight and rifle in all directions, but the fog swallowed the light. The forest seemed to have grown taller, shadows deeper. Every instinct screamed at him to run, but he couldn't pinpoint the direction the sound had come from. He moved slowly, cautiously, trying not to make unnecessary noise. The growl returned, this time closer, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps moving through the underbrush. Jack's pulse quickened. Whoever or whatever was following him knew he was alone. He ducked behind a large pine, holding his breath, watching the fog swirl unnaturally at the forest floor. A shadow moved past him, quick and silent, larger than any man, more fluid than any animal he had ever seen. Jack ran. The forest became a maze, each tree and rock looking identical. His flashlight flickered, and in the beam he saw them. Claw marks on trees, deep, long, and deliberate, forming patterns he didn't recognize. They seemed to point, to guide, or perhaps to warn. He scrambled over roots and through dense underbrush, adrenaline pushing him forward, ignoring the pain in his legs and the cuts on his hands. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply. Jack's breath came in ragged gasps, and the forest noises had stopped completely. It was like the woods themselves were waiting. That's when he heard a voice, low and whispering, barely audible. Jack. His name, carried on the wind. It wasn't human. He spun, rifle up, but there was nothing, only the oppressive darkness and mist curling around the trees. Panic set in. He stumbled onto a small creek, and in the faint light, he noticed more tracks. They were enormous, clawed and fresh. Whatever had made them had passed recently, moving in his direction before veering off deeper into the trees. Jack realized with a chill that he was being hunted. Not for sport, not by a human. He was prey. Hours dragged on. Jack kept moving, relying on memory and instinct to navigate. He tried to retrace his steps to the logging road he had parked on, but the forest seemed endless. Every familiar landmark twisted into unfamiliar shapes. Every shadow felt alive. He fired his rifle at sounds in the darkness, but the shots were swallowed by the trees, drawing only silence in response. At some point, exhaustion overtook him. Jack collapsed behind a fallen tree, shivering violently, flashlight dead in his hand. The fog seemed to thicken, creeping across his body like icy fingers. Then he heard it, the growl, and this time the snapping of branches, circling him. He could see nothing, but the presence was undeniable. The air was thick, oppressive, as though the forest had shifted to trap him. He tried to stand, but a low guttural snarl froze him in place. Something moved past him, massive, almost brushing him as it passed. He didn't see it, didn't want to. He only knew it was there, close enough to feel the heat, the smell of something primal and ancient. His hands were shaking, and the rifle felt heavy, useless. Hours, or maybe minutes, later the fog thinned slightly with the coming dawn. Jack crawled to a ridge he recognized, exhausted and terrified. Relief surged through him when he glimpsed the logging road in the distance. He ran blindly, tripping over roots, cutting his hands on branches, adrenaline the only thing keeping him upright. Finally, he reached his truck, fumbling with the keys. The engine roared to life, and he didn't look back until he was on the highway. When he did, the forest seemed calm, normal, peaceful even. But Jack knew the truth. Whatever had been in those woods had not let him go willingly. It had allowed him to escape, but it had not forgotten him. Years later, Jack would hear stories from other hunters about disappearances in the same forest. Footprints too large for any man, clawed trees, strange symbols carved into the bark. Jack never returned, and he never spoke in detail about what he had seen. It was easier to let people think it was just his imagination than risk them knowing the forest still watched, waiting, patient and intelligent beyond comprehension. Even now, on quiet nights, he could still hear the faint rustle of the underbrush, the low, intelligent growl of something that had marked him as prey, and would remember. Story the end. The first snowfall of the season always brought a kind of peace to the Bitterroot Mountains, a clean quiet that settled over the pines like a blanket. I'd hunted those slopes every winter since I was 20, and at 42, the familiarity felt like home. My job as a mechanic kept me busy most of the year, but the mountains were where I breathed, where the noise of life slipped away. That year, late November, cold as iron and twice as sharp, I planned to spend 3 days alone tracking mule deer along a ridge I knew like the back of my hand. I packed light, a .308 rifle, a sleeping bag rated well below zero, a stove, 2 days' worth of food, and the same old canvas pack my dad handed down to me. I left a note on my kitchen table, told a neighbor what area I'd be in, and headed up toward the trailhead. The morning was still black when I parked my truck at the clearing. My breath plumed white as I stepped out, the crunch of snow under my boots the only sound for miles. The world smelled of pine resin and cold, perfect hunting weather. I slung my pack, checked my rifle, and headed into the dark timber. The first few hours were nothing unusual. Tracks here and there, older than I wanted but good signs, fresh droppings. A few places where deer had scraped at the snow to expose grass beneath. The forest woke slowly, shedding blue shadows as the sun climbed over the ridge. The silence was soothing, a kind of meditation. Around mid-morning, something caught my attention, a path of deep tracks cutting perpendicular to my route. I stopped and crouched. The prints were long, maybe size 14 or 15, booted deep enough to suggest someone heavy or carrying weight. They weren't mine. They weren't from any hunter I knew. And they weren't fresh, but they also weren't old. Maybe a day, maybe less. What bothered me was the direction. They led straight uphill into thick, uneven timber. Hunters didn't usually climb that slope. Too steep, too many deadfalls, too easy to twist an ankle or worse. Yet whoever those prints belonged to had climbed without hesitation. I followed them for a bit, more out of curiosity than concern. They continued in a dead straight line, which was strange. Most people meander. They avoid obstacles. These prints didn't. They went over logs, straight across steep patches, ignoring terrain like it didn't matter. The sky clouded over by noon, brushing the mountains in a flat gray. The temperature dropped fast and a breeze began pushing loose snow off the branches. I kept moving, but couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. It's a feeling every hunter gets sometimes, a false instinct, a quirk of silence. But this lingered too long, crawled too deep under my skin. By late afternoon, I realized I'd strayed farther north than I planned. The slope looked unfamiliar now, the trees growing thinner and the rocks sharper. I decided to start looking for a spot to camp. That's when I found the tree. It sat alone at the base of a rocky outcrop, a massive old spruce. Nothing unusual about that, except the trunk. Something had carved into the bark. Deep gouges, too deep for a knife, sliced in long vertical lines up the trunk, maybe 7 feet high. The cuts were smooth, like whatever made them was sharp and steady. Snow had gathered in some of the grooves, giving them a white outline. I leaned closer. The bark was splintered in places, sap frozen around the edges. Bear marks, I thought at first, but bears were long in hibernation this late in November, and bears didn't make straight, evenly spaced marks, nor that high. My stomach tightened. I circled the tree. Behind it, half buried in snow, was an indentation. Not a full footprint, more like something had crouched or knelt there for a long time. The snow within the depression was crusted differently, as if it had melted slightly before refreezing. I stood very still. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. I backed away slowly, resisting the urge to break into a run. I still needed a place to sleep, but I wasn't staying near that tree. I headed downslope toward a small clearing I remembered from years before. It took longer than it should have, the forest feeling subtly rearranged, like the trees had shifted when I wasn't looking. But eventually I found a flat stretch sheltered from the wind. I pitched my small tent and set up camp. As night fell, snow drifted down steadily, whisper soft. I heated water, made coffee, and forced myself to feel normal. The forest creaked and sighed the way it always did in winter. The wind rattled the branches lightly. It should have been peaceful, but there was that feeling again, that prickling awareness creeping up the spine. Around 10, I was in my sleeping bag, the tent zipped tight when I heard the first sound. Not wind, not a branch cracking, a step, soft, measured, deliberate, crisp snow compressed beneath weight. Then another, and another. My breath froze in my chest. The steps circled the tent, slow, heavy, pacing. One step, pause, another step, pause. I reached for my rifle, careful not to rustle the sleeping bag. Whatever it was big. I could tell by the sound, and it breathed, slow, thick breaths that fogged the air outside. I could hear the faint crackle of frost shifting with each inhale. The steps stopped directly behind my tent, right at my back. I didn't move, not for minutes, not for what felt like hours. My heart pounded so loudly I feared it would hear. Eventually, though I don't know how long it took, the steps moved again, away this time, crunching slowly across the clearing, then fading. When I finally unzipped the bag, my hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the rifle. I stayed awake all night, listening. Nothing else approached. When the first gray light touched the tent walls, I stepped outside. My breath left me in a rush of panic. Tracks. Huge. Footprints circled my tent, spaced evenly, and far too long for any normal human stride. Each one pressed deep, deeper even than my own weight would. The shape was wrong, too. Long and narrow, almost boot-like but with no distinct heel, like a foot that mimicked a boot without actually being one. I crouched beside the closest one. The edges were sharp, made recently, hours, not days, and they came from the direction of the carved spruce. I packed camp in record time, barely swallowing a protein bar before I started back down the mountain. The forest felt different in daylight, but not less threatening. Every tree seemed to lean closer, watching. Each gust of wind made me whip around, expecting to see something standing behind me. Halfway down the slope, I stopped, because I noticed something that made my skin crawl. There were more tracks, fresh ones, not the ones from the night before. These were closer together, angled in strange zigzags through the trees, crossing ahead of me, behind me, always in patterns no hunter or animal would make. Not following me, not leading anywhere, just surrounding. The forest was huge, but the tracks felt deliberate, placed with intention. I kept moving, trying to stay calm. 2 hours later, I reached a stream I always crossed on the way in. It wasn't wide, maybe 10 feet, but cold and slick with ice around the edges. Normally, I hopped rocks across it. This time I rushed, slipping and soaking my boot, but I didn't care, because on the other side, the tracks had stopped, completely, as if whatever made them refuse to cross the water. I let out a breath of relief, but the feeling didn't last, because as I followed the stream downhill, now only an hour from where I'd parked, I saw something that made my stomach drop. A shape, far off, across the water, half hidden between trunks. Tall, too tall, motionless, watching. I froze mid-step, snow falling soundlessly around me. The thing didn't move, didn't tilt its head, didn't shift its weight. It simply stood, a dark, thin silhouette nearly twice the height of a man. I lifted my rifle, my hands shook. I blinked to steady my sight picture. And when I looked again, it was gone. I didn't think. I ran. Branches whipped my face. My wet boot numbed my foot until I couldn't feel it at all. My breath rasped harsh marsh in my ears. I didn't care about noise, didn't care about spooking game, didn't care about wasting energy. I just needed out. The trail finally appeared, a narrow cut between thick stands of pine. I sprinted. My lungs burned. My heart hammered. Snow blurred the world in white streaks. Then the worst moment of my life happened. I burst into the clearing and stopped cold, because standing beside my truck was a figure. Tall, pale, wrong. Its back was to me, but it was unmistakably the same shape I'd seen in the woods. Over 7 feet tall, thin to the point of unnatural, the limbs too long, the shoulders sharp and angular. Its skin, not covered by any clothing, looked almost gray, like cold granite, and its head slowly began to turn, not like a person turns their head, pivoting at the neck. No, it rotated too far, too smoothly, as if its neck was flexible, boneless. The head turned 90 degrees, then more, until its face, if you could call it that, looked right at me. Eyes. No. Holes, dark pits where eyes should have been, not empty, absorbing light like voids. Its mouth was a line, a perfectly straight line that split open just enough to suggest teeth deep inside. I raised my rifle. It tilted its head, backwards, sideways, like a question, like confusion. Then it moved. Fast. The kind of fast a human couldn't achieve. The kind of fast that makes instinct take over before thought kicks in. It lunged toward the tree line, vanishing in less than a second, leaving a spray of snow in its wake. I didn't wait for it to reappear. I sprinted the rest of the way, yanked open the truck door, threw my gear inside, and slammed the locks down. My hands shook so violently I dropped the keys twice before managing to jam them into the ignition. The engine roared. I tore down the mountain road, slipping in patches of ice, barely staying on the path. I didn't breathe right until civilization reappeared. Warm lights, houses, plumes of chimney smoke. At home, I sat in my driveway for 10 minutes, gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles went white. The silence of the cab felt suffocating. I tried to sleep that night. I couldn't. Not because of nightmares, because of the tracks, the ones outside my window. A single set, long, deep, leading right up to the glass, no tracks leading away, just like before. 3 days later, I reported what happened to the Forest Service, minus the supernatural parts. I said I saw a person stalking camps, acting strange. They searched the area for 3 days. They found massive footprints circling multiple clearings. They found shred bark high in the trees, higher than any bear could reach. They found a torn backpack belonging to a hiker who'd been missing since October. They didn't find him, and they never found whoever or whatever left the tracks. Winter has come again now. Heavy snow blankets the yard. But last night, when I stepped outside to bring in firewood, I froze. Footprints again, a single set, long, deep, leading from the tree line to my porch steps. And this time, the snow was still falling lightly, but the prints weren't filling in, like something stood there seconds before I opened the door. Something tall, something watching, something patient. I don't go into the mountains anymore. Haven't since that day. But some nights when the wind dies and the world falls quiet, I hear it in the woods behind the house. A step. Slow. Deliberate. Waiting for winter to finish what last year started. Story the end. The snow had started early that year, drifting down in lazy spirals across the Wyoming high plains as I guided my old pickup along the narrow service road. It was late November, the tail end of mule deer season, and I'd planned this solo trip for months. Work had been choking me. Endless spreadsheets, pointless meetings, and by the time the season rolled around, I felt suffocated. I needed the silence. I needed the mountains. I needed to remind myself I was still a person and not just a cog in someone else's machine. The land out here carried a kind of quiet you didn't find anywhere else. It rolled in long gray waves toward the foothills, dotted with patches of sagebrush and occasional clumps of ponderosa pines. It felt older than anything invented by people. Older than stress. Older than worry. My destination was an area known locally as Red Valley, though in reality it was a deep, forested basin surrounded by steep cliffs and narrow passes. The locals had other names for it too. Whisper Basin, Long Step Valley, Hunter's Hollow. Every generation seemed to rename it, but the folklore stayed the same. Strange lights, missing livestock, odd noises at night. Some hunters avoided it. Some called the stories nonsense. I didn't believe in any of that. Or at least I hadn't. Not then. The road wound sharply downward, and I slowed to avoid an icy patch. My truck groaned as it bounced over frozen ruts. A dusting of snow covered the ground like powdered sugar. The sky was a pale, washed-out blue. Wind shook the skeletal branches on the hillsides. By the time I reached the place where I usually park, the sun was about 2 hours from setting. I stepped out, stretched, and inhaled the crisp, metallic scent of cold wilderness. My breath drifted in front of me in thick white puffs. It felt good just standing there. I grabbed my pack, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and locked the truck. The forest swallowed me almost immediately as I made my way along an old game trail that wove between the pines. Everything felt still, serene. About a quarter-mile in, I saw the first odd thing. A tree trunk, large, old, had 3 deep gouges carved into it. Long vertical lines, nearly a foot each. They looked fresh, cleanly cut. My first thought was bear, but bears don't carve straight lines. They leave chaotic, jagged marks. These looked deliberate, almost symbolic. I brushed it off and kept walking. The farther I went, the quieter it got. Nowhere it got. No birds calling, no rustling of small animals, just the sound of my boots crunching lightly through the thin snow. When I reached the clearing I used for camping, it was exactly how I'd left it earlier that summer on a scouting trip. Flat, sheltered by a rocky overhang, and surrounded by thick trees. Perfect. I pitched my tent, gathered firewood, and cooked a simple meal. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, but the fire kept the cold at bay. I watched the flames twist, the embers rise and fade, the shadows pulse. It felt peaceful. Maybe too peaceful. I crawled into my tent around 9, zipped the flap, and settled into the sleeping bag. The wind sighed through the trees. The fabric rustled softly with each draft. I closed my eyes. I didn't sleep for long. Something woke me. A sound. Soft but unmistakable. A footstep. Then another. Crunch, crunch. Slow, steady, deliberate. My eyes snapped open. I lay perfectly still, listening. The footsteps moved around the campsite, pacing the perimeter. A deer? Maybe. But deer weren't that slow. They didn't circle like that. Then I heard breathing. Close. Human. Low and steady, as though someone was exhaling slowly through their nose just feet from my tent. I grabbed my rifle and sat upright, heart hammering against my ribs. My breath misted inside the tent. The nylon walls glowed faintly with the dying fire outside. Shadows shifted. "Hello?" I called out. "Who's out there?" The breathing stopped. The footsteps didn't. They moved quickly now. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, straight to the tent. I aimed the rifle at the flap, finger tightening around the trigger. Silence. The night held its breath. Then something dragged lightly across the fabric. Fingertips. Slow. Exploring. Testing. I clenched my jaw and shouted, "Back off!" The dragging stopped. A second later, I heard a strange sound, like a soft, quick inhale. A gasp. Then footsteps retreated rapidly into the forest. I waited, muscles knotted, listening hard. Minutes passed. The fire crackled outside. The wind whispered. Nothing. Eventually, after what felt like hours, exhaustion tugged at me. I didn't fall back asleep, just dozed lightly until the sky turned gray with dawn. When I stepped outside the tent, rifle in hand, everything looked normal at first glance. My fire had died down. My gear was untouched. But then I saw them. Footprints. Dozens of them. Bare footprints. Some small, some large, some overlapping and tangled together, all around my campsite, pressed into the snow. My breath caught. Whoever had been there hadn't been alone. I crouched beside the nearest print. The toes were splayed unnaturally wide. The arch was high, the heel deep. The snow inside had melted slightly before refreezing, meaning it had been made by warm skin. Fresh. My pulse throbbed in my throat. I followed the tracks a short distance into the trees, but quickly lost them among the brush. I returned to camp. My instincts screamed at me to leave immediately, but hunters don't just leave because someone wandered by in the night. Maybe it was an unwell person living off-grid. Maybe a prankster. Maybe someone high or confused. But the number of footprints, no. Something was wrong. Still, I forced myself to do what I came to do. Hunt. I packed up a few essentials and left camp slowly, scanning for deer movement. I tried to convince myself everything was fine. I'd been on edge before. The wilderness could mess with your mind. Midday, I spotted a decent buck moving west along a ridge. I took a shot, hit it, and tracked it through the trees. The snow showed streaks of blood. I followed them down a gully through a stand of tight, young pines. Then the trail stopped abruptly. The blood just ended. No body, no drag marks, no disturbance, nothing. My stomach dropped. I scanned left and right, puzzled. The deer couldn't have vanished. I took a few more steps. That's when I noticed the tree, a massive pine with something pinned to its trunk. My buck, or what was left of it. The carcass had been split open from neck to belly, ribs splayed outward like jagged fingers. The meat was stripped clean in places, torn in others. The head slumped, tongue lolling. It hung from the tree by its hind legs, tied with a kind of braided cord made of... I stepped closer, horror rising. Hair. Human hair. Dark, long, twisted into cords. I stumbled back, bile rising in my throat. Someone had done this, quickly, violently. Someone who had to be very close by. A branch snapped behind me. I spun, raising the rifle. Nothing. Just emptiness. But the forest felt thicker, heavier. Watching. I backed away slowly, rifle up, and returned to camp as fast as I could without running. Every shadow seemed alive. Every branch groaned like it was whispering. By late afternoon, I'd made up my mind. I was leaving. I started breaking camp, stuffing gear quickly into my pack. The light was draining fast. Winter days were short, and night would be on me in under an hour. I needed to get back to the truck before dark. Then I noticed something on my tent. Another symbol. 3 long vertical scratches. Clean. Fresh. Just like the one on the tree yesterday. My hands shook as I tore the tent down. I slung the pack on and headed toward the game trail that led back to the road. But when I reached the trail, my heart stuttered painfully. The trail was covered in footprints, dozens, scores, all bare. They overlapped and twisted, leading from the forest directly toward my camp and back and forth and around, as though a crowd had been milling about all night. My mouth went dry. I stepped onto the trail. The world felt too silent, too expectant. About 100 yards in, something caught my eye in a low-hanging branch. Fabric. I reached up and tugged it gently. A torn piece of a shirt. Plaid, weathered, old. The sleeve was ripped off violently, and on it, smeared in rusty brown, were 3 perfectly straight vertical streaks. My legs trembled. I kept moving. The wind picked up, howling through the trees. Snow flurries swirled. My breath came out in shredded bursts. Every few seconds, I glanced over my shoulder. When I reached the ridge overlooking the road, relief washed through me. My truck was there, safe, untouched. I nearly ran the rest of the way down, but halfway to the truck, movement flickered in the corner of my vision. I turned. At first, I thought it was the tree line shifting, but then the shapes separated. 5 of them, pale figures stepping slowly out of the woods, walking upright, barefoot, thin, filthy. Their limbs too long, their movements jerky like puppets being tugged on strings, their eyes hollow, sunken, yet fixed on me with unsettling intensity. I froze. They stopped too, all 5, just watching. One of them, the tallest, tilted his head slowly. His hair hung in long, tangled ropes. His skin looked frostbitten, lips cracked and bleeding. He wore only shredded pants despite the cold. He raised an arm and pointed at me. No sound, no shout, just that gesture. Accusing, claiming, demanding. I backed away, rifle shaking in my hands. "Don't come any closer," I said, voice cracking. None of them moved. I took another step back, then another. Then they all stepped forward at the same time, silently, closing the distance in slow, synchronized strides. I bolted. I didn't look back. I didn't breathe. I just ran. My boots slipped on the snow as I sprinted the last stretch to the truck. I fumbled the keys, dropped them, scooped them again with numb fingers. Behind me, footsteps multiplied. Fast, too fast, like a stampede of bare feet slapping through snow. I shoved the key in, threw the door open, and scrambled inside. I slammed the lock down just as the first figure reached the truck. A pale hand slapped the window near my face. I screamed. The face appeared a second later, gaunt, hollow-eyed, lips pulled back in a stretched, unnatural grin. Frost clung to his eyelashes. His breath fogged the glass. Behind him, more hands thudded against the truck. More faces pressed forward. Dozens. Dozens. I turned the key. The engine sputtered. Once, twice. The figures began scratching the windows with their nails, slow, deliberate strokes that made a horrible dragging sound, the same sound I'd heard on my tent the night before. The third turn of the key caught. The truck roared to life. I floored it. The tires spun on the ice, skidding, sliding. The figures pressed harder, slamming their bodies against the doors, clawing at the metal. Their mouths opened wide, too wide, as though their jaws had been unhinged. Finally, the tires gained traction. The truck lurched forward. Figures scattered, stumbling after me with unnatural speed, arms swinging wildly, legs moving in a horrifying, jerking sprint. I flew up the road, heart pounding so hard I tasted blood. The rearview mirror filled with pale bodies running after me. But the farther I got, the more they faded into the snow and trees until eventually they vanished. I didn't stop driving. Not when I reached the highway, not when I reached town, not even when I pulled into my driveway hours later. For days I couldn't sleep. Every sound made me flinch. I kept imagining pale faces pressed against the windows of my home. Eventually, the terror softened. Enough, at least, for me to function again. Until one morning, about 2 weeks later, when I walked outside to leave for work, I saw something on the hood of my truck. 3 long, straight vertical scratches, perfectly parallel, perfectly fresh, and next to them a single bare footprint, human, pressed into the thin frost, pointing toward my front door. Story, the end. I parked my old pickup at the edge of the forest just as the sky was starting to lighten, the first rays of dawn glinting off the frost on the pines. It was November in northern Michigan, and the cold cut through my jacket like a knife. I'd been hunting with friends before, but this year I decided to go alone. I wanted the solitude, the quiet, the chance to rely only on my instincts. I'd scouted this area for weeks, poring over topographic maps and satellite images, looking for the perfect combination of bedding areas, feeding trails, and cover. The terrain was rugged, a mix of pine ridges and swampy lowlands, and I knew the deer population was thick. I hoisted my pack, checked the rifle one more time, and stepped into the trees. The forest was quiet, too quiet, and that set my nerves on edge immediately. I told myself that was normal. When you're alone in the woods, your senses sharpen and every sound seems amplified. I followed a ridge trail I'd marked on my GPS, moving slowly to avoid snapping branches. By mid-morning, I'd reached a clearing that looked perfect for an ambush. It was small, half hidden by tall pines and brush, and I could see deer tracks leading in from the north. I set up, propping myself against a fallen log, and settled in to wait. Hours passed. I sipped coffee, nibbled on a granola bar, and tried to stay alert. Then I heard it. A branch snapping, distant, deliberate. I froze, eyes scanning the trees. My heartbeat thumped in my chest. Probably another hunter, I thought. But there was no call, no human sound at all. The snapping came again, closer this time. I lifted my rifle slowly, trying not to shake, and peered into the shadows. Nothing. I waited a few more minutes, and then movement. A flash of something between the trees, tall, unnaturally thin, moving silently. It wasn't a deer. Deer don't move like that. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe a hunter with camouflage? But the shape didn't make sense. Too long, too stiff. I swallowed hard and told myself I was imagining things. I stayed put until the figure disappeared, then decided it was time to move. I packed quickly and tried to follow the ridge back toward my truck, keeping my eyes peeled. That's when I realized I had no idea where I was. The GPS flickered, losing signal. I had memorized the trail, but every ridge looked the same, and the forest seemed to twist around me. I tried to retrace my steps, but the trees seemed to close in, and no matter which direction I turned, I ended up in an area I didn't recognize. Panic set in. I broke into a jog, stumbling over roots and rocks, my rifle bouncing against my shoulder. Every step brought the same snapping and rustling from somewhere just beyond my sight. I dared a glance behind me, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw that same tall figure again, moving between the trees, vanishing as soon as I blinked. Hours, or maybe minutes, it was impossible to pass. My fingers were numb, my throat dry, and the sun was starting to dip behind the ridges. Then I saw a faint trail of smoke in the distance. Relief surged through me. Maybe another hunter had a campfire. Maybe someone was nearby. I ran toward it, chest heaving, only to find a burned-out campsite. Ashes scattered across the ground, a few blackened logs. No one there, no footprints other than my own. I was trembling as I turned back to the woods. That's when I heard it. A whisper. Soft, carried on the wind, almost human, but wrong. I couldn't make out the words, just the cadence, the rising and falling tone. It came from all around me, circling the clearing. I gripped my rifle tighter, scanning, but there was nothing, no movement, no sound except the whisper and the snapping branches. My stomach turned over, and I realized I was completely alone. I started walking quickly, trying to put distance between myself and whatever was out there. I kept my eyes on the trees, watching for any hint of movement. Every now and then a branch would snap just out of reach, or a shadow would shift at the edge of my vision. I tried talking to myself to stay calm, but my own voice sounded hollow in the emptiness. Night fell faster than I expected. The temperature dropped, and I shivered violently under my jacket. I needed to find shelter, a place to rest until morning. I stumbled across a small hollow with an overhang of rock and pine boughs, and I set up a makeshift bed with my tarp and pack. I tried to sleep, but the whisper returned, faint at first, then louder, circling the hollow, just beyond the firelight. I sat up, heart hammering, scanning the shadows. A shape moved at the edge of the light, long, thin, standing upright, impossibly tall. It didn't run, didn't call, just stood there, watching. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, my hands frozen around the rifle. I whispered a shaky prayer and tried to keep my eyes on it, but the figure was gone when I looked directly. Only shadows remained. I waited until the first light of dawn, too terrified to move during the night. When I finally dared to stand, I saw tracks around the hollow, tall, narrow, unlike anything I recognized. Not human, not deer, not bear. They led into the forest and disappeared. I followed them a short distance, but quickly realized I was running on adrenaline and poor sense, getting lost again. By midday, I forced myself to move downhill, hoping to find a stream or a road. My legs were sore, my energy depleted, and my mind was fraying. That's when I saw it again, a tall figure in the trees, just at the edge of my vision. It didn't move like an animal. It didn't run. It glided, limbs bending at unnatural angles. My chest tightened. I ducked behind a fallen tree, waiting. It didn't approach directly, just watched from the shadows, disappearing when I dared to peek. Hours passed, and the sun began to set again. I stumbled into a clearing that looked vaguely familiar, and my hope surged. Maybe I was near the road I had parked on. Then I saw tire tracks in the mud. Old, faded, barely there. Relief mixed with dread. Something else had been here recently. I followed them cautiously, rifle at the ready. As night fell, I came across a small pond. I knelt to drink and noticed my reflection. For a moment, the forest behind me seemed to move. Shadows shifted unnaturally. My reflection rippled, and for a split second, I thought I saw the tall figure standing just behind me, its face pale and featureless. I whipped around, rifle raised. Nothing. I decided to try to make my way downhill toward the main logging road. I moved slowly, listening. Every sound felt amplified, the wind through the pines, the crunch of my boots, the occasional snap of a branch. I kept seeing glimpses of movement in the corner of my eye. Tall, thin shapes gliding between the trees, disappearing when I looked directly. Finally, after what felt like endless hours, I stumbled onto the dirt road. I could see my truck's headlights reflecting off the frost in the distance. Relief hit me like a physical wave. I ran toward it, ignoring the aches in my body. Just as I reached the edge of the clearing, I felt it, the unmistakable sense of being watched. I spun around. The forest was still, too still. I didn't see anything, but I could feel it. Tall, silent, patient. I got into the truck and started the engine, hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the wheel. As I drove down the road, I glanced in the rearview mirror. At the edge of the trees, just for a moment, I thought I saw a tall, thin shape standing among the pines. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. I didn't look back again. I drove straight home, not stopping for anything. When I finally reached the city limits, the feeling of being watched lifted slightly, replaced by exhaustion and disbelief. I told myself it was just stress, isolation, exhaustion, my mind playing tricks. But I knew what I had felt, what I had seen, and what had followed me through the forest. I never hunted alone again. I still hunt sometimes, but always with friends, always in areas where other people are nearby. I can't explain what I saw, what followed me, or why the forest seemed alive in a way that didn't belong to this world. All I know is that day changed me. The woods are not safe, not for someone alone, not in that remote stretch of Michigan. Something waits there, patient and silent, watching, waiting for the next person foolish enough to enter its domain alone. Even now, years later, I sometimes wake in the middle of the night, heart hammering, convinced I hear snapping branches outside my window. The memory of that forest follows me, lingering in shadows, in corners, in the silence between breaths. I know it's still out there, waiting, and I know I will never be the same because of it. Story the end. The cold rolled in early that November, the kind that settles deep into the bones and makes the woods feel older than they are. I'd spent enough years hunting alone in the Chequamegon National Forest in northern Wisconsin to know how the forest changed with the seasons, how the deer moved, how the wind shifted, how the silence thickened. But nothing in all my years prepared me for the 3 days I spent on that ridge. I've told pieces of it to friends, but never the whole thing. Most of them wouldn't believe me anyway. I barely believe myself. It started on a Thursday morning, gray light dripping through a heavy cloud cover. I had the next 4 days off work, a rare break from the lumber yard, and figured I'd make good use of it. I packed my gear the night before, cleaned my .270 Winchester, sharpened my field knife, and filled a thermos with coffee. By dawn, I was driving down a narrow service road slick with early frost. The pines on either side pressed close, branches drooping under the weight of fresh snow. The forest was quiet, not unusual for the hour, but thicker somehow. Heavier. I parked near a worn pull-off I'd used for years, slung my pack, and headed into the woods. For hours, it was just the simple rhythm of my boots breaking trail, my breath misting in front of me, and the occasional chickadee flitting through the branches. Peaceful. Familiar. I tracked fresh deer sign around mid-morning, a set of prints heading northwest toward an old fire road. They looked promising. I followed them for a while, moving slow, stopping often to glass the ridgeline. The prints eventually merged with another set, larger, deeper, likely a buck. I felt that familiar spark of excitement, But the deeper I followed them, the more I felt something tugging at the edge of my attention. A subtle shift in the air, a prickle under the layers of wool and flannel. The woods had gone quiet again. Not normal quiet. Vacant. Like everything living had stepped aside. I stopped to adjust my pack when I first noticed the other tracks. Human ones, cutting across the deer prints. Big, wider than my boot, maybe size 14 or 15. Deep, like the person was heavy or carrying weight. The gait was long, longer than any hunter I knew could comfortably manage in snow this thick. I crouched, brushing fresh powder aside. The prints headed uphill toward the west ridge, straight and uninterrupted, even over rocks, even through brush. Whoever made them didn't go around anything. They went through it. Something in my gut tightened. I stood, scanning the trees. No movement, no sound, just that feeling, like the forest was holding something back. I checked my watch. Still plenty of daylight left. Curiosity got the better of caution. I followed the strange tracks, not because I wanted to, but because something in them unsettled me enough that I felt leaving them unexplained would haunt me more. The slope steepened. The air grew colder. My breath sounded too loud. And then, somewhere behind me, crunch, a footstep. I turned fast, rifle raised. Nothing moved, but the sound was real. Not an echo. Not a branch snapping under snow. A step. A heavy one. I waited. Listened. Nothing. I forced my breathing calm and kept climbing. The human tracks led to a narrow ridge framed by ancient pines. The forest grew darker there, even though it was barely noon. The sky had thickened with clouds, draining the light from everything. Up ahead, beyond a fallen cedar, I saw something that made my skin crawl. Another set of tracks. Not deer. Not human. Not anything I recognized. Long. Bare. Almost humanoid, but wrong. Too long in the midfoot, the toes elongated and sunken deep into the snow like claws. The spacing between steps suggested something tall. Very tall. 7 feet at least. The prints intersected with the human ones, overlapping them in places, as if whatever made them had followed the man, or hunted him. I didn't want to consider which. I knelt and measured one with my hand, longer than my forearm. My breath hitched. I straightened, scanning the ridge again. Still nothing. The trees stood motionless, branches drooping like they were listening. I turned to head back. I'd seen enough. Whether it was a prank, a mistake, or something worse, I didn't care. I had no interest in finding the maker of those prints. But when I took 3 steps downhill, the forest changed. Subtly, but undeniably. The slope was wrong. The trees too close together, the air too still. I turned slowly and saw, far down the ridge, half hidden behind a cluster of thin pines, a cabin. Old, weather-beaten, listing to one side. Its roof sagged under the snow, its windows dark as pitch. Smoke didn't rise from its chimney, no paths led to or from it, but I knew for certain it had not been there before. I would have seen it from below. And in all my years hunting that area, I had never seen or even heard of a cabin on that ridge. The prints, both sets, led toward it. My heart thudded hard. Every instinct told me to turn and leave. But somewhere deep down, a darker instinct whispered that if I left without knowing what was inside, I'd never sleep right again. I approached slowly, rifle up. The closer I got, the colder the air felt. Not natural cold, like walking into a cellar that had been sealed for decades. Fresh snow covered the roof. But the porch? Bare, like something had brushed it clean. The door hung slightly open, creaking softly in the wind. I stepped onto the porch. The wood groaned under my weight. Inside, the cabin was dim. Dust hung in the air like smoke. The walls were lined with old newspaper clippings, yellowed, curling, unreadable. A stove rusted in the corner. A cot sagged in the back. The air smelled wrong, bitter, metallic, like old blood. I swept the room with my flashlight. That's when I saw the scratches on the far wall, deep gouges running from floor to ceiling, long, ragged, space-like fingers, 5 of them, each one deeper than any bear claw could reach. My breath fogged the air, the beam of my flashlight trembled and had been inside that cabin, and it wasn't human. I backed up, my heel hit something soft. I turned the light downward. A boot, then another, both partially buried in snow that it had blown in through the open door. They were enormous, size 15 at least. My stomach twisted. Next to the boots were more prints. The other kind, long, bare, wrong. Leading out through the back door, I moved toward the exit, pulse hammering. But before I reached it, the woods outside went quiet, and then crunch. A footstep behind the cabin, slow, deliberate. I froze. Another step. Closer. I killed my flashlight. The silence that followed was suffocating. Then something scraped against the wall outside, lightly, like fingers dragging across wood. I brought the rifle up, heart slamming against my ribs. The wall creaked. Snow fell from a voice. Soft. Broken. Too close. Help. The words stretched wrong, like someone imitating a voice without knowing how speech worked. Help, it repeated. But it wasn't a plea. It was a lure. I backed away from the door. The voice moved. Not around the cabin. Above it, footsteps creaking across the sagging roof, too heavy to be human. I swallowed hard and bolted through the front, crashing into the snow. I slid down the ridge, grabbing branches, scraping my palms raw through my gloves. I didn't look back. Not once. The forest blurred around me. The sky darkened faster than it should have, storm clouds rolling in, thick and furious. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs trembled, until the world spun. Finally, I reached a familiar bend in the creek, a landmark I knew. Relief flooded me. I pushed harder, following the water downstream, but the forest felt wrong again. Too quiet, too still. The hair on my neck stood up. I slowed. Behind me, far up the ridge, something moved. A shape. Tall. Pale against the dark trees. It stood perfectly still, watching. The distance between us didn't matter. I felt its gaze like a weight. I turned and ran again. 30 minutes later, the service road came into view. My truck sat where I'd left it. I nearly sobbed with relief. I sprinted the final stretch, then froze 10 feet from my truck. Something stood beside the driver's door. Tall, thin, limbs too long. Its head hung at a sickening angle, as if the neck couldn't support its weight. The skin, if you could call it that, looked gray, stretched too tightly across bones that jutted at odd angles. It didn't move as I approached, didn't breathe, didn't blink. But its jaw slowly unhinged, opening wider and wider, far beyond what a human mouth could. A low clicking sound came from deep inside its throat. I lifted my rifle, aim shaking. The thing tilted its head, spine popping with the motion. Then, in that same broken imitation of a voice, it whispered, "Help!" I fired. The shot cracked through the trees. When the smoke cleared, it was gone. No blood, no tracks, nothing. I didn't waste time. I threw my gear into the bed, jumped to the truck, and floored it. The road blurred beneath my wheels. The forest vanished behind me, but the feeling didn't leave. It followed me home. That night, exhausted but wired with fear, I checked my locks twice, 3 times. I closed every curtain. I kept the rifle beside my bed. Around 1 a.m., I finally started to drift. Something tapped on my bedroom window. Soft, slow. 3 taps, silence, 3 more. My blood went cold. I knew without looking that if I pulled back that curtain, I would see it standing there. That tilted head, those 2 long limbs, those empty eyes. Instead, I stayed very, very still. The tapping stopped. The night stretched on. By dawn, I worked up the courage to look. Outside, fresh snow covered everything except one spot, right beneath my window, where the snow was pressed into a single long, deep footprint. Far too long, far too narrow, and no prints leading away. Just that one, like something had stood there, watching me sleep. Every winter since, I find fresh tracks in the snow around my house, just one set, always leading toward the windows, never away. I haven't hunted alone since that day, and I never will again. Story the end. The wind had been blowing hard across the plains since before dawn, carrying with it the kind of cold that seeped deep into your bones, no matter how many layers you wore. By the time I parked my truck along the edge of the North Dakota Badlands, the sky was a dull slate gray, the air heavy with the smell of snow. I shut the engine off and listened to the sudden silence. Not even birds called. The world felt hollow. Winter had drained it of sound. I'd come to hunt mule deer, same as I had every year since I was 20. Except this time, I was alone. Really alone. My buddy Carson had backed out last minute after his wife started feeling sick. Told me I should postpone the trip. Told me the weather was supposed to get ugly. Told me there were rumors about people going missing out near the Western Bluffs. I'd laughed. Missing people? Out here? Folks got missing all the time, usually drunk tourists, inexperienced hikers, or people who underestimated the terrain. Nothing supernatural about it, just carelessness. And I wasn't careless. I grabbed my pack, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and stepped onto the frosted ground. The grass crunched under my boots. The air stung my cheeks. The land stretched out before me in a series of ridges and ravines, layered in shades of dusty brown, faded green, and early winter white. Beautiful, quiet, empty. Just how I liked it. I hiked for about an hour, making good time despite the wind. The sun never broke through the clouds, but the light shifted enough to keep shadows crawling across the rocks like dark fingers. The deeper I went, the more the hills closed in, rising steeply on both sides. The place felt ancient, forgotten, like the rest of the world had moved on while this landscape remained frozen in time. By late morning, I reached an old cottonwood grove tucked along a dried creek bed. It was a good place to set camp, sheltered from the wind and mostly hidden. I pitched my small tent, gathered some fallen branches, and built a small fire just enough for warmth. The silence pressed against my ears. Too heavy, too constant. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I shrugged it off and headed out to track sign. Mule deer prints dotted the soft dirt near the creek bed, fresh enough to follow. I spent the afternoon hiking along their trail, glassing the ridgelines, scanning for movement. I saw a few does, one decent-sized buck too far uphill to get a clean shot, nothing unusual. But just as the sun began to sag behind the hills, I noticed something odd. A print. Not a deer print. Not an animal print at all. A bare human footprint. In the middle of the snow-dusted trail, I crouched down, staring at it. It was deep, detailed, maybe a size 10 or 11. Definitely male. The toes were splayed like whoever made it was gripping the earth, pushing off hard. Barefoot. In late November. Impossible. I looked around, scanning the empty hillsides. Nothing moved. No other tracks. No sign of anyone passing through on boots or horseback or even a four-wheeler. Just one lone footprint, as if the person had appeared out of thin air and vanished the same way. A prickle ran up my neck, but I forced myself to stand. People did strange things in the wilderness. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone had gotten high or drunk and stumbled barefoot before putting boots back on. Weird, sure, but not supernatural. I headed back to camp, the last of the daylight clinging weakly to the sky. As I approached the cottonwood grove, I slowed. Something felt wrong. The tent was where I left it, the fire pit still smoldering. But the flap of my tent, closed earlier, was open, a wide, gaping slit of black. I froze. My hand drifted toward the rifle slung over my shoulder. The trees stood motionless and silent. The air felt colder, heavier. I stepped forward slowly, boot crunching the frosted leaves. The tent flap flapped lightly in the wind like a beckoning gesture. I crouched beside the opening, heart pounding, and peered inside. Everything was a mess. My sleeping bag lay unrolled and twisted. My spare clothes were scattered. My hunting knife was out of its sheath, lying in the dirt. My food bag had been pulled open. Nothing chewed, nothing missing, just disturbed. But the part that made my blood run cold was the message carved into the tent's nylon floor. 3 straight vertical lines, perfectly parallel, perfectly even. The same kind of lines that animals didn't make, but people did. And I'd seen something similar before. The memory flashed immediately. A hunting trip with my father when I was 15. We'd been deep in the woods outside Helena when we stumbled across a massive spruce tree with the same 3 carved lines. My father had stiffened, eyes shadowed. "Never take those lightly," he'd said quietly. "Whatever makes marks like that doesn't want to be found." He refused to say more, and we left the woods early the next day. But now those same marks were carved into my tent. I leaned back, scanning the grove, rifle ready. Nothing. Nothing moved. Nothing breathed. I didn't sleep inside the tent that night. I couldn't. I built a bigger fire, sat with my back to the cottonwood trunk, and kept the rifle on my knees. The stars emerged faintly behind the clouds, flickering like distant warnings. The creek bed remained pitch black. Hours crawled by with agonizing slowness. Around 2 a.m, the forest shifted. At first, I thought it was just the wind, a faint rustling, a distant crack. But then I heard footsteps, slow, soft, deliberate, coming from the dried creek bed. Human footsteps. I tightened my grip on the rifle. My breath froze in my lungs. The footsteps grew louder, closer. Whoever was walking stayed just beyond the firelight, circling. The shadows between the trees twitched as something moved through them. A shape, a silhouette, tall, lean, wrong somehow. Then came the breathing, a slow inhale, a slow exhale. Human, too close. I stood, lifting the rifle. "I'm armed," I shouted. "Show yourself." The breathing stopped instantly. The footsteps didn't. They sped up, circling faster now. Once, twice, 3 times. Around and around the campsite like a predator testing its prey. I pivoted, trying to follow the sound, but it moved too fast. I caught the faintest glimpse of a pale figure slipping behind a tree. Then a whisper of movement behind me. Then to the right. My heart hammered. My palms were slick with sweat despite the cold. "Enough!" I yelled into the dark. "Back off!" The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was worse. Then, directly behind me, just feet away, I heard a whisper. Cold. My blood turned to ice. I spun and fired blindly. The gunshot cracked like thunder, echoing off the bluffs. The muzzle flash lit the trees for an instant. Nothing stood there. Nothing at all. The silence that followed swallowed everything. The smoke from the gun, the echo of the shot, even the sound of my breathing. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat there shaking, shoving wood into the fire, eyes never leaving the dark grove. The whispers never came again, but I felt eyes on me. Watching. Waiting. When dawn finally arrived, weak and colorless, I packed what I could and left camp. I moved quickly, rifle ready, checking over my shoulder every few steps. The grove felt different in the daylight, not safer, just exposed, watching the woods while the woods watched me. I followed the path back toward the ridges. After about 20 minutes, I found something that made my stomach knot. Bare footprints, hundreds of them, leading down the ravine, in circles, in scattered patterns, in lines that made no sense. Some prints were small, some were huge, some overlapped, some headed deeper into the hills, all barefoot, all fresh, in the freezing cold. I backed away slowly, breath trembling. The air felt tighter, the world felt smaller. I didn't dare take the main game trail now. Whatever was out there had been following me, studying me, playing with me. I veered sharply east, climbing up a narrow, rocky slope, even though it meant a harder hike. The higher I got, the stronger the wind blew, tugging at my jacket and numbing my fingers. Snowflakes drifted around me like ash. After another mile, I reached a high ridge overlooking the basin where my truck was parked. I exhaled in relief. The truck was still there, but something was standing next to it. A shape, tall, still, watching. I ducked behind a boulder and raised my binoculars. My heart seized. A man stood beside my truck, barefoot, wearing only tattered pants, skin pale like old wax, long hair matted to his shoulders. He faced the truck door, head tilted as if studying it. Even from a distance, I could see the frostbite on his skin, the cracked lips, the unnatural thinness, as though he hadn't eaten in weeks, as though he wasn't fully alive. When he turned his head toward the ridge, I crouched on. My blood froze. His eyes were wrong. Too dark, too deep, too empty. He grinned, a wide, unnatural grin that split the cracked skin around his mouth. I dropped the binoculars. Shit, I moved carefully, trying not to dislodge rocks. If he saw me, if he came up the ridge, I'd never outrun him. But then, a sound echoed through the wind behind me. A footstep. I spun, rifle raised. A pale face stared at me from between two rocks. Then another. Then a third. 3 figures emerged from the crags, barefoot, emaciated, moving in that same jerky, unnatural way. Their hair hung like icicles. Their skin looked leathery and stretched tight over bone. They stepped toward me in unison. I stumbled back, rifle shaking. "Stay back!" I shouted. They didn't stop. I fired. The closest one jerked backward, then straightened again, unfazed, unflinching, eyes locked on mine. I fired again, and again. One fell. The others didn't. More footsteps echoed behind me. Dozens. I turned. More figures climbed over the ridge, pale shapes rising from the rocks like corpses pushed up from the earth. Their mouths were open in silent, hideous grins. Their eyes never blinked. Their bodies trembled with unnatural excitement. I had seconds. I bolted. I sprinted down the ridge, slipping on frost-covered stones, nearly falling more than once. The cold air tore at my lungs. Behind me, the sound of bare feet slapping rock multiplied. Dozens, maybe more. I reached the basin, legs burning, vision blurring with sweat and cold. The man beside my truck watched me approach, grin stretching impossibly wide. No time. I fired at him. The bullet slammed into his chest, knocking him backward long enough for me to close the distance. I threw myself into the truck, slammed the door, locked it, and jammed the key into the ignition. Figures swarmed the truck from all sides. Hands slapped the windows. Faces pressed against the glass. Cracked mouths stretched wide in soundless screams. The engine turned over. Once. Twice. Please, God, please. On the third try, it caught. The truck roared forward, bodies slammed against the sides, sliding off as I fishtailed on the frozen ground. I spun onto the dirt road and floored it. Pale figures chased the truck, running with horrifying speed, faster than any human should. They reached for the bumper, the tailgate, the doors. But the truck gained ground. Slowly. Finally, the figures disappeared in the snow behind me. I drove until I hit pavement. I drove until I hit town. I didn't stop at gas stations. I didn't stop for food. I didn't stop for anything until I was back home, miles and hours away. I didn't sleep that night, or the next, or the next. When I finally built up the courage to check my truck in daylight, I found something that made my knees buckle. 3 straight scratches carved into the hood, perfectly parallel, perfectly fresh, and beside them, a single barefoot footprint pressed into the dust. But worse than that, it was facing the windshield, not walking away, walking toward me. Story the end. Cold wind rattled the aluminum siding of the cabin like bony fingers scraping for a way in, but I barely heard it over the steady thump of my heartbeat. I'd been hunting alone for years. Elk in Colorado, mule deer in Montana, black bear once in Idaho, but I'd never had a night like that one in northern Maine. People love to say the woods are peaceful, and sometimes they are, but anyone who's spent real time in them knows the forest can feel alive in a way that isn't comforting. Sometimes it feels like it watches you back. I'd rented the cabin for the week, a rundown thing tucked between fir trees 40 miles from the nearest town. 4 hours up a muddy logging road brought me to a clearing with a sagging porch, a rust-stained pump sink, a wood stove that smoked more than it heated, and a rickety cot inside that creaked every time I breathed. But solitude was the point. Just me, the rifle, and quiet. The first 3 days were perfectly ordinary. A little snow, a lot of wind, few tracks. I saw a cow moose from a distance, watched 2 foxes fight over a rabbit kill, and heard wolves somewhere miles off. But day 4 was different before the sun even rose. It started with the screaming. I woke before dawn, the cabin chilled, my breath puffing white in the beam of my headlamp. I was pulling on wool socks when a shrill wail carried through the trees. It sounded like a woman, a sound so stark, so full of panic, that I froze with one sock half on. The scream wasn't far, maybe a quarter mile, maybe less. It came again, higher this time, jagged, like whoever was making it was running out of air. I grabbed my rifle and swung open the cabin door. The cold bit instantly, sharp and metallic in my lungs. My boots sank into a thin layer of snow as I listened. Silence. No wind. No birds. No follow-up cry. The stillness felt thick enough to choke on. I shouted, "Hello? You all right? Hello? No?" No answer. The scream had sounded human. Too human to ignore. There were no trails out here, no campsites, no reason anyone would be wandering the forest before dawn, but people get lost. People get hurt. It wouldn't be the first time someone underestimated the woods. I switched on my headlamp and set out toward where I thought the sound came from, like weaving between the pines. Snow glittered like crushed glass under the beam. My breath hitched a little from the cold, a little from nerves. I walked 10 minutes, then 15. Nothing. No tracks except my own. No broken brush. No prints. No sign anyone had been through. And then, just when I started thinking the wind had played tricks on me, something answered. Not words, not a scream, a laugh. Soft, breathless, too close. I spun, sweeping the light through the trees. Nothing moved. Nothing stood. But the laugh echoed like it had bounced off every trunk around me. I forced myself to breathe slow. Coyotes can sound strange. Lynx can shriek eerily like a child. Even a bull elk in the rut can make a hell of a noise. I told myself it had to be something like that, but it didn't feel like that. On instinct, I pulled the rifle closer against my chest and backed up through the forest, retracing my steps until the roof of the cabin appeared between the trees. The moment I saw it, the woods behind me cracked with a twig snap. I twisted fast, but again, nothing. By the time I got inside and locked the door, dawn was starting to pale the sky. I sat on the cot for nearly a full hour, boots still on, the rifle balanced across my knees, listening to the walls creak as the temperature rose a degree at a time. For the rest of that day, the forest stayed quiet, as if whatever I'd heard earlier had simply dissipated with the morning frost. By noon, I convinced myself it really had been some animal, and I headed out to hunt. But the woods felt wrong. Every branch snap made my thumb twitch toward the safety. Every breeze felt like something whispering through the pines. And I wasn't alone. I didn't see anything, but I felt watched, like eyes passed behind me, slipped behind trunks, ducked behind brush. Once I spun so fast I nearly tripped, feeling sure someone was standing feet behind me. Nothing was there. By sunset, I'd bagged nothing and decided not to push my luck. I got back to the cabin with only a sliver of daylight left. What I found on the porch made my skin crawl. A single boot print in the new snow. Not mine. I checked. My boots had deep crosshatch patterns. This print was smooth-soled like a worn work boot, and it led straight to my door. Just one print, as if whoever left it had stepped carefully, deliberately, making sure to leave only one impression where I'd see it. I swallowed hard and checked my surroundings again. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. No wind, no animals, nothing. I brushed the snow aside and forced myself inside. That night, the screaming returned. This time it came from the tree line just 20 yards from the cabin, a raw, ragged howl that cut straight through the wooden walls and into my bones. I jumped to the window, but the fog on the glass made it hard to see. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. The scream sounded again, and again. Then, silence. 5 long minutes passed. 10. And then, from directly outside my window, a voice whispered my name. Not shouted, not spoken, whispered. Daniel. My blood went cold. I slammed the wooden shutter closed and stumbled back. My breath shuddered, visible in the air. I grabbed the rifle and flicked off the lamp, standing in the dark as my eyes adjusted. For a long time, nothing happened. Then something brushed the cabin wall outside. Slow. Weak, like fingers dragging across the boards. Shk! 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 The wood creaked. Footsteps, or something trying to mimic footsteps? I didn't dare move. Even breathing felt dangerously loud. More dragging, more scraping. Then laughter. Quiet, breathless laughter that grew louder by a fraction, like someone with their face against the wall to get closer. I snapped. Get the hell away from here, I shouted. The laughter stopped immediately. Dead stillness followed. I stood there for what felt like hours, but could have been minutes. Finally, slowly, the sound of retreat came. Crunching snow. Fading. Moving back into the forest. When it was gone, I still didn't sleep. I sat awake until sunrise, rifle ready, listening for the slightest sound. At dawn, I finally unlocked the door. I stepped onto the porch, scanning the snow. There were tracks, a lot of them. They circled the cabin in uneven loops, like whoever, or whatever, had walked around it in no clear pattern. Some prints were shallow, some deep, some looked like a normal stride. Others were almost on top of each other, like someone shuffled in place. But the worst part wasn't the tracks. It was the handprint. A perfect handprint in the frost on the window. Too large to be mine. 5 smeared streaks trailing down as if the hand had pressed against the glass and slowly slid. My throat tightened. Something was wrong. Deeply, dangerously wrong. No animal does that. No hunter would circle a stranger's cabin like that, leaving prints, whispering names. This wasn't a prank. This was deliberate. I knew I should leave. But the nearest town was over 40 miles of rough forest. No cell service, no radio. If I got lost or turned around, I decided to pack up and leave at first light the next morning. No hunting, no exploring, just staying in the cabin until dawn. Night fell early under gray clouds. I kept every lantern lit. Hours passed. My nerves were shot from listening. The wind rose and fell. The wood stove crackled. The occasional settling creak of the rafters made me tighten my grip on the rifle. I was heating a can of beans on the stove when something thudded onto the roof. I froze. Another thud. Then a slow drag across the shingles. My stomach plummeted. Something was on the roof, moving from one side to the other, heavy enough to make the beams groan under its weight. I backed into the corner, rifle raised, eyes glued to the ceiling. The dragging stopped right above me. Silence. Then, tap. A single tap on the roof. Another. Tap. Tap. Like someone drumming their fingers, thinking. I held my breath. Then whatever it was began to move again, shuffling, dragging, circling the roofline. The chimney rattled like something pulled at it. Snow slid off the eaves, boards creaked. Then, quiet. I waited. A second passed. 2. 5. And then the window shattered. Glass sprayed inward as a hand, pale, long-fingered, reached through the broken pane and clawed at the shutter. The fingers were wrong, too long, joints bending too loosely, nails cracked and blackened like rotting wood. I didn't think. I fired a round through the shutter. The blast nearly deafened me in the cabin, but the hand jerked back immediately with an inhuman shriek. Silence fell fast, heavy, absolute. For almost a whole minute, nothing moved. Then, from somewhere deep in the trees, a hoarse voice called out. Not in pain, not in anger, but in a mocking imitation of my own terrified voice. Help. Help me, please. Something burst from the tree line and sprinted past the cabin, so fast I only caught a blur. Then another scream, louder, closer, echoing in a way no human throat could replicate. My skin crawled as I realized it wasn't running away, it was circling. I barricaded the broken window with the table, stacking chairs and firewood in front of it. The wind outside picked up, but beneath it I could still hear movement, quick steps, then dragging, then silence. Like whoever or whatever, it was kept changing the way it moved. Hours crawled by. At some point I must have dozed off, sitting against the opposite wall, rifle in hand, because a sudden sharp knock jolted me awake. 3 knocks. On the door. Not violent, not threatening, almost polite. Then a voice, perfectly imitating a grown man with a calm tone, said, "Daniel, open the door. You're safe now." I didn't move. "Open the door," it repeated, this time in a woman's voice, then, horrifyingly, in my own. "Let me in." The doorknob rattled, once, twice, then violently. The hinges groaned as the door strained. I braced the rifle and aimed at the door, heart hammering. If it broke through, I'd unload every round I had, but suddenly, everything stopped. No rattling, no knocking. Nothing. It stayed that way until dawn's first light filtered through the cracks in the boarded window. I opened the door slowly, gun ready. Tracks surrounded the cabin again, but now they led deeper into the woods, farther than I could see. All different shapes, some boot-like, some barefoot, some long drags like something crawling on its belly. But none of them approached again after the sun rose. I didn't wait for anything else. I threw my pack together, loaded the rifle, and sprinted down the logging road. I didn't look behind me. Not once, even when I heard the faintest whisper of my name drift from the trees. By the time I reached my truck miles later, nearly collapsing against it, the forest was silent again. Back in town, I tried to tell a ranger. He chalked it up to sleep deprivation, explained the screaming as a lynx, the laughter as foxes, the tracks as melt patterns or shadows in snow. He said no one had been reported missing in those woods for months. But when he asked where the cabin was located, I realized something chilling. He didn't know what cabin I was talking about. There were no old rental cabins on that side of the forest, he insisted. Not for decades. I never went back to check. Sometimes, late at night, I still hear the tapping on the roof if the wind blows just right. Sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I hear the whisper of my own voice outside my window calling my name, waiting for me to open the door. Story, the end. The sun was barely rising over the Appalachian foothills when Mark Jensen slipped quietly from his small cabin, rifle slung over his shoulder, boots crunching on frost-hardened leaves. The air had a sharp bite that hinted at the coming winter, and he loved it. There was something almost sacred about the way the forest awakened in the early hours, fog drifting between trees, the low hum of birds, and the distant snap of branches under some unseen creature's weight. Hunting alone was a personal ritual for Mark. He didn't need company. He needed the forest to speak to him, to test his instincts, and sometimes to scare him. He followed a faint deer trail, boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The mist hung thick in the hollows, swirling around the trunks like living ghosts. Every few steps he paused, scanning, listening, and breathing in the chill. He'd spotted a buck the day before near a small stream on the northern ridge, and he wanted another look. He felt confident. The forest had been kind to him in previous hunts. But confidence, he reminded himself, could be dangerous. The trail curved sharply up a ridge, and Mark eased forward, rifle raised, eyes squinting through the fog. The forest seemed unnaturally quiet now, every rustle amplified in the stillness. Something about the silence felt wrong. He shook the feeling off. Hunters always felt tension, especially when alone. But tension was different from instinct, and instinct now nagged at the back of his neck. He crouched near the stream, waiting, heart hammering with a rhythm he recognized. The water trickled, the air smelled of wet earth, and then he saw it. The tracks. Large, uneven, dragging slightly as if the creature had weight. Not a deer. He froze, scanning the shadows. The tracks led deeper into the woods, where light barely penetrated the dense canopy. Curiosity pushed him forward, despite the gnawing unease. As he followed, branches seemed to reach out, snagging his sleeves, scratching his skin. The fog thickened, and the forest became a labyrinth of shifting shapes. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees. Mark stopped, gripping his rifle tighter, every nerve screaming caution. He moved slowly, calling out softly, "Hello, is someone there?" His voice seemed swallowed by the forest, fading almost immediately. Then he heard it. The crunch of leaves, deliberate, close. Mark spun, rifle raised, eyes darting. Nothing. The hairs on his arms stood on end. He crouched, backing toward a hollow in the ridge where he could see the open clearing. The growl came again, louder this time, followed by a snapping of branches as if something enormous was circling him. Mark's mind raced. Bears, maybe, though they usually avoided humans. He reminded himself to stay calm, to think clearly, but the isolation was pressing down on him like a physical weight. Suddenly, movement caught his eye, a figure, hunched, massive, darting behind the trees. Not entirely human, not entirely animal. Its limbs were too long, its movements unnaturally fluid. Mark fired, a single shot ringing through the forest, but the figure vanished like smoke. The silence returned, thicker this time, oppressive. His pulse thundered in his ears. He realized he had no idea which way led back to the cabin. Panic clawed at him, but he forced it down, scanning for tracks, any sign of a familiar path. Hours passed as he navigated the twisting terrain. Every step seemed to echo too loudly, every shadow elongated, every rustle a potential threat. As the sun dipped, the forest darkened rapidly, the fog becoming a living wall around him. Mark stumbled upon an old, abandoned hunting blind, wooden and rotting, or leaning at an impossible angle. He decided to climb in, hoping for a vantage point, some sense of safety. The wood groaned under his weight. From this height, the fog stretched endlessly in every direction, a pale, suffocating sea. Then he heard it again. Closer now. Something moving below, around, watching. Mark shone his flashlight, the beam cutting a narrow circle through the mist. For a brief moment, he thought he saw eyes reflecting light. Too low to be human, too large to be a normal animal. The growl returned, deeper, more resonant, vibrating through his chest. He backed against the wall of the blind, hands trembling on the rifle, fingers slick with sweat. Hours passed, each second stretching into eternity. He tried to call out again, this time a desperate plea. I'm not your enemy. Stay away. Hey. Silence answered him, but not the comforting kind. The oppressive fog seemed to press closer. Shapes moved within it, fleeting glimpses of twisted limbs and glowing eyes. His rational mind screamed it couldn't be real, yet the terror rooting him in place told him otherwise. At some point, exhaustion overtook him. He slid down from the blind, rifle dragging, and stumbled blindly toward what he hoped was a path back. The fog shifted again, and Mark realized something horrifying. The tracks he'd seen earlier had multiplied, not just his path, but new ones appearing around him, circling, merging, retreating, then closing in. He ran, heart bursting, lungs screaming, boots slipping in the muck. Every instinct urged him to flee, but flee to where? The forest was endless, indistinguishable, and he could feel the unseen eyes tracking every move. A branch snagged his jacket, yanking him to the ground. Pain seared through his shoulder as he hit the wet earth. He scrambled, hands clawing at roots and leaves, and in the moment he looked up, he saw it. A figure, tall, hulking, impossibly still in the fog. Its head tilted unnaturally, eyes glinting. It emitted a low, almost human hiss that made his stomach churn. Mark raised his rifle, fired blindly. The echo seemed to mock him. Night swallowed the forest completely. He no longer knew which way was north, south, up, or down. Panic and fatigue merged into a singular suffocating dread. He kept moving, forcing steps forward despite the cold, despite the relentless sense of being hunted. At one point, he tripped and fell into a small ravine, water rising to his knees. The sounds of the forest were everywhere now. The crack of branches, the whispers of wind, or maybe voices, indistinct but intelligible, repeating his name. He could swear the fog whispered in accents he had never heard, words he couldn't understand. Finally, he stumbled into a clearing, faintly illuminated by the moon breaking through the clouds. And there it was, his truck, or at least he thought it was. But the headlights were shattered, the doors open, the glass cracked in jagged, unnatural lines. He approached cautiously, rifle ready. No sound now, nothing. Just the cold, damp air and the pervasive smell of decay like the forest itself was breathing over him. Then he noticed the scratches, deep, long, claw-like, streaked across the metal, leading away from the vehicle, into the trees. Something had been here, watching him, waiting. Mark hesitated, heart hammering. Somewhere deep in the forest, a low, resonant howl shattered the silence. It was a sound that carried a weight of hunger, intelligence, and malice. He realized then he was not just being hunted. He was being studied, tested, played with. and the forest itself seemed complicit. Every tree a silent sentinel, every shadow a potential predator. He ran again, deeper into the night, the cold and exhaustion forgotten in the face of raw terror. Eventually, he came across an old logging road, muddy and barely passable. He forced himself forward, every step a battle. Somewhere in the distance, he thought he heard the vehicle start. Impossible. He hadn't dared touch it. Yet the sound made his blood run cold. He ran faster, slipping, falling, scraping his hands on rocks and roots, until finally, hours later, the fog thinned. Stars peeked through the clouds. The sound of running water guided him to a familiar stream. Relief washed over him, brief and hollow. He knew somehow he wasn't out yet. The forest had marked him. Mark finally reached the road that led back to the cabin. By the time he arrived, the first hints of dawn touched the peaks. He was drenched, battered, and trembling, but alive. He locked the door, checked his supplies, and sat in silence, listening. Nothing moved outside except the occasional bird and the whisper of the wind through the trees. Days later, after sleeping in fits and waking to shadows that didn't belong, he returned to inspect the hunting blind. It was gone, not fallen, not taken apart. Gone, as if it had never existed. The forest was quiet, almost unnervingly so, and the tracks were gone, erased as if the earth itself rejected evidence of what had happened. Mark didn't go hunting alone after that. He didn't even hike. And yet, every time the wind rustled the trees, he felt the eyes on him, felt the low growl vibrating in his chest, and knew the forest was waiting for the day he returned, alone. Story the end. The cold was biting, sharper than the brisk autumn wind usually was, and it seeped into every layer of my clothes. I had decided to go hunting alone that weekend, a plan I had done many times before. There was something about the quiet solitude of the forest that drew me. No phones ringing, no people around, just me, my rifle, and the forest stretching endlessly around me. The drive up had been uneventful, the roads lined with the fiery reds and golds of late October. By the time I parked my truck, the sun was low, casting long shadows that twisted between the trees. I checked my gear, making sure my rifle was clean and loaded, my flashlight worked, and my backpack had enough supplies for at least 2 nights. I had told my brother where I was going, giving him coordinates and a rough plan of when I'd be back. He always warned me about going alone, but I liked the risk, the sense of being completely on my own. I should have listened more closely to his warnings. The forest smelled damp, earthy, the smell of wet leaves and moss clinging to the air. The path I chose was old, rarely traveled, and the underbrush was thick, slowing my pace. I spotted the first signs of deer near a clearing, fresh tracks in the mud, broken branches, and hoof prints. I moved carefully, keeping low, trying not to alert anything nearby. The thrill of the hunt had always been exhilarating, but that day there was a weight in the air I couldn't shake. Something felt off. Hours passed, and I had seen nothing. The sun sank lower, the sky turning a dusky purple, and the forest began to take on a sinister feel. Shadows lengthened, and the sounds of wildlife faded, replaced by an eerie silence. It was the kind of silence that makes your own heartbeat seem deafening. I decided to head toward a small ridge I knew of, where deer often grazed near sunset. As I approached the ridge, I saw them, tracks unlike any I had ever seen. They were human-like, but elongated. The toes clawed, and the spacing was too wide for a normal person. My stomach knotted, and I debated turning back, but curiosity and adrenaline pushed me forward. I followed the trail deeper into the forest, noting that the tracks didn't seem to follow a straight path. They zigzagged, as if whatever made them was toying with me. It was getting dark, and I finally admitted I should find somewhere to set up camp. I cleared a small area, laid down my tarp, and started a fire. The warmth was a relief, but I kept glancing over my shoulder, certain I had heard something move in the trees. Every snap of a twig made my pulse jump. I told myself it was deer, maybe a raccoon, anything but what my gut screamed it was. Night fell fully, and the forest transformed into a realm of shadows. The wind picked up, carrying strange sounds, low, guttural, almost like whispers. I shook it off, telling myself it was the trees or the wind playing tricks. But then I heard it clearly, a long, drawn-out hiss, followed by a rustling that was too deliberate to be natural. My rifle felt heavier in my hands as I scanned the darkness, but there was nothing. Sleep didn't come easy. Every little sound kept me alert. Around 2 a.m., I was startled awake by a scream. Not human, not animal, just a raw, piercing sound that made my stomach drop. I grabbed my rifle and shone my flashlight into the trees, and for a brief second, I thought I saw a figure. It was tall, unnaturally thin, moving with an awkward, jerky gait. My rational mind screamed that it was probably my imagination, but something in the forest was wrong. The next morning, I decided to pack up and leave. I tried to retrace my steps, but the forest seemed to have changed overnight. The paths I knew were gone, replaced by dense underbrush and unfamiliar trees. The tracks I had followed the day before were still there, but now they were everywhere, as if whatever made them had surrounded me. Panic started to set in. I called my brother, but there was no signal. My phone displayed no service, as if the forest itself had swallowed the signal whole. By midday, exhaustion and fear were weighing me down. I found a small stream and followed it, hoping it would lead me to a main road. The stream was shallow but fast, and the sound was comforting compared to the oppressive silence. Then I heard it again, that hiss, closer this time, followed by a soft, wet crunch. I spun around, my flashlight cutting through the dim light filtering through the trees. Nothing, but the feeling of being watched was suffocating. I decided to climb a small hill to get a better view, thinking I might spot something familiar. As I reached the top, I froze. There, at the edge of the trees, were dozens of those tracks, encircling the hill like a predator waiting for its prey. My heart raced. I realized then that I had been followed for hours, maybe even from the moment I arrived. Panic made my legs move faster, but the forest seemed endless. Every turn I took led me deeper, and the shadows grew darker, more oppressive. The hissing grew louder, multiplied, as if there were several of them now. I stumbled through a thicket and fell into a shallow ravine, my flashlight bouncing away. When I picked it up, I saw them, or what I think were them, standing at the edge, impossibly tall, thin, eyes reflecting the flashlight like molten gold. I ran. My mind screamed at me to run, to keep moving, but every path seemed to loop back on itself. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare. I tripped over roots, cut my hands and arms on branches, but I didn't stop. The hissing followed me, growing louder, punctuated by those wet, heavy steps. I could hear my own ragged breathing, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt distorted. I stumbled into a clearing and froze. My truck. It was exactly where I had parked it, but something was off. The doors were open, and the engine was running, though I hadn't left it on. The tracks led directly to it. My relief was short-lived. I saw movement in the rearview mirror, and when I turned, I saw one of them, or whatever they were, standing just at the tree line. I scrambled into the truck and locked the doors. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely start the engine. As soon as it roared to life, I slammed it into reverse and sped down the dirt road, never taking my eyes off the dark forest behind me. The hissing faded, but didn't stop entirely, echoing in my mind long after I had left the woods. When I finally reached a gas station 20 miles away, I called my brother. His voice was calm, but concerned, asking if I was hurt. I told him I was fine, just shaken. He didn't ask many questions, probably because he knew the kind of woods I had been in and had seen the terror in my eyes before. That night, back at my cabin, I couldn't sleep. Every sound outside made me jump. The hissing haunted my dreams, and the reflection of those golden eyes lingered in my mind. I kept checking my rifle, my phone, my locks, anything to reassure myself that I was safe. But I knew, deep down, that something from those woods had noticed me, had followed me, and it was only a matter of time before it returned. Weeks passed, and I stayed away from hunting alone. I went with friends, never straying far from the main paths. Yet, whenever I think about that night, about the forest, I can still hear the hiss in my mind, see the tracks circling me, and feel those eyes watching from the shadows. I've tried to tell people, but they laugh it off, saying it was a deer or a bear, or just my imagination. I know what I saw. I know what I heard, and I know that whatever it was not natural. I haven't gone back to that part of the forest since, and I probably never will. Some part of me wonders if I will ever be able to. I hear stories of hunters who go missing, whose trucks are found abandoned, whose gear is scattered in the woods, and I shiver because I know what it feels like to be watched, to be hunted, and to realize that the solitude I crave can turn into a nightmare in the blink of an eye. I keep my rifle close, my flashlight charged, my senses alert, And sometimes, in the dead of night, I swear I hear the hiss, soft and deliberate, just beyond the tree line, waiting. Story. The end. The air was cold, crisp, and smelled of pine when Daniel Mercer left his truck parked at the edge of the Cherokee National Forest. The sun had just begun its slow ascent, painting streaks of gold through the towering trees. Daniel had been hunting alone for years, and he preferred it that way. There was a peace in solitude, a rhythm he could only find when the world outside the forest ceased to exist. Today, he was after a trophy buck he'd spotted during a scouting trip last week, and he felt the familiar surge of excitement mixed with tension that came with tracking big game. He followed a narrow, muddy trail that wound up a ridge, every step carefully placed. The frost on the ground made his boots slip, and the branches overhead dripped with the remnants of last night's rain. His breath came out in white clouds as he paused, scanning the woods. A flicker of movement caught his eye. A deer, most likely, but when he raised his binoculars, he saw nothing. He shrugged and continued, telling himself the shadows were playing tricks. Hours passed, and Daniel moved deeper into the forest, where the canopy grew thicker and sunlight barely touched the forest floor. The usual sounds of birds and squirrels had vanished. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath. He noticed a trail of fresh tracks in the mud, too large to be deer. They were clawed with long, deep gouges, dragging slightly as if the animal that made them was enormous and deliberate in its movement. Daniel's gut tightened. He wasn't sure why, but he decided to keep moving. Curiosity had always been his downfall. By midday, he reached a clearing where he had previously spotted the buck. Nothing stirred, not even a whisper of leaves. He crouched behind a fallen log, waiting. Hours passed, the forest growing quieter with each minute. Then he heard it, a low, guttural growl, almost human in tone, coming from the tree line. His pulse quickened. He raised his rifle slowly, scanning the shadows. Nothing. He called out softly, "Hello? Is someone there?" Only silence responded. Suddenly the growl returned, louder, closer, and followed by a snapping of branches. Daniel's instincts screamed at him to run, but he froze, trying to pinpoint the source. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement, a dark shape darting between the trees. He fired once, the report echoing through the clearing, but the shape vanished. The silence returned, thicker, heavier, almost suffocating. As afternoon faded into evening, Daniel realized he had wandered far from the main trail. The forest had become a maze of trees and fog, indistinguishable and unwelcoming. Every rustle, every shadow seemed to mock him. Then he heard it again, a whisper, low and almost intelligible, repeating his name. His skin crawled. He ran blindly, branches tearing at his clothes, roots snagging his boots. The sound of pursuit grew behind him, heavy, deliberate, unrelenting. He stumbled upon an old, abandoned hunting cabin. The roof sagged, walls warped and covered in moss, windows broken. Desperation overtook caution. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. Darkness enveloped him, the air thick with decay. He could hear something moving outside, circling, stalking. His flashlight revealed nothing at first, but then he saw scratches on the wooden walls, deep, jagged, claw-like marks, streaking toward the floor as if whatever had made them had tried to get inside. Hours passed. Daniel stayed inside, too terrified to move. Every sound made his heart leap. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, the growl returning at intervals that made sleep impossible. At some point, hunger and fear merged into a haze, but he dared not leave. The night seemed endless, the forest alive with eyes that watched, waited, and studied him. As dawn approached, Daniel decided to risk leaving. The growl was closer now, accompanied by a shuffling sound that made his stomach churn. He sprinted toward what he hoped was the main trail, blindly navigating mud, rocks, and roots. Behind him, he heard the unmistakable sound of pursuit. Something massive moving with unnerving speed. He didn't look back, only ran, lungs burning, heart hammering. By mid-morning, he found the old logging road leading back toward his truck. Relief washed over him. But when he arrived, the truck was gone. No tracks, no signs of struggle, nothing. Only the faint smell of wet earth and decay lingered. Panic surged, and he started down the road on foot, scanning every shadow. Then he saw them. Tracks in the mud, enormous, clawed, leading into the forest on both sides of the road. They didn't belong to any animal he knew. Daniel ran again, deeper into the forest until he stumbled into a stream. Exhausted, he fell to his knees, drinking cold water, trying to calm his racing heart. In the reflection of the water, he saw movement behind him, a figure, tall, dark, and impossibly fast. It stood at the edge of the clearing, head tilted unnaturally, eyes glinting. He froze, paralyzed by the sheer wrongness of it. The growl came again, low and resonant, vibrating through the air in his bones. He backed away slowly, then turned and ran blindly, following the stream, praying it would lead him to safety. Hours passed. Eventually, he stumbled onto a familiar path, a trail he knew led to the edge of the forest. The figure never appeared again, but Daniel knew it was still there, watching, waiting. The memory of those glowing eyes and unnatural movements would haunt him forever. He made it back to civilization that evening, but hunting alone became impossible. He never returned to that part of the forest. Every time he hears the wind in the trees, every time he smells pine or damp earth, he remembers the eyes in the fog, the claws in the mud, and the growl that sounded almost human. Something still roams those woods, and it waits for the next lone hunter. Story the end. The first cold front of November swept across northern Idaho. The same morning, I pulled out of my driveway, my old Ford rattling as if it already regretted agreeing to take me. I'd been planning this solo hunting trip for 2 years, ever since I put in for the Clearwater tag. It was one of those hunts you had to earn, remote, rugged, quiet enough to hear your own heartbeat. I wanted that silence. I needed it. Life back home had been loud lately. Work stress, a breakup, debts, and that restless feeling that maybe you're drifting through life without ever touching anything real. The mountains always stripped that noise away. By noon, I reached the turnoff, an unmarked dirt road most locals pretended didn't exist. Before me stretched miles of dense forest, the kind that swallowed sunlight and spat out shadows. The road was rough, more suggestion than path, and every bump rattled through my bones. Fallen pine needles colored the world brown-red, and the wind carried the sharp scent of distant snow. When I finally reached the dead-end clearing, my breath fogged in the cold air. My Uncle Clyde had told me about this place years ago, said he'd hunted here when he wanted to be alone with the things worth fearing. I laughed at the time, thinking he was being poetic or dramatic, but now I felt the weight of those words. My cabin was less of a cabin and more of a glorified wooden shack with a tin roof. I didn't mind. I wasn't here for comfort. Inside, the air smelled exactly as it had when I visited it with Clyde a decade ago. Pine, mildew, and dust thick enough to choke a horse. I unpacked slowly, mindful of the silence pressing against the walls. Even the forest outside seemed to breathe cautiously. Around 3 in the afternoon, I slung my rifle over my shoulder, grabbed my pack, and started up the steep ridge behind the cabin. The day was short, but I wanted to scout a few promising spots before dusk. The terrain rose fast, knotted with blowdowns, moss-slick rocks, and narrow game trails that looked freshly traveled. I saw scat, elk, maybe 2 or 3 days old, and deep tracks in the mud that made my pulse quicken. I kept pushing uphill, sweat freezing on my clothes in the cold wind. When I reached the upper ridge, a wide view opened across a valley thick with evergreens. I lifted my binoculars. Far below, something moved, a small group of elk shifting through the timber. 3 cows, 1 spike bull. I smiled, feeling the familiar rush, but something else caught my eye then. Further up the valley, half hidden by shadows, stood a dark figure. Tall, upright, still, too far to make out anything distinct, but my first thought was, another hunter, probably scoping the same herd. But then the figure moved sideways, slipping behind a large spruce, and this part I remember too clearly. It didn't move like a man. It moved wrong. Too fluid, too smooth, like it didn't have the right joints for walking the way we walk. I lowered my binoculars, pulse ticking faster. When I raised them again, the figure was gone. Probably just a shadow, I muttered. But shadows don't move like that. Dusk bled across the sky and cold crept through my clothes. I headed back to the cabin, making good time. But halfway down, I stopped dead in my tracks. There in the soft earth, unmistakable in their clarity, were prints I didn't recognize. Large, human-shaped. But the toes were long, way too long, and spread wide like fingers. And the depth, whatever made them, was heavy. Very heavy. I crouched and felt the earth. The prints were fresh, maybe minutes old. The hairs on the back of my neck stood straight. I scanned the forest. Every tree seemed to lean closer. A branch snapped uphill. Not a twig, something substantial. I raised my rifle. Hello. My voice echoed, swallowed by the trees. Nothing answered, only the wind. I backed away slowly, never turning my back on the ridge until I reached the familiar trail that led to the cabin. Inside, I bolted the door, though the latch felt pitifully thin. My hands trembled as I lit the lantern. I told myself it was just another hunter roaming after hours, or a moose, or a bear, anything normal. But normal animals don't leave prints shaped like hands. Sometime after dark, as I heated a can of stew, I heard it, a slow, heavy step outside the cabin. Then another. Crunching through underbrush. Deliberate. Searching. I killed the lantern instantly. The cabin plunged into darkness, my breath shallow and uneven. Something scraped along the wall outside. Slow, like a fingernail dragging across wood. My throat tightened. I gripped my rifle so hard my knuckles throbbed. The thing outside paused right next to the window. The cabin was so small I could practically feel its presence through the boards. Then, a long, steady inhale. Not an animal sniffing, more like a person trying to draw in a scent. A wet, heavy breathing, too loud, too deep. Then silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat with my back to the wall, rifle across my lap, waiting for footsteps, scratching, anything. But the forest remained eerily silent. By dawn, my nerves were raw. I left the cabin cautiously, scanning for prints. They were everywhere. Big, hand-like impressions circling the cabin. Some so close to the porch they nearly touched the stairs. What disturbed me most was that the prints weren't evenly spaced like footsteps. Some were far apart, as if whatever walked could take enormous strides. Others clustered tight together, like it had stood still for long stretches, watching me. I forced myself to stop staring. Fear makes you see things that aren't there. I convinced myself to focus on hunting. I hadn't come here to freak myself out. I hiked north that day, choosing a different ridge far from where I'd seen the prints. The forest was quieter than it should have been. No birds, no distant elk calls, just wind hissing like someone whispering in my ear. Around noon, I found fresh elk tracks and followed them toward a narrow drainage. I slowed my pace, stepped carefully, rifle ready. The tracks led into a small meadow dusted with frost. Perfect spot. I crouched behind a fallen log, breath turning to clouds. Minutes passed, then a rustle to my right. I turned slowly, expecting an elk. But it wasn't an elk. A shape stood at the tree line, half hidden by shadow. Tall. Ungodly tall. At least 7 feet, maybe more. Its limbs were too long, arms reaching almost to its knees. Its silhouette was human-like, but stretched right, as if someone had grabbed the outline of a person and pulled it upward like warm taffy. It leaned against a tree, head angled sharply as though studying me. My pulse hammered. My breath caught in my throat. I raised my rifle, but my hands shook so violently the barrel wavered. The creature shifted its weight, leaning out from behind the tree. That's when I saw its face, or what should have been its face. There were no features. Not exactly. Just faint indentations where eyes might be, a slight rise where a nose should sit, and a thin horizontal line that twitched where a mouth could have been. It wasn't a mask. It looked like a face unfinished, like clay that someone forgot to finish shaping. I stumbled backward, heart jolting. The creature straightened slowly, unnaturally, like its bones bent wrong. Then, without sound, it moved across the meadow, not running, not walking, gliding. Its legs moved but barely touched the ground, like the earth repelled it. I fired. The rifle cracked, echoing off distant ridges. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't even slow. I fired again. Nothing, like the bullets passed through smoke. Terror paralyzed me. I scrambled backward, boots digging into frozen grass. The creature tilted its head again, almost curiously. Its long fingers flexed and unflexed, twitching. Then it stopped, 10 feet away, close enough to touch. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't think. It leaned closer. The thin line of its mouth widened. It wasn't a smile. It was hunger. Some primitive instinct took over. I grabbed the nearest rock and hurled it at the thing's head. The rock struck with a wet crack. But instead of recoiling, the creature's head snapped to the side too far, like its neck joints weren't meant to limit movement. It hung there for a moment, head twisted 90 degrees, limbs limp at its sides. Then, slowly, deliberately, the head rotated back to face me. I bolted. I tore through the trees, branches slashing my face, breath burning in my lungs. I didn't care where I ran, only that I got away. Behind me, no footsteps thundered, no snarling, no pursuit, just silence. And that silence was worse than any sound. I didn't stop running until I collapsed beside a fallen cedar miles from the meadow. My chest heaved, vision blurred. Hours passed before I dared to stand, every muscle trembling. I made my way back to the cabin, moving cautiously, checking every shadow. The creature never appeared. The prints around the cabin were still there, though, mocking me. That night I didn't sleep, not even for a blink. I sat at the table, rifle loaded, lantern dimmed, ears straining for any noise. Sometime around 2 a.m., the forest went dead silent again. Then, a soft knock on the cabin door. Not violent, not frantic, just polite. Pause. Knock. My mouth went dry. My fingers tightened around the rifle. I didn't speak, didn't move, didn't breathe. The knocking stopped. Then something pressed slowly against the door from the outside. The hinges groaned. The whole frame shifted inward, just slightly, just enough to show it could. Then a long, spindly finger slid through the crack in the wood plank near the hinge. The pad of it was gray, smooth, too thin to be human. It curled slowly, almost inviting. My body locked in primal terror. I sat frozen until the finger retreated and the pressure on the door vanished. The rest of the night passed in suffocating silence. At dawn, I left everything except my rifle and sprinted to the truck. The forest seemed to watch my every step. Trees leaned inward, shadows pulsed and stretched, but nothing followed. When I reached the truck, I fumbled the keys, got inside, slammed the door, and gunned the engine so hard the tires spit gravel behind me. I didn't look in the mirrors. Not once. When I reached the main road, shaking and pale, I called the nearest ranger station. They assumed I'd seen a bear or a moose or imagined things from exhaustion. I didn't argue. I never went back. But some nights when the world gets too quiet, I swear I hear that slow, polite knock again. Soft, patient. And I wonder if the thing from the woods followed me home. Waiting, watching, learning the shape of my door. Story the end. The snow had only just started to fall when I parked my truck at the edge of Caldwell Ridge. The flakes were light, dry, drifting sideways in the wind like ash from a distant fire. November had come early to northern Wyoming, but that never stopped me from hunting alone. I'd been doing it since my 20s, and now at 39, the quiet of the wilderness was the only thing that steadied my mind after long weeks at the mill. This time, though, something felt different the moment I stepped out of the truck. The forest was too still. No rustling, no bird calls, not even the distant crack of a branch under a deer's hoof. The silence was the heavy kind, the kind that makes you talk to yourself just to hear a sound. I loaded my pack, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and started the trek toward my usual campsite, a small clearing by an old creek bed. I'd been there dozens of times. It was always empty, always safe. At least, that's what I thought. The first day was uneventful. A few tracks, mostly elk, one set of wolf prints, maybe 2 days old, but nothing unusual. I set up camp, cooked a simple meal, and sat by the fire as the forest fell into night. The wind whistled through the pines, bending them like bowstrings. The cold stung my cheeks, but the fire kept me warm enough. Around midnight, though, something woke me. A crack of wood. Sharp. Close. I sat upright instantly, hand on the rifle beside my sleeping bag. My breath clouded in front of me as I listened. At first, I thought it was an elk or maybe a bear rooting for food, but then another sound followed, a long, trembling exhale. Human. It came from just beyond the firelight, right at the edge of the trees. I scrambled to my feet and swung the rifle in that direction. "Who's there?" I called out. No response. Another exhale. Closer this time. I stepped back toward the tent, lifting the lantern higher. The flame flickered wildly in the wind. "Hey!" I shouted again, louder. "If you're lost, say something." Silence. Just the crackle of the fire. I took a few steps forward. Nothing. No figure, no tracks, no sound of retreat. But I could swear something was still standing between those trees, holding its breath now, watching me. I stayed awake until dawn, rifle across my lap, eyes never fully adjusting to the dark beyond the fire. When morning came, I searched the area. No footprints. No dropped gear. No sign anyone had been there. And the snow was fresh enough that anything, even a rabbit, would have left a mark. My skin crawled as I packed up for the day's hunt. I should have left right then. But pride is a hell of a drug. Later that afternoon, I tracked a decent buck along a ridge that sloped down toward the creek. The wind favored me, and the buck was focused on digging through snow for forage. I was lining up my shot when something made the deer raise its head sharply. Not toward me, behind me. Its ears flattened, its muscles tightened, and then it bolted in the opposite direction of whatever it had sensed. I didn't turn right away. I don't know why. Maybe instinct, maybe fear. But when I finally did turn around, rifle raised, the forest behind me was empty, completely still, too still. A shiver crawled down my spine. I backed away slowly, scanning every trunk, at every shadow. I heard nothing, not even the wind. Then, faint and distant, I heard the crunch of snow. One step, then another, slow, heavy, deliberate. I gripped the rifle tighter. Whoever's out there, I warned, you're about 5 seconds from getting shot. Silence, then unnervingly soft, a laugh, not loud, not manic, just a quiet, breathy chuckle that lasted about 2 seconds. That was enough. I bolted down the ridge as fast as my boots could manage, nearly slipped twice. Branches whipped against my jacket. My breath came out ragged and burning. I didn't stop until I could see my camp through the trees. I froze. Something was wrong. My tent, which I knew damn well I'd zipped shut, was open, wide open. The flap fluttered in the wind like a gaping mouth. My sleeping bag had been dragged halfway out. My pack lay spilled in the snow, clothes, food, everything scattered. The lantern I'd used the night before was lying on its side, glass cracked, and next to it, I didn't breathe. In the snow, perfectly centered in front of my tent, was a footprint. Bare, human, large, toes spread wide like the person had been standing there for a long time, waiting. I backed away slowly, rifle raised again, my pulse hammering in my ears. Every instinct screamed that I wasn't alone, not even close. I didn't bother packing. I didn't care about the gear. I just wanted to get the hell out. I grabbed my keys from the snow and sprinted for the truck. It was nearly dark by the time I reached the clearing where I'd parked. And that's when I saw it. A man was standing behind my truck. Tall, thin, shirtless despite the cold, skin pale and stretched tight across his ribs. His head was tilted back as if he were staring at the sky. His arms hung straight down, fingers long and curled slightly. I stopped dead. He hadn't been there before. I'd have seen him. The man slowly lowered his head until he was looking right at me. His eyes were too wide, unblinking. His lips cracked and darkened from cold. I raised my rifle. Don't come any closer, I warned. He didn't move, didn't blink, didn't breathe. It was like staring at a mannequin planted in the snow. I took a cautious step backward, keeping the rifle aimed. I'm leaving, I said. You stay right there and nobody gets hurt. A moment passed. Then another. Then, slowly, impossibly smoothly, he smiled. Not wide, just enough to show the corners of his mouth splitting further. The skin cracked. A line of blood traced down his chin. I fired a warning shot into the air. He didn't flinch, didn't react at all. I racked another round and fired into the snow near his feet. Still nothing. He just kept smiling. I'd never felt fear like that. Not once in my life. Cold, hollow, shaking fear that made my legs feel like water. I decided on a third shot. Straight center mass. The rifle blasted, echoing through the trees. The man jerked. Not forward, not backward, but sideways, like someone had tugged him. He staggered oddly, arms dangling. That's when I realized something horrifying. There was no blood, no wound. He hadn't been hit. He slowly twisted his head again, not turned it, twisted it, until his smile was facing me once more. Then he whispered something. A single word, a name. My name. Evan. I ran. I didn't look back. I don't remember unlocking the truck or starting it. I just remember tires spinning on snow, the truck fishtailing, the headlights cutting through the trees, and that figure still standing there as I tore away. I drove until I reached a ranger station 50 miles south. I tried telling them what happened, but the ranger on duty looked at me like I'd been drinking. They offered to check the forest the next morning, but I was already planning my route back home. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I blinked, I saw that smile. The ranger called me the next evening. They found my camp, destroyed, the tent torn in half, sleeping bag shredded, my gear scattered over a 50-foot area, bare footprints everywhere, more than one set. Probably teenagers messing around, he said. That's what he told me. But he didn't sound like he believed it. He didn't mention the footprint shaped like it had been standing in front of my tent for hours. He didn't mention the drag marks leading away from the creek bed. He didn't mention the fact that they never found my lantern, my extra pack, or my knife. I never told them about the name whispered in the dark, and I never went hunting alone again. I moved states, sold the truck, keep the lights on every night. But sometimes, especially in winter, when the wind goes still and the world gets quiet in that deep, unnatural way, I swear I hear that same long, trembling exhale behind me. And sometimes, night after night, I hear someone step into the snow outside my bedroom window and just stand there, not moving, not breathing, just watching, waiting, smiling. Story the end. The frost had barely settled when I parked my truck at the edge of the logging road. The mountains around western Pennsylvania were quiet that morning, quiet in a way that felt unnatural. November was supposed to be crisp and alive with the sounds of deer moving through the timber, squirrels chattering, and birds calling. But all I heard was the wind whispering through the pine needles. I had planned this hunt alone, as I always did. There was a certain rhythm to hunting solo, the way the forest seemed to reveal its secrets only to someone paying close attention. My father had taught me that the woods tell you more than any man ever will, he said. I trusted him, and I trusted myself. I knew these woods like the back of my hand, or at least I thought I did. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, secured my pack, and started down the narrow trail that led toward the valley where deer often fed in the early hours. The ground was frozen, crunching underfoot, but the air was still enough that every sound carried. The first mile was normal. The sun had not yet crested the ridge, and shadows lay thick across the ground. Birds called sporadically, and somewhere a squirrel raced up a tree. The silence of the forest felt comfortable, familiar. That comfort vanished about halfway in. I paused at a small clearing to check my map and gauge my surroundings. That's when I noticed it, tracks in the frost. At first glance, I thought deer, but the stride was too long, the prints too deep, too deliberate. Whoever or whatever made them had been careful, intentional. I scanned the trees. Nothing. I told myself it was just another hunter, but a chill ran down my spine. There shouldn't have been anyone this far back in the woods. Not on this trail. I continued, moving cautiously toward my stand on the ridge. My senses were on edge now, every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves amplified. By the time I reached the clearing where I usually hunted, the wind had died. Even the birds were silent. The woods seemed to hold its breath. I set up behind a fallen log and surveyed the valley below. Nothing stirred. I checked my rifle, adjusted my gloves, and tried to settle into the waiting. That's when I heard it. A soft, deliberate snap behind me. Not a deer stepping wrong, not a branch breaking naturally. Footsteps. Heavy, careful, I froze. Slowly, I turned my head. The tree line behind me was empty, but the sound had been real. Another snap, closer this time. I swung my rifle toward the sound, heart hammering. The shadows between the pines were darker than they should have been, deeper somehow, as if the forest itself had swallowed the light. Then I saw it. A tall, thin figure, limbs elongated unnaturally, pale skin that almost shimmered in the morning light. Its head tilted slightly, like it was studying me, assessing me. I backed away slowly, raising my rifle. The figure didn't move, didn't lunge. It just watched. My instincts screamed. I didn't need to think. I ran. Branches whipped my face, roots snagged my boots, frost-covered rocks tore at my palms as I stumbled blindly through the forest. The sound of my own breathing filled my ears, but I felt something behind me. Presence. Watching. Following. I broke through into another clearing. Snow crunched beneath my feet, trees loomed around me, and my chest burned with exertion. My rifle was bouncing against my chest, but I didn't stop. I had to get to my truck, had to get out. Then I heard it. Breathing. Slow, deep. Not human, not animal, something else. I turned my head briefly and caught movement at the edge of the clearing. The figure was closer than I thought possible. The head tilted, mouth opening slightly to reveal rows of needle-like teeth. Its skin seemed stretched, unnatural, and it smiled. I fired. The shot rang through the forest, echoing off trunks and rocks. The creature didn't flinch, didn't move, just stared. I reloaded, fired again. Still nothing. Panic overtook rational thought. I ran again, faster, crashing through underbrush. My legs burned, lungs screaming for air. I stumbled onto the logging road, recognizing the path back to my truck. Relief surged until I caught movement at the edge of the trees. It was there, half hidden in shadow, tilting its head, watching. I sprinted the last few hundred yards, keys fumbling in my hand, and slammed the truck door. Locked it, started the engine. The shape lingered at the tree line as I drove away, pale, unnaturally tall, its eyeless face still fixed in a grotesque smile. I didn't look back again until I was safely on the highway, miles from the woods. Weeks later, I found scratch marks on the side of my truck. Thin, deep, deliberate. Footsteps in the snow that didn't match my own, shadows flitting at the edge of my vision when I was alone at night. I haven't hunted alone since. I don't go into the woods without company anymore. But sometimes when I'm outside, I catch the faint smell of rot, faint and sour, drifting on the wind. And I know it's still out there, waiting, watching. Story the end. The wind cut across the open Montana basin like a cold blade as I stepped down from my truck and felt the gravel crunch beneath my boots. It was the second week of November, and the temperature had plummeted overnight, hard frost turning the grass pale and brittle, the kind of cold where every breath feels like it's scraping down your throat. The sky was still dark, just a faint, gray hint of dawn approaching, but I preferred it that way. Hunting alone was always best before the world woke up. I had come out to the Stygian Ridge area, a place not many hunters visited, mostly because the trails were rough and cell service was practically non-existent. That was exactly what drew me there. I wasn't looking for company or crowds. I wanted silence, open space, and the chance to track mule deer without hearing other shots ringing across the valley. But Stygian Ridge had a reputation too, one that old-timers usually muttered about around bar stools after too many beers. Strange lights, they'd said. Weird sounds. Animals spooked for no reason. Folks getting turned around and lost. I had brushed it off as superstition. Every town had its local legends, and hunters liked to embellish stories to freak out newcomers. I had been hunting since I was 20, knew the woods well enough, and wasn't the type to scare easily. That confidence, stubbornness, really is what brought me out alone, 3 hours from the nearest town before the sun even rose. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, tightened the straps on my pack, and started up the trail. The sky gradually lightened as I climbed, shades of dark blue giving way to a cold silver light. Clouds hung low and heavy, promising snow later in the day. I cracked through patches of ice forming over puddles, listened to the crunch of old leaves beneath my feet. The smell of pine resin and cold earth filled the air. For the first hour, everything felt normal, peaceful even. I scanned for tracks, pausing at intervals to check the ridgeline and valley floor. I saw signs of elk, old droppings, fresh rubs, but no deer yet. Still, I wasn't discouraged. But then the forest changed. It started with the silence. Not just quiet, silence. The kind that feels unnatural, like the world's been put on mute. No birds, no squirrels, no wind through the trees, just silence, thick and heavy. A prickling sensation crawled across my skin as I realized every instinct I had was suddenly on high alert. I told myself it was just morning lull, that the animals weren't active yet. But the silence lingered. Even my own footsteps sounded muffled, like the forest was swallowing the sound. Another 20 minutes passed before I found the first track. At first glance, I thought it was a human footprint in the thin layer of frost, but the shape was wrong. Too long, too narrow, and the toes were pointed, ending in small indentations that looked like claw marks. I crouched down, brushing frost off the impression. My stomach tightened. It wasn't any animal I knew, not bear, not mountain lion, not wolf. I stood up slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing. I considered turning back just for a moment. But the thought passed. I wasn't going to spook myself over one weird track. I kept moving. The ridge narrowed as I climbed, trees crowding closer together. The air felt colder, unnaturally so, considering the time of morning. I checked my breath. White clouds drifted in the air, but the cold I felt cut deeper than that. It was like stepping to a shadow that sucked the heat out of everything it touched. Then I heard the first sound, a faint scraping, like claws dragging across bark. I froze. The sound was distant, somewhere deeper in the woods to my right. Slow, deliberate, scrape, scrape, scrape. I waited for it to stop. It didn't. I raised my rifle, scanning the woods, but the trees were too dense. Another scrape echoed, this time from farther ahead. Whatever it was moving. I tried to tell myself it was just an elk scratching its antlers, but the sound was wrong, too sharp, too measured. I walked slower now, carefully placing each step, the world narrowing to the tunnel of trees ahead of me. My heartbeat thudded in my ears, loud enough I feared it would give me away. After another half hour, the trees parted abruptly, opening into a small clearing. The ground here was disturbed. Frost churned up, patches of earth exposed. At first, I thought it was a site where deer had bedded down. Then I saw the carcass. My breath caught in my throat. It was an elk. Large, probably a 6-point bull, but it had been torn apart in a way I'd never seen. The body was split open from chest to belly, ribs snapped like twigs, but that wasn't what made my stomach twist. The organs were gone, cleanly removed. No predators eat like that. I swallowed hard, forcing down rising panic. Something wasn't right. Something was deeply, horribly wrong. I backed away from the carcass, turning slowly in a circle to watch the tree line. That was when I heard it. A hiss. Slow, long, cold. My heart slammed against my ribs as I whipped around, trying to locate the sound. It echoed through the clearing, bouncing between the trees, impossible to pinpoint. Another hiss. Closer. Then a low clicking sound, rhythmic, unnatural. I tightened my grip on the rifle. Whatever was out there, it was watching me. I scanned the line of trees, and for a split second I saw something move. Something tall, thin, grayish. The shape darted between two pines faster than my eyes could track. I brought the rifle up, sights following the movement, but the figure vanished into the forest. A normal hunter would have left right then. I kept going, not because I was brave, because I was stupid, and because I didn't want to admit fear to myself. I skirted the clearing, keeping distance between me and the carcass. The forest felt colder still, shadows clinging unnaturally thick between trunks. As I walked, more tracks appeared, the same long, narrow footprints with clawed toes. Dozens of them, weaving between trees, circling rocks, zigzagging through brush. The more I saw, the more dread sank in. These weren't wandering tracks. These were hunting patterns. I kept hearing faint clicking noises from deeper in the woods, sometimes to my left, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind. Every time I stopped to listen, the clicking stopped too. By midday, clouds rolled overhead, dimming the sky to a dull gray. The temperature dropped again, and flurries of snow began to fall. The light snowfall barely touched the ground before melting, but the cold gnawed through my layers anyway. I stopped near a fallen log to take a drink from my water bottle. That's when I saw the second carcass. A mule deer, smaller than the elk, but mutilated the same way. Chest and abdomen sliced open, organs missing. This one was fresher. No frost had settled. Blood still glistened on the exposed ribs. I stumbled back, nearly losing my footing. A fresh kill meant whatever was hunting out here was nearby. I stood perfectly still, holding my breath. The forest was unnervingly silent again. Then, behind me, crunch, snow. A footstep, a footstep. I spun around, rifle raised. Nothing. Just trees. Thick, endless trees. Another crunch. This one to my left. I whipped in that direction, staring hard into the woods. Nothing. I was breathing too fast now, bad frost forming on my lips. Hello, I shouted before I could stop myself. The word echoed back at me, too loud in the silence. No answer. But something shifted behind a tree about 20 yards away, just a flicker of motion. I braced my rifle. Another flicker, higher up the trunk. Something was climbing. My blood went cold. Slowly a hand, if you could call it that, appeared around the trunk. Long, thin, gray, fingers ending in black, curved claws. A second hand gripped the bark above it, then an arm, then a shoulder. Then it looked at me. I don't know how else to describe it except wrong. Its body was tall, 7 feet, maybe more, but impossibly thin, like its skin had been stretched tight over bone. Its head was elongated, more like a skull than a human shape. The eyes were reflective, glowing faintly like an animal caught in headlights, but wrong, too bright, too focused. It tilted its head at me, slow and deliberate, like studying a new kind of prey. My hands shook. I fired. The rifle cracked like thunder across the forest, echoing through the trees. The creature jerked, but only slightly. The shot had hit, I knew it, but it did not fall. Instead, it let out a sound I will never forget, a gurgling hiss, like air leaking from a punctured lung. Then it moved. Not down the tree, not away, but sideways. It vanished behind the trunk in less than a second, moving with an unnatural, spider-like speed. I stood frozen, terrified out of my mind, heart hammering so loudly I thought I'd pass out. Every nerve screamed at me to run. So I did. I ran harder than I ever had in my life. Branches whipped my face, snow and dirt kicked up behind me, and every crunch of my boots echoed through the empty forest. But behind me, far too close, I heard that clicking. Fast, aggressive. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I stumbled into a shallow ravine and collapsed behind a boulder, gasping for breath. I listened for the clicks. Silence. The only sound was my heartbeat and the distant rustle of the wind. I stayed there for several minutes, forcing myself to be still, to breathe quietly. When I finally felt steady enough, I climbed out of the ravine and kept moving, slower this time, trying to head west, toward my truck. But the woods didn't look right anymore. Nothing looked familiar. The trees all seemed wrong, twisted, leaning, growing too close together. I checked my compass, but the needle spun erratically, refusing to settle. My phone couldn't get a signal, of course. I was alone with it. As the light began fading, the clouds turned black and thick snowfall started. I needed shelter, at least for the night. Continuing in the dark was suicide. I found a shallow cave half hidden behind a cluster of rocks and crawled inside, grateful for the cover. I gathered dry sticks and lit a small fire. The warmth eased my shaking, but my mind was racing. I replayed everything, the tracks, the carcasses, the creature on the tree. I wished I had never come. Night fell fast. I stayed near the fire, rifle across my lap, listening to the snowfall outside. Hours passed. The fire crackled. My eyelids grew heavy. That was when I heard it. Outside the cave. Click, 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 click. Fast. Too fast. I sat up instantly, heart in my throat. The fire popped loudly, casting shadows on the cave walls. Click. Closer now. I raised my rifle. Then I saw the silhouette. Tall, thin, unmoving. Its glowing eyes reflected the firelight from just beyond the cave mouth. It didn't enter. It didn't move. It just stared. Minutes passed. Then something impossible happened. More eyes appeared behind it. 2, 4, 7, a dozen. They were surrounding the cave. I realized then there wasn't one. There were many. For hours, literal hours, they stayed outside, silent except for the occasional shift of snow under their feet. I didn't sleep. I barely breathed. I thought about firing. I thought about running. But fear held me still. Then just before dawn, they disappeared, not walked away, not ran, just gone. The forest fell silent again. I didn't wait. The second light touched the snow. I ran. I stumbled, fell, pushed myself up, and kept going. I don't know how, but after nearly 2 hours, I finally saw something familiar. The ridge line above my truck's parking area. I practically slid down the slope. My truck was there, but the driver's door was open. My keys were gone. My pack was ripped open on the ground. And next to the door, pressed into the frost, was a long, narrow footprint. Clawed toes. I wanted to vomit. I searched frantically around the truck, and by some miracle, I found the keys half buried in the snow near a tire track. They were ice cold, as if held all night by something that wasn't warm. I jumped inside, slammed the door, locked it, and turned the engine. As I peeled down the dirt road, I looked into the rearview mirror. For one brief second, I saw movement on the ridge. Tall, thin, watching me leave. I never went back. I sold my hunting gear, sold the truck, moved to another state. But some nights when I'm lying in bed, I swear I hear that clicking sound outside my window. Slow, deliberate, watching, waiting. Story the end. The wind carried the smell of pine and cold earth as I stepped out of my truck and shut the door behind me. It was mid-November in northern Idaho, the kind of cold that seeped into your bones even before snow touched the ground. I'd hunted these woods since I was a teenager, learned every ridge and hollow from my father, and later walked them alone when he passed. I liked hunting solo. It wasn't bravado or some romantic idea of rugged independence. It was quiet. It was honest. It felt like being part of the land rather than an intruder stomping through it. But that year, 2021, I learned there's a kind of quiet that isn't natural, a kind that doesn't welcome you, a kind that watches. The sun hadn't risen yet, but a thin glow rested on the horizon as I slung my rifle over my shoulder and headed toward the tree line. My breath fogged in the air, swirling like smoke toward the dark canopy ahead. The forest swallowed sound. Even my boots crunching frost-covered leaves seemed muted, distant, as if the world were pressing inward. I hiked about 2 miles into a ridge where I usually set up. It overlooked a narrow valley with a slow-moving creek at the bottom. Deer loved to move through there right after sunrise. I'd tagged more bucks in that place than anywhere else. But before I even reached the ridge, something felt off. Not wrong, not dangerous, just wrong enough that instincts whispered instead of screamed. On the ridge, I sat against a cedar trunk and waited. The glow on the horizon shifted into pale sunlight, seeping through the trees in thin gold stripes. A squirrel darted around somewhere behind me. The creek murmured faintly below. An hour passed without so much as a flicker of movement. I scanned the tree line, then the brush, then the creek. Nothing. I was about to chalk it up to bad luck when a branch snapped somewhere behind me. Not the sharp break of a deer stepping wrong, not the fluttery skitter of a squirrel. A slow, deliberate snap like weight, heavy weight, had been put on it. I turned my head just enough to look. Nothing. The woods behind me were darker than they should have been. A cluster of firs blocked out most of the rising sun, leaving long shadows stretching between their trunks. I could see maybe 30 yards before the darkness thickened into something like mist. A trick of the light, maybe. Snap. This time it came from deeper in the shadows. I stood slowly, wiping my palms on my pants. I wasn't scared, not yet. The woods always had a way of making small sounds seem big when you were alone. But the silence that followed wasn't natural either. Birds should have been singing by now, squirrels chattering. Instead, the forest felt like a held breath. I scanned the tree line for movement, an outline, a flicker, anything. I saw nothing but black gaps between the trees. Probably a moose, I whispered, though my voice didn't carry. I didn't believe it even as I said it. I stayed another half hour before giving up on the ridge. Maybe I'd been too still. Maybe the deer had scented me. I moved deeper into the forest toward an area I hadn't hunted much before but had always meant to try. Steeper terrain, thicker brush, fewer clearings. Harder, but rewarding if you knew what you were doing. As I walked, the woods seemed to grow darker, even as the sun rose higher. The trees stood close together, their branches twisted overhead like they were trying to block out the sky. A cold breeze moved through them, making a low, almost humming sound. That's when I noticed something strange. The wind wasn't touching me. Not a bit. The air around me stayed still, trapped, even as the trees swayed. I tried to shake it off. After another 15 minutes, I found an area with good sign. Fresh tracks, droppings, a beaten-down trail. I crouched to examine the prints. They looked like deer, but something was off. The shape was right, but the stride was too long. Much too long. Before I could process it, another sound echoed behind me. Breathing. Slow. Deep. Human. I whipped around so fast my rifle nearly slipped from my hands. Again, nothing. But the breathing didn't stop. It was coming from deeper in the trees, steady and calm, almost rhythmic, like someone standing just out of sight. Hello? My voice cracked. Someone out there? The breathing continued for 2 more seconds, then stopped abruptly. Not faded, stopped. My heartbeat thudded painfully. I scanned every shadow, waiting for movement. The forest stared back with empty silence. Then came a sharp, metallic clink. I recognized the sound instantly. Someone stepping on a spent rifle casing. It was a familiar noise, but it didn't belong here. No one hunted this deep. No one but me. A prickle ran down my spine. I backed up slowly, keeping my eyes fixed on the shadows. The trees seemed to shift around me as if leaning in. When I turned to head back the way I came, my stomach tightened. My tracks were gone. The ground was soft enough to show impressions. I should have been able to trace every step I'd taken. But the earth behind me was undisturbed, unbroken pine needles and leaves spread evenly, like no one had walked there in days. My chest tightened. I felt heat rising under my collar, the panic threatening to break through. I clenched my jaw and forced myself to breathe. "You're tired," I said quietly. "You got turned around." But I hadn't. I didn't get lost. Not here. Not anywhere in these woods. Still, I switched direction, heading toward where the creek should be. Water always meant orientation, but the deeper I walked, the more the forest seemed to change. Familiar trees weren't familiar anymore. The ground sloped upward when it should have sloped down. The air grew colder, thicker. Then I smelled it. Rot. Not the smell of a dead animal. Worse. Human-like. Sour. Wet. Old. The stench grew stronger as I walked. I covered my nose with my sleeve, gagging. The trees thinned, and I found myself stepping into a clearing I'd never seen before. In the center lay a pile of bones. Deer, maybe, but the skulls were crushed, and the ribs scattered like something had torn the carcasses apart. Something big. Something strong. A chill gut punched me so hard I staggered. I'd seen dead deer. I'd seen predators' kills. This was different. Violent, in a way that didn't make sense. Nothing in these woods crushed skulls like that. I didn't realize how quiet it was until I heard a twig snap behind me. Not from far away. Directly behind me. I turned slowly. At the edge of the clearing stood something tall. Too tall. At least 7 feet, maybe more. Its body was long and thin, its shoulders hunched unnaturally forward. Fur, or what looked like fur, hung in matted clumps from its arms, but the face was the part my mind refused to understand. It wasn't animal. It wasn't human. It had no eyes, just hollow skin stretched tight over where eyes should be. But somehow I felt it looking at me. Its chest rose and fell, slowly, methodically. The same breathing I heard earlier, the same rhythm. My hands trembled violently. I raised my rifle, but my arms felt like sandbags. The creature tilted its head just slightly, as if curious. Then it smiled. Not with lips, a deer-like jaw unhinged just enough to stretch, revealing rows of sharp, broken teeth far too long for its mouth. I fired. The woods exploded with the shot, echoing off the trees. Birds launched from the canopy. The creature jerked backward, then lunged forward at me so fast I barely had time to scream. I stumbled backward, falling hard. My rifle flew from my hands. The creature stopped just at the edge of the clearing, as if an invisible line held it back. It tilted its head again, watching me, breathing steadily. I crawled backward through the leaves, scrambling to my feet. I didn't turn my back to it until the trees swallowed it from view. Then I ran. Branches whipped my face. Roots grabbed at my boots. The forest blurred around me. I didn't know where I was going. I just knew I had to get away. But the woods didn't want me to leave. Every direction looked wrong. Every tree looked the same. I should have heard the creek by now, should have recognized something, anything. Instead, I kept hearing breathing behind me. Sometimes close, sometimes distant, sometimes moving through the trees above. At one point, I stopped, chest heaving. The woods were silent again. Too silent. I forced myself to listen. A faint rustling to my right, another behind me, the breathing again, low and measured. Then a whisper, not human, not language, just sound imitating speech. A long, drawn-out mimic of my earlier words. Hello? Someone out there? I froze. My blood felt like ice. Branches shifted overhead, and I looked up. Two hollow, eyeless pits stared down from the branches. The creature clung to the trunk of a massive pine like a spider, limbs twisted, head hanging upside down as it stared. Then it moved. Fast. I ran harder than I've ever run in my life. My lungs burned, my vision blurred. I didn't care. I just ran. Minutes? Hours? I don't know how long it lasted. But eventually the forest changed. The trees opened. The slope aligned with memory. The smell shifted back to pine and dirt instead of rot. And then, finally, I heard it. The creek. I followed it, stumbling through brush until the forest thinned and I could see the glint of my truck through the trees. The relief nearly made me collapse. But I didn't stop running until I reached the door. I fumbled the keys twice before getting them into the lock. Just as I opened the door, something thudded behind me. A heavy footstep. Just one. I whipped around. The woods were silent, empty, but at the edge of the trees, half hidden in shadow, I saw a pale shape, tall, motionless, almost blending in with the trunks. It didn't move, didn't chase, just stood there, tilting its head as if memorizing me. I jumped in the truck, slammed the door, locked it, and peeled out so fast gravel sprayed behind me. I didn't look back again until I hit the main road, and even then, I wasn't sure I wanted to. For weeks after, I tried to convince myself I had imagined it. Lack of sleep, low blood sugar, nerves, whatever. But I knew better. The scratches on my truck door weren't from branches. The prints near the clearing weren't deer. The bones weren't scatters caused by wolves. And every night when I tried to sleep, I heard breathing outside my window. Slow, measured, waiting. One morning, I found a single pine needle on my windowsill, perfectly centered. And I knew. It had found me. It knew where I lived. I haven't hunted alone since. Hell, I barely go outside alone at all. But sometimes, walking from my truck to my front porch at night, I feel the air change. I smell rot, and I hear breathing behind me, slow, curious, like it's still watching, still learning, still waiting for the day I go back into the trees alone. Story the end. The first time I ever hunted alone overnight in the mountains of western Montana was the same week the weather turned faster than anyone expected. Fall had been easing in gently. Cool mornings, warm afternoons, leaves just starting to crisp. Then a cold front rolled down from Canada like a wall. Every guy in town had a theory about how the deer and elk would react to it. Most said they'd start moving lower, feeding harder. My buddy Mark said it would make for the best damn hunting of the season. I'd been waiting weeks for an open weekend, so despite the sudden change, I packed my gear, filled the tank of my 15-year-old Chevy, and told myself that a night alone in the hills would do me good. I left town before the sun was fully up. The sky was a pale, icy blue, the kind that makes the air look cleaner than it feels. My breath lingered in the cab even with the heater blasting. I had my rifle, a small tent, 3 meals, and the stubborn conviction that I'd return with a story about the kind of buck guys bragged about for years. The road leading into the mountains grew rougher, the pine forest thicker. The higher I went, the more frost appeared on the branches, glittering in the shallow light. I parked at a turnout that hunters used when they wanted to hike the upper ridge. There were no other trucks. That should have been comforting, but for some reason it just made the silence feel bigger. The hike up the ridge took me the better part of the morning. The trail, usually dusty and worn from boots, was half frozen mud and crunchy ice. My footsteps echoed strangely, like the sound was being swallowed. The cold wasn't awful, but it had a sharpness to it that made my skin feel thin. I saw tracks, deer, rabbits, maybe a wolf, but nothing fresh. It was as if the animals had moved through the night before and then disappeared deeper into the timber. By noon, I reached a clearing with a view stretching for miles, rolling hills, a few distant farms, smoke curling from chimneys. I felt small standing there, but in that proud outdoorsman way. I decided to set my camp just inside the tree line where the clearing dipped. If I wanted to hunt the ridge at sunset and again at dawn, I didn't want to move around too much. Less scent, less noise. After pitching my tent and gathering firewood, I hiked along the ridge, glassing the hillsides with my binoculars. Nothing moved. No thumping wings of flushed grouse, no flick of a white tail, no distant bugle. It was wrong for late fall. Something was off kilter, but I kept pushing the feeling aside. Hunters spooked themselves more often than the forest did. Around 4, the wind picked up and the temperature dropped like someone turned a dial. That's when I decided to head back early and get the fire going. As I moved, I caught the scent of something strange, sweet, almost rotten. I froze and scanned the woods, thinking maybe a carcass was nearby. Bears sometimes stayed active late into the season, but the smell wasn't right for an animal kill. It had a chemical edge, like antifreeze mixed with spoiled fruit. I listened. Nothing. No rustling, no snapping branches. The forest felt suspended. By the time I reached my camp, dusk had started pooling between the trees. I lit my fire, ate a packet of chili mac, and tried to settle in. The heat from the flames was comforting, but I couldn't shake the sense that I was being watched. Every time I glanced into the darkness, it felt like something had just slipped behind a trunk or out of sight. I kept telling myself it was the cold and the quiet getting to me. When full night fell, I crawled into my tent, zipped my sleeping bag, and lay listening to the forest. The wind moaned softly through the spruce, a rhythm that almost lulled me to sleep. But just as I began to drift, a sharp crack echoed from somewhere uphill. Not like a branch falling, more like something heavy snapping one in half. I sat up. Another crack followed, closer this time. My heart was beating too loud. I told myself it was just a deer moving through, maybe a bull elk raking the trees. I'd heard that sound before, clean, violent, purposeful. But something about this wasn't right. There was no follow-up sound, no hooves, no breath, no movement. I waited, strained my ears, but nothing came. Eventually, exhaustion pulled me under. When I woke again, it was to the sound of footsteps outside my tent. Slow, deliberate, crunching the frosted ground. I held my breath, suddenly wide awake. The fire had long since died. The forest was pitch black except for weak moonlight filtering through the fabric of the tent. The steps circled me. 1 pass. 2. Then they stopped right beside the tent door. I gripped the rifle lying next to me and forced myself not to make a sound. A bear would sniff, huff, move. A mountain lion would pad silently. This sounded like neither. The footsteps were too heavy, too spaced apart, like something walking upright. I wanted to call out, "Who's there?" but some instinct told me not to. Whatever it was didn't breathe, or if it did, I couldn't hear it. For nearly a full minute, the thing stood motionless outside. The pressure in my chest built until my ribs ached. Then, without warning, it moved away. Not running, not hurrying, just walking, the same slow, patient pace as before. The sound faded into the distance until only the wind remained. I lay awake until dawn. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside cautiously, rifle in hand. Frost coated the ground, glittering like tiny mirrors. My fire pit was undisturbed, nothing had been dragged off or rummaged through. But then I saw the tracks. Footprints, human-like, but wrong in proportions. Longer, narrower, with the heel digging unnaturally deep. And they went right up to my tent. A chill rippled through me. I followed them a short distance before they veered into thicker forest and vanished abruptly, as if the thing had stepped onto stone, or leapt. I didn't like either possibility. I considered packing up and going home, but stubborn pride kept me rooted. Maybe it had been some weird trick of light, maybe a hunter passing through silently. But no hunter walked barefoot in freezing weather, and no boot would leave prints like that. Still, I convinced myself that fear was twisting what I saw. Lack of sleep, strange noises, isolation. Any hunter alone long enough starts imagining things. So I grabbed my rifle and climbed back up the ridge. But the longer I stayed, the more I sensed something wrong. Birds stayed silent. No tracks appeared overnight except the ones by my tent. I kept catching glimpses of movement, but every time I turned, the woods were empty. The second night, I didn't sleep at all. Every hour or so, I heard a distant noise, sometimes tapping, sometimes a low whistling like wind blowing through a hollow pipe, sometimes a dragging sound far off. Not animal noises, not any that I recognized, and I'd spent half my life in the woods. Just after midnight, the whistling came again, this time closer. It wasn't wind, it was too steady, too intentional. It had pitch and cadence, rising a little, falling a little, almost like breathing through teeth. I backed into my tent and kept the zipper open an inch so I could watch the firelight outside. The whistling circled my camp, a wide, slow arc. Then, for the first time, it spoke, or something like speaking, a garbled, croaking sound, like words from a throat not meant for human language. I froze. The sound came again, slightly clearer, scraping like bone on stone. Here, it wasn't a word I knew. Maybe it wasn't a word at all. The thing stopped moving. Silence pressed in on all sides. I waited, gripping my rifle so tight the metal bit into my palms. Minutes passed, or hours, I couldn't tell. Then came a sudden violent shudder of my tent wall. Something had pressed its hand, if it was a hand, against the fabric. The imprint was massive, long, spread wide, humanish but wrong in every proportion. The fingers, or finger-like shapes, tapered too sharply. Too many joints. The shape lingered, pressing just hard enough to bow the tent wall inward. I aimed the barrel at it. The thing held still for 3 long breaths. Then the hand slid upward, skimming the tent wall in a slow, dragging motion. The fabric hissed under the pressure. I thought the whole thing might tear open, exposing me like prey. But then the sensation stopped. The presence lifted. Footsteps retreated into the timber, and then nothing. I didn't move until dawn. By morning, I knew I had to leave. Pride was one thing, survival another. Whoever or whatever visited me wasn't scared of fire, tents, guns, or humans. And it didn't act like a predator. Predators were impulsive, hungry, direct. This thing was patient, curious, observing. I broke down my camp quickly, stuffing everything into my pack without care. Before leaving, I scanned the perimeter one more time. That's when I saw the second set of footprints. Not the ones from the first night. These were deeper, close together, as if the thing had been standing in one place for a long time, watching. My spine crawled. I started the long trek back to my truck, but it was different this time. The forest didn't just feel quiet, it felt inhabited. The sensation of eyes on my back grew stronger with every step. Twice I spun around, convinced I'd see something following me. Nothing was there, but the feeling never left. Halfway down the trail, the whistling began again. Faint, too faint to pinpoint, but definitely there. I quickened my pace. The whistle followed, threading between the trees. 30 minutes from the truck, hunger or madness made me turn around again. This time I saw movement. A shape ducked behind a distant trunk, tall and hunched. Grayish skin or clothing or fur, I couldn't tell. But it wasn't a deer, and it wasn't a man. My breath hitched. For the first time, the reality of the thing fully hit me. It wasn't imagined. It wasn't fear playing tricks. Something was following me. I didn't wait. Branches slapped my arms, rocks scraped my boots, breath tore from my throat. The whistle behind me grew louder, faster, no longer a slow tease, but an urgent sound, pursuing my pace. I didn't dare look back. When I burst into the clearing where my truck sat, I nearly sobbed from relief. I threw my pack into the bed, dove into the driver's seat, and jammed the keys into the ignition. The engine coughed once, twice. The whistle came from the tree line. Loud, clear. Hurr! Something long and pale shifted between the trees. My truck roared to life. I punched the gas and tore down the dirt road, fishtailing on the frost. I didn't look in the mirror. If something followed me, I didn't want to know. I didn't stop driving until I reached the highway. Even then, I kept checking the dark line of forest behind me. Not until I parked in my driveway did I realize my whole body was shaking. For days afterward, I couldn't sleep, couldn't relax. Every time the house creaked, every time wind slid through the eaves, I heard that whistle echoing again, rising and falling, slow and patient. I told myself it was trauma, stress, some kind of hallucinated memory. I tried convincing myself I'd imagined too many details, that fear had made something ordinary look monstrous. But then, 3 nights after I got home, I woke to a sound in my backyard, a long, low whistle. The same pitch, the same cadence. My blood went cold. I moved to the window, heart ready to explode. The yard was mostly dark except for the motion light near the garage. It flickered once, twice, like something had passed by quickly. Then, in the farthest corner of the yard, right against the tree line, I saw it, a tall, still silhouette, too tall for a person, too thin, watching my house, watching me. I stumbled backward from the window, nearly falling. The whistle came again, softer this time, almost crooning. I grabbed my phone, ready to call the sheriff, but what would I say? That a monster had followed me out of the mountains? That something inhuman was standing in my backyard whistling at me? They'd think I was drunk or insane. By the time I looked again, the yard was empty. The next day I bought new locks, new lights, new curtains. Every night I triple-checked every window. Some nights I slept with the rifle next to me. For weeks, nothing happened. No whistles, no footprints, no shadows. I began to convince myself that whatever it was had stayed in the mountains, that the thing at the edge of my yard had been a trick of the dark, my mind replaying trauma. Until last winter. I woke past midnight to a faint noise outside, not a whistle, not footsteps, a dragging sound, soft, deliberate. I rose from bed, heart pounding, and crept to the window. The yard was empty, blanketed in snow, but then the motion light flicked on, and in the snow, leading from the woods directly to my back door, were footprints, the same long, narrow prints from the mountains. I didn't see the creature that night, but I knew it had been there, and I knew it hadn't forgotten me. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, carrying the cold down from the hills, I hear it again. A faint whistle, searching, calling, patient. And I know one day, whether on a hunt or on some quiet winter night, it'll find me again. It always does. Story the end. The cold bit into my fingers before I'd even finished unloading my gear from the truck bed. The first real cold snap of December had settled over the western edge of Montana like a clenched fist, squeezing the warmth out of the land and leaving nothing but frozens and silence. The kind of silence that made you breathe slower without knowing why. I'd hunted these woods since I was a kid. My father hunted them before me, and his father before him. Most families in the area had stories, some true, some exaggerated, about things they'd seen out in the timber. Strange tracks, odd noises, shadows moving between the trees. But no one ever claimed they were scared of the woods. Not the locals, not the people who grew up knowing every ridge, every creek bed, every patch of thick lodgepole pine. We respected the land, but we weren't afraid of it. At least, I hadn't been. Not yet. I slung my rifle over my shoulder, adjusted my pack, and shut the tailgate. The sound slammed through the still morning like a gunshot. Clouds of my breath drifted through the air as I stepped into the tree line, letting the forest close in around me. It was barely 6 a.m. The sun hadn't cleared the horizon yet, but the sky had begun to lighten into a pale blue-gray. Perfect hunting weather. The deer would be moving. My plan was simple. Hike 3 miles north to a long, sloping meadow bordered by spruce. I'd take a position on a rocky outcrop overlooking the tree line and wait. I'd taken my best bucks there. I expected another good day. For the first hour, everything was normal. The crunch of frost under my boots, the occasional rustle of a squirrel, the distant rhythmic tapping of a woodpecker, ordinary wilderness sounds. Comforting, even. But around the time I reached the halfway point, a narrow stand of pines with ground soft enough to show fresh tracks, I felt something shift. Not in the air, not in the temperature, inside me. Like someone had pressed a cold hand against the back of my neck. I stopped walking without consciously deciding to, raised my head, listened. The woods had gone still, completely still. No squirrels, no birds, not even the wind brushing through the branches. It was like the world had paused. I waited, telling myself it was nothing, that sometimes the forest held its breath, that wildlife caught scents or sounds I couldn't and everything froze at once. But it didn't feel like that. This wasn't the kind of hush that came before a deer stepped hesitantly into the clearing. This felt like being watched. I scanned the trees carefully, rifle angled downward, but ready. Nothing moved, nothing even looked out of place. I exhaled slowly, steam swirling upward. Get moving, I muttered to myself. You're standing around like a rookie. I walked, but the feeling didn't leave. Not after 5 minutes. Not after 10. It stayed with me, hugging my shoulders like a lead coat. By the time I reached the meadow, I was sweating despite the cold. The meadow itself looked the same as always. Frost-covered grass stretching 50 yards, hemmed in by tall spruce with branches drooping under the weight of the season. I climbed onto the rocky outcrop overlooking it, settled against a boulder, and steadied my rifle across my lap. The world brightened as the sun finally spilled over the horizon. Gold rays cut through the trees, illuminating the frost like crushed glass. I should have been relaxed, happy even. It was a perfect morning for a hunt. But I never shook the feeling of being observed. Every few minutes I'd turn and scan the tree line behind me. Every time I saw nothing but endless evergreens, standing silent and still. At 7:30 I saw the first sign of deer movement, fresh tracks at the far edge of the meadow. Large prints. Fresh. My pulse quickened. I should have been excited. Instead, my stomach twisted. The tracks weren't normal. They were spaced too far apart, much too far. Like whatever walked there had a stride no deer should have had. I adjusted my rifle and peered through the scope, following the tracks into the trees at the edge of the meadow. Then I stopped breathing. Something stood between the trunks. Tall, thin, motionless. It wasn't a deer, it wasn't a bear, it wasn't anything I knew. Its body was long, longer than a man's, and emaciated, limbs too slender, shoulders too narrow. The skin, if it was skin, looked pale gray, the color of dirty snow. I tried to make out its face, but the shadows swallowed it. I blinked. It was gone. I lowered the scope. The tree line was empty. Every hair on my body stood on end. A gust of wind rolled through the meadow, the first wind since I'd entered the woods, and with it came a faint smell. Rot. Wet. Sour rot. My throat tightened. The smell vanished a second later. I packed up my gear faster than I ever had in my life. I didn't care about the hunt anymore. Every instinct screamed the same thing. Leave. Now. I climbed off the outcrop, slung my rifle across my chest, and headed back toward the truck at a brisk pace. I kept glancing over my shoulder, knowing I'd see something following me. I didn't. Not for the first mile. At the start of the second mile, I heard a sound behind me. Soft, slow, deliberate. A footfall. Not an animal footfall. A human one. I froze mid-step, my heart slamming against my ribs. 2 seconds passed, another footfall, a third. Coming closer, I forced myself to turn. Nothing moved, nothing stood between the trees, but the sound had been real. I knew it. I took a step backward, rifle slightly raised. Crunch, another step, closer than before. I felt something prickling behind my ears. I swung my rifle around fully, aiming into the pines. That was when I saw it. Not the creature, the tree. A towering spruce about 20 yards ahead, its trunk gouged with deep claw marks running straight down its length. Not bear claw marks. These were thinner, straighter, deeper. Like someone had carved the tree with long fingers. I backed away slowly. My breath came out in short gasps. I wasn't thinking clearly anymore. My mind had left logic behind and slipped into survival mode. The woods around me crackled with subtle noises, twigs snapping, branches shifting, leaves rustling out of sync with the wind. Like something was circling me. I didn't run yet. Running in the woods blindly was a good way to fall, break something, or get yourself killed by terrain faster than by any predator. But I walked faster. Half a mile from the truck, the sun dimmed behind a bank of clouds. The woods darkened. Shadows stretched between the trees like long arms. My breathing quickened. Then everything stopped again. The sounds, the wind, the woods themselves. And then I heard it. Breathing. Human-like, slow, just behind me. I whipped around, finger on the trigger, and froze. The creature stood 10 feet away, tall, thin. arms long enough that its fingertips nearly brushed the ground, skin pale and stretched too tightly across bone. Its chest rose and fell with each breath. But the face, God, it had a face. But no eyes, just smooth flesh where eyes should have been, and a mouth that looked too wide, much too wide. It smiled, not in a human way, more like a dog baring its teeth, long, thin, needle-like teeth. I aimed and fired. The gunshot shattered the silence. Birds burst from the trees, but the creature didn't fall. It didn't even flinch. It tilted its head instead, slowly, like it was studying me. I fired again, still nothing. Then it moved, not running, not lunging, sliding like mist, like it wasn't bound by the ground. I turned and ran. This time I didn't think about branches, roots, terrain. I just ran. Heart pounding, lungs burning, legs trembling with adrenaline. Behind me, no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. I kept running anyway. When I finally broke through the last line of trees and saw my truck, relief nearly knocked me over. I sprinted the final yards, grabbed the door handle, and yanked it open. Something hissed behind me. Low, guttural, wrong. I didn't look back. I dove into the driver's seat, slammed the door, locked it, and twisted the key so hard I thought it would snap. The engine roared to life. The tires spun out, throwing gravel behind me as I tore down the dirt road. I didn't stop until I reached the main highway. Only then did I look in the rearview mirror. The road behind me was empty, but the tree line, a single gray shape, stood at the edge. Motionless. Watching. Its mouth stretched into a wide, unnatural smile. I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale face with its stretched skin and hollow eye sockets, heard that slow breathing, saw that impossible smile. I told myself I'd imagined it. Stress, low blood sugar, shadows playing tricks, but deep down I knew better. The next morning I found long, thin scratches down the side of my truck. Too straight, too precise, too deliberate. Like something had dragged its fingers across the metal. I moved away from that town a month later, sold the house, left the land behind. But sometimes, more often than I'd like, I dream of the woods, the stillness, the silence, the rot, and the breathing. Always the breathing, and every now and then, when I step outside at night to take the trash out or get something from my truck, I catch a smell on the air, faint but unmistakable. Rot, and I feel that cold hand on the back of my neck again. Watching, waiting, hunting, story the end. The cold morning air cut through my jacket as I stepped out of my truck onto the frost-covered ground. I had driven nearly 3 hours from my small town in Pennsylvania to get to a remote section of state forest I'd never hunted before. The sun was just cresting the treetops, casting long shadows across the snow-dusted pines. I had been hunting alone for years, but something about this place felt different, wilder, quieter, almost too quiet. I shrugged off the unease and hoisted my rifle, double-checking my pack to make sure I had everything. Extra ammo, a thermos of coffee, my GPS, and a handheld radio, even though I didn't expect any signal out here. I started down a narrow trail, the crunch of my boots on the frozen underbrush echoing in the stillness. My plan was simple: follow game trails until I found a good spot to set up and wait for deer. I had scouted the area using online maps, noting the locations of small clearings that could be ideal for an ambush. After about 45 minutes of trudging through the cold, I reached a small clearing surrounded by dense pines. It looked perfect. I dropped my pack, set up my shooting position, and tried to shake the creeping feeling that I was being watched. I told myself it was just nerves. Hunting alone always felt more intense. Hours passed and nothing moved. I sipped my coffee and nibbled on a granola bar, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. The forest was silent except for the occasional caw of a crow. That's when I heard it, a snap of a branch, too deliberate to be just the wind. I froze, my heart jumping. My eyes darted around, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound came again, closer this time, breaking the quiet with a subtle but unmistakable rhythm. Someone or something was moving through the trees toward me. I eased my rifle up and whispered a warning into the wind. "Who's there?" The forest responded with silence. My pulse quickened, and I tried to rationalize it. Probably just another hunter, I told myself. But as the minutes ticked by, it became clear no human voice, no distant footsteps other than mine, and yet the sound persisted. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, a pattern that followed me whenever I shifted slightly. I started scanning the edge of the clearing, heart in my throat. That's when I saw it. a figure moving just at the periphery of my vision. Not a deer, not a bear, something tall and thin, almost humanoid, slipping between the trees like it knew the forest better than I did. I tried to call it out again louder this time, but my voice sounded tiny against the enormity of the trees. The figure stopped moving when I did, and every instinct in my body screamed at me to leave. I grabbed my pack, slinging the rifle over my shoulder, and began walking back toward the truck. My boots crunched over the frozen leaves, and every snap of a branch made me flinch. I kept thinking I saw movement in the shadows behind me, always at the edge of my vision, never directly in front. I was halfway to the truck when I realized I had taken a wrong turn. The trail I had marked on my GPS looked nothing like what I was seeing now. The forest seemed to twist around me, the trees forming a maze I hadn't noticed before. Panic began to set in. I tried to retrace my steps, but the snow and ice made it impossible to distinguish any previous footsteps, and my GPS kept flickering, struggling to get a signal. I cursed under my breath and kept walking, hoping I would come across a familiar landmark. The sun had climbed higher, but the dense canopy filtered its light, casting a greenish shadow over everything. Then I heard it. A low, guttural noise, like a growl mixed with a whisper. It was coming from all around me, echoing through the trees. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I was sure it would give me away. I told myself it was probably just a coyote, but even as I tried to convince myself, I knew I was wrong. This sound was intelligent, deliberate, aware of me. I started running, dodging branches and stumbling over roots. My rifle hit my shoulder with every misstep, and my breath came out in painful gasps. The sound followed, louder now, mingled with the rustling of leaves and an occasional snap of a branch. I dared a glance behind me, and I saw the figure again, closer now, taller than a man, moving in ways that seemed unnatural, limbs bending at angles no human body could. My stomach dropped, and I slammed my foot against a hidden root, twisting my ankle. Pain shot up my leg, and I went down hard, scraping my hands and face on the frozen ground. I scrambled to my feet, tears stinging my eyes from both the cold and the panic. I had to get out of there. I ran blindly, pushing through dense underbrush, branches lashing my face until I came across a creek. I didn't stop to think. I just followed it, hoping it would lead me out. The growling had stopped for a moment, but I could feel it behind me, moving silently, watching. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees like silent sentinels. My mind raced. I tried my radio again, static and then silence. No signal, nothing. I was alone. Hours, or maybe just minutes, I couldn't tell, passed as I stumbled along the creek trying to find my bearings. Every shadow looked like a person, every rustle a predator. Eventually, I saw something that gave me a momentary surge of hope, a dirt road cutting through the trees. I limped toward it, my ankles screaming with every step. As I reached the edge, the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. Relief washed over me, civilization, safety. I broke into a full sprint toward the road, heart hammering. I didn't see the figure at first, but then I caught movement in my peripheral vision. It was standing at the tree line, watching me. The silhouette was impossible to describe. Too thin, too tall, limbs too long, but it didn't move like a human. And then, as I reached the road, it vanished, as if it had never been there. I stopped running, chest heaving, unsure if I should keep going or collapse from exhaustion. I finally managed to flag down a passing car. The driver looked concerned as I explained, barely able to string words together. They called the local ranger station, and when help arrived, I tried to point out where I had been, but the forest had swallowed it. The trail I had taken was gone, replaced by an endless tangle of trees. My footprints erased. The creek, I never found it again. In the days that followed, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. My dreams were haunted by tall shadows moving silently through the woods. I returned to that part of the forest once, during the day, with a friend, hoping to make sense of it. The paths I had followed before didn't exist. The clearings I had used to plan my hunt were gone. It was like the forest had swallowed itself, hiding its secrets. Locals whispered about the Watchers, creatures that roamed deep in the woods, rarely seen but always felt. I laughed it off at first until I remembered the figure's movements, too precise, too deliberate. It wasn't an animal, it wasn't human, and it had been following me from the moment I set foot in that clearing. I never hunted alone again. The memory of that day stays with me, a warning. Sometimes when I drive past the edge of a forest, I swear I see movement just beyond the tree line. Tall, thin shapes slipping between the trees, watching, waiting. I still hear the snap of branches in my dreams, the soft echo of something that shouldn't exist. I know the forest is alive in ways I can't understand, and I know I will never step into its shadows alone again. The emptiness of that place, the silence, is worse than any roar or growl. It's the knowledge that something is out there, aware of you, and it will not let you leave unobserved. Years later, I learned that other hunters had gone missing in that same region, often alone, often near the same trails. Search teams would comb the forest for days and find nothing. Some reported hearing strange noises, glimpsing movement in the corners of their eyes, but no evidence was ever found. The stories became local legend. The forest that watches, the tall ones that follow. I never believed in legends, but I know what I saw, what I felt. And every time I close my eyes, I see the shadowy figure standing just at the edge of the clearing, waiting for the next hunter brave or foolish enough to enter its domain alone. Hunting was supposed to be my escape, my peace. That day, it became a nightmare I can't erase. I learned that the forest is not just trees and trails, it's something else entirely. Something patient, intelligent, and hungry for silence. Something that watches from the shadows and waits for the moment you're most vulnerable. The wind carries its presence, the snow records its passage, and the darkness conceals it. I don't know if anyone will ever believe me, but I know the truth. The woods are not empty, and if you go alone, you may never return to tell the tale. Story the end. The metal gate groaned as I pushed it open, the sound echoing across the frosted Montana field as dawn crept slowly over the hills. My truck idled behind me, exhaust curling upward into the cold December air. It was the third day of the season, and I planned to hunt alone, something I'd been doing since I was 16. Being alone in the woods had always felt like returning to something familiar, something honest. I wasn't the kind of man who's scared easy. I'd camped alone, hunted alone, hiked alone through grizzly country, and slept under the stars more nights than I could count. I trusted the land, trusted my instincts. But what happened that morning, those things don't leave you. Doesn't matter how tough or level-headed you think you are. I slung my rifle, tightened the straps of my pack, and stepped onto the narrow trail that cut through the pines. The forest was dark, the sun barely whispering light through the thick canopy. Frost coated everything. Branches, pine needles, even the air felt sharp like breathing in glass. My plan was to hike up toward the old logging road that ran along the ridge. Deer crossed there at first light, moving from the fields below up into the thicker timber during the day. I'd taken some big bucks there before. The first hour passed peacefully. Normal. My boots crunched quietly, birds chirped somewhere overhead. The wind felt steady and clean. By the time I reached the clearing halfway up the trail, the sun had started pushing through the treetops. Golden light spilled across the snow-covered ground, painting long shadows from the tall pines lining the clearing. I paused, listening for movement, hoping to catch sight of deer slipping back into the woods. That's when I heard it. A distant crack. Not an animal stepping on a branch, not frost breaking, something heavier, something walking. My breath puffed in the air as I turned slowly. Nothing moved along the tree line. The woods behind me looked still, quiet, but the sound had been real. It rolled through the clearing like someone had snapped a branch intentionally, like a signal. I waited, listened. A second crack echoed, closer this time. I clicked off the safety on my rifle. Probably a cow elk, I whispered, though the hairs on my arms were standing straight up. I crouched, scanning the trees carefully. I didn't see movement, but the forest felt alive in a way it shouldn't have, like something inside it was holding its breath. I stood and moved on quickly, cutting across the clearing toward the ridge. The logging road was quiet when I reached it, snow packed unevenly by the wind. I found a spot behind a fallen tree where I had a clear view of the trail below. I settled in, adjusting my gloves and listening to the steady rhythm of the woods. But the woods weren't steady. Not anymore. Something felt off. Subtle, but wrong. The wind died. Birds stopped calling. A deep stillness settled over the forest, thick and heavy like a blanket smothering sound. I knew that feeling. Predators sometimes sent it rippling through the forest. Bears, mountain lions, prey species froze up. The air changed. Everything went still. But this wasn't the kind of stillness that came with predators. This felt like the stillness right before something happens. Something bad. I leaned forward, tightening my grip on my rifle. Snow crunched behind me. My heart rate spiked. It wasn't close, maybe 20 yards back, but close enough that my instincts screamed. I turned slowly. Nothing, just trees. Tall, dark, unmoving. Then I saw the tracks. A long trail of deep prints in the snow leading in a straight line across the logging road and disappearing into the trees behind me. But they weren't deer tracks, weren't elk, weren't bear. They looked almost human, almost. But the stride was 5, maybe 6 feet apart. No human walked like that. No human could. A chill went down my spine so hard my whole body shook. I followed the tracks with my eyes, not daring to step closer. The prints curved around trees in strange patterns, like whatever made them had moved silently, deliberately. Then, another sound. A low exhale, a breath. Human-shaped, but too deep, too controlled. Like someone was trying to imitate breathing. I raised my rifle. Who's there? My voice sounded small, swallowed instantly by the trees. No answer. A shadow moved between 2 pines 30 yards back. I steadied my rifle, heart pounding. The shadow shifted again. Fast. Too fast. It darted behind another tree, just a blur of pale movement. I couldn't make out a shape, couldn't see details, but something was back there. Something big. I backed up toward the trail. My boots crunched loudly in the snow. Each sound felt like a signal. A warning. Or a dare. The breathing came again. Closer. Slow, steady, deliberate. Like someone inhaling cold air into lungs that didn't belong in a human chest. I clicked my rifle safety off again and held it at the ready. Show yourself! Silence. Then from the shadows, something stepped forward. Tall, thin, its limbs impossibly long beneath a tattered layer of pale skin. Its head was tilted too far to the side, neck bent at a strange angle as if broken. But the face made my stomach twist into knots. It didn't have eyes, just smooth, pale skin stretched tight where the eyes should be, but it was looking at me. I felt it. It moved. Not walking, sliding, effortless. Closing the distance in seconds, I stumbled backward and fired. The gunshot shattered the air, echoing through the forest with explosive violence. Birds erupted from the treetops, snow shook loose from branches, but the creature didn't fall, didn't flinch, didn't even pause. It stopped only when it stood 10 yards from me, head tilted, breath slow and steady. I reloaded so fast my hands shook violently. It opened its mouth, not wide, not screaming, just parted its thin lips enough for me to see its teeth. Long, needle-like, too many of them. It inhaled deeply, as if scenting me. That broke something in me. I turned and ran. Branches whipped my face, snow kicked up behind me, rocks shifted under my boots. I didn't care. I ran like a man being pulled by the earth itself. I didn't hear footsteps behind me, only breathing. Slow, measured, following. When I reached the clearing, the sky had darkened with sudden clouds. Snow began falling lightly, swirling in the wind like ash. The woods felt tighter, closing in around me. I didn't stop. Not for a second. I hit the main trail, slipping once, scraping my palm on a buried root. I pushed myself back up, lungs burning, throat raw. When I finally saw my truck through the trees, I nearly sobbed, but something moved behind me. Too fast, too close. I threw myself the last 10 feet, grabbed the door handle, and yanked it open. A cold breath brushed the back of my neck. I dove inside, slammed the door, and locked it. A shadow passed across the driver's side window, long fingers dragging down the glass, not tapping, not scratching, just testing. I started the truck. The creature stood at the edge of the clearing, half hidden by the trees, its head still tilted at that awful angle. It didn't chase the truck as I peeled out, didn't follow the road, but it watched. I could feel its stare, its eyeless, impossible stare, until I rounded the bend and the woods vanished behind me. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? But for weeks afterward, I heard things outside my house at night, slow footsteps on the porch, something brushing against the siding, soft breathing near the windows. Once, I found long, thin prints in the snow leading from the tree line to my back door. The stride was 6 feet apart, just like in the woods. I haven't been hunting alone since. I barely sleep through the night anymore, and when I do, I dream of breathing, deep, cold, steady, behind me in the dark, waiting. Watching, learning. And I know this much, whatever that thing was, whatever walked behind me in those woods, it's still out there and it remembers me. Story the end. The first time I ever hunted alone in Montana was supposed to be a rite of passage, something my father had always talked about but never lived long enough to do with me. I'd spent most of my adult life working construction jobs in and around Billings, saving up bit by bit until I could finally buy decent gear, a reliable rifle, and a used 4x4 capable of handling rough forest roads. By the time I turned 33, I felt ready, or at least I thought I was. I chose the crazy mountains for my first solo week-long hunt, steep, isolated, and tucked far enough from tourist trails that I'd have the wilderness mostly to myself. Guys at work talked about the place like it was sacred ground. Elk big as horses, mule deer with racks like something out of a magazine. They also talked about weird stories, people hearing voices in the woods, hunters getting turned around, even with GPS, strange claw marks too high on trees to be bare. I chalked most of it up to beer talk and bravado. Still, in the back of my mind, the mountains held a reputation I couldn't quite shake. The day I drove up there, the sky was an unbroken canvas of steel gray clouds, the kind that promised snow before too long. The dirt road twisted up into the mountains like a snake, and as soon as I passed the last farmhouse, it felt like the world closed behind me. My phone signal died a mile later. The temperature dropped. The wind picked up. By the time I reached the basin where I planned to set up camp, I could see my breath fogging the air inside the truck. I parked at the edge of an old logging road that hadn't been used in decades. Tall grass and deadfall covered most of it. With the engine off, I heard nothing. No birds, no rustling leaves, not even the distant hum of another car. It was too quiet. But I chalked it up to nerves and started unloading my gear. Camp went up fast. A heavy-duty canvas tent, a small fire pit, and a folding table where I prepped my food. I double-checked my supplies. Plenty of water, dehydrated meals, extra socks, a satellite beacon if things really went south. My dad's old hunting knife hung from my belt. The wooden handle was worn smooth from decades of his use and nearly a decade of mine. It was the only thing of his I still carried with me. By late afternoon, I headed a mile north to scout. The trees in that part of the mountains grew tall and straight, like pillars of some ancient cathedral, and the underbrush was mostly clear, ideal for spotting game. I walked slowly, scanning for tracks. I found elk prints within 15 minutes, fresh enough that the edges hadn't started to crumble. I knelt down and touched one. The soil was still warm beneath the surface. That was when the first strange sound reached me. A distant whistle. Long, rising and falling, almost like a person calling out across a canyon. I stiffened. It was too far to make out clearly, and it didn't repeat. Probably just the wind slipping through the rocks, I told myself. Still, a part of me didn't believe that. As the sun dipped behind the mountain ridge, I made my way back to camp. I sat beside the fire, heating a small pot of stew, and tried to relax. Night settled in fast, deeper, and darker than I expected. When the last glow faded from the sky, I noticed something unsettling. The trees didn't sway. The fire crackled, but the forest remained unnervingly still. It was like the entire mountainside was holding its breath. I forced myself into the tent and zipped it shut. I slept with my rifle next to me, something I'd never done before. Sometime after midnight, I woke to the sound of crunching snow just outside my tent. I lay completely still, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, circling my camp, not the light, scattered steps of a deer. Heavy, almost dragging. My throat tightened. I reached for the rifle silently, careful not to rustle the sleeping bag. The footsteps paused, then resumed, moving behind the tent. I held my breath so long my lungs burned. Then came a sound I will never forget. A whisper, soft, almost childlike, right outside the canvas. Hello. The syllables stretched unnaturally, like someone was mouthing a word they barely knew. A cold wave of terror washed over me. Every hair on my body stood up. Something was wrong. Nothing human should have been up here this time of night, in this weather, at this elevation. I waited, frozen, for what felt like an hour before the sound faded. The footsteps retreated, slow at first, then suddenly darting off into the distance with impossible speed. When silence finally returned, I didn't sleep again. I sat there until dawn, gripping my rifle and shaking hands, the whisper echoing in my mind. The next morning, I found tracks around my tent, but not human tracks. Not deer, elk, bear, or anything I recognized. They were long and narrow, almost rectangular, spaced too far apart for a normal stride. Whatever made them had walked on two legs. I followed them a short distance into the woods until they abruptly ended at a tree trunk. Not around it, at it, as though the thing had climbed straight up. The bark was scraped with long vertical grooves, higher than any animal I knew could reach. I swallowed hard. My rational mind fought to explain it. Maybe a cougar, a bear standing upright, but none of that explained the whisper. I should have packed up then and there. Any smart person would have left. But pride, stubbornness, and curiosity kept me there. I convinced myself I was overreacting. Maybe I misheard the sound. Maybe the tracks were distorted by melting snow. Maybe exhaustion was messing with me. I cleaned up camp, checked my gear, and headed deeper into the mountains. But the unease clung to me like frost on a window. Every sound made me jump, a snapping twig, a crow taking flight, the distant groan of shifting ice. I felt watched. The entire morning felt off. I spotted a herd of elk around noon. Big, beautiful animals. I managed to take position behind a fallen log, steady my rifle, and line up a shot. Just as I exhaled and tightened my finger on the trigger, something rustled loudly in the trees behind me. Too loud to ignore. I whipped around, heart slamming against my ribs. Nothing there. When I looked back, the elk were gone, vanished as if they'd never been there. Not a sound. Not a snapped twig. The forest was dead silent again. By the time I trudged back toward camp, the sun was dipping low again, painting the sky in streaks of orange and violet. My boots crunched over fresh snow as I approached the clearing, and I stopped dead in my tracks. Someone had been in my camp. My tent flap was unzipped and hanging open. My food containers had been moved, not rifled through like an animal might do, but placed in a neat stack beside the fire pit. My folding chair had been dragged 20 feet away and set facing the woods, like someone had been sitting there watching the tree line. My stomach dropped. I scanned the area, rifle raised, every muscle tense. The air felt thick and heavy, like the atmosphere before a lightning strike. I slowly approached the tent and looked inside. My sleeping bag had been unrolled and stretched perfectly flat like someone had lain inside it carefully. I backed out, breath quickening. That was it. I was leaving. Tonight. I didn't care if I had to drive down that mountain in the dark. I couldn't stay another minute. I threw my gear together in a hurry, nearly ripping the tent stakes out with my bare hands. My fingers trembled so badly I dropped the lantern twice. As I loaded the truck, the forest seemed to grow quieter still, like something was waiting just beyond the edge of the firelight. When the last bin was in the bed of the truck, I slammed the tailgate shut and climbed into the driver's seat. I fumbled with the keys, breath fogging the windshield. The engine coughed once, then roared to life. Relief flooded me. Then something moved in my headlights. A tall, thin figure stepped out from behind a tree 20 yards ahead. It stood unnaturally straight, arms hanging too long at its sides, its face pale and stretched, almost human, but not quite. Its eyes were wrong, large, too reflective, catching the light like an animal's. I couldn't breathe. It tilted its head slowly, like it was studying me. Then its mouth opened, and the whisper spilled out again. Shh, hello. I slammed my foot on the gas. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning over ice before catching traction. The thing didn't move at first, just stood there as I barreled toward it. At the last second, it darted to the side with a speed that was not humanly possible. I heard something scrape the bed of the truck, a long screeching sound that made my skin crawl. I didn't look back. My hands gripped the wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. The road twisted down the mountain, and twice I nearly skidded off the edge. My heart hammered in my chest. My breaths came ragged. Then, halfway down, the engine sputtered. The dashboard lights flickered. No, no, no. The truck lurched once, twice, then died completely. The headlights went out. I was plunged into darkness. The silence that followed was suffocating. Not a single sound, not even the wind. I sat there frozen, listening to the frantic thud of my heart. Then I heard it. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Footsteps in the snow, approaching from behind. I couldn't move. The steps drew closer, slow and deliberate, just like the night before. I could hear breathing now, deep, raspy, like something trying to mimic the sound of lungs. Something thumped against the tailgate. Then another thump. Then a dragging sound, like fingers sliding across metal. My breath caught in my throat. I reached slowly for the rifle on the passenger seat, not daring to lift my head. The dragging continued, across the side of the truck now, toward my window. I turned my head just a fraction. A pale face pressed against the glass. Its eyes gleamed. Its lips stretched into a grotesque imitation of a smile. "Hello," I screamed and fired through the glass. The blast shattered the window, blowing shards outward. The recoil slammed into my shoulder. For a moment, the forest echoed with the roar of the shot. Then, silence. The figure had vanished. I heard it then, deep in the trees, a long, unnatural howl, a sound that didn't belong anywhere in the natural world. My hands shook violently as I forced the truck keys into the ignition again. The engine choked, then fired. I floored it. I didn't stop until I reached the nearest ranger station, more than 10 miles away. When I stumbled inside, bleeding from glass cuts, shaking violently, the ranger on duty looked at me like he wasn't sure whether to call an ambulance or a psych ward. They drove me back up the mountain the next morning. My camp was gone, not disturbed. Gone. No tent, no chair, no fire pit stones, not even footprints. The snow was smooth, untouched, like I had never been there at all. The rangers were polite but skeptical. They found the shattered truck window, the scratches along the bed, but nothing else. No tracks except my own. No sign of anything unusual, no sign of anyone following me. They told me it was probably a bear, or exhaustion, or the altitude playing tricks on me. I knew better. That night, back in my apartment, I sat on the floor, shaking, unable to sleep. I replayed the whisper over and over in my mind. I could still feel the presence of that thing watching me from the trees. 2 days later, I found something tucked into the bed of my truck, beneath the toolbox. A strip of canvas from my tent, torn cleanly, folded neatly, and on it, written in black charcoal in letters too uneven and crude to be human handwriting, HELLOI. Dropped it on the pavement and backed away until my spine hit the garage wall. My throat tightened, my lungs seized. I couldn't breathe. I burned the canvas that night, but the whisper still comes sometimes. I hear it when I walk past a wooded park, or when I drive late at night with the windows down, or when I close my eyes in a dark room. Soft, drawn out, patient. HELO. I haven't been back to the mountains. I sold all my hunting gear. My father's knife sits locked in a drawer I haven't opened since. Sometimes I wake up to the sound of snow crunching outside my apartment window. Sometimes I hear dragging along the siding. Sometimes I hear breathing. And sometimes, God help me, I hear that childlike whisper. Always the same word. Always from the dark. Hello. Story the end. The morning I decided to hunt alone in the Allegheny National Forest. The air was crisp and sharp, the kind that makes your lungs burn with every inhale. I had driven nearly 2 hours from my small Pennsylvania town, my old pickup rattling over the winding back roads, carrying enough gear for a 2-day trip. I wasn't inexperienced. I'd hunted with friends countless times. But this time, I wanted to be entirely on my own. No one to rely on but myself. I parked at the edge of a little-used forest trail. The ground was frosted, the remnants of an early November freeze crunching under my boots. I slung my rifle over my shoulder and stepped into the trees, feeling a strange mix of excitement and unease. The forest was alive in ways my suburban senses weren't accustomed to. Birds called in the distance, the wind whispered through the pines, and every so often, a branch would snap under my weight or the unseen movement of wildlife. I hiked for nearly an hour before finding a clearing that looked perfect. A natural depression surrounded by tall pines, overlooking a valley where I'd spotted tracks earlier in the week. I settled in behind a fallen log, checking my rifle and scanning the area. Hours passed with nothing but the occasional rustle of squirrels or a distant deer call. The isolation was starting to weigh on me. Even the wind seemed louder than usual, whistling through the trees like the forest itself was alive and listening. That's when I heard it, a branch snapping, deliberate and sharp from behind the ridge. I froze, trying to pinpoint the sound. Not an animal, too rhythmic, too intentional. I whispered into the trees, "Hello?" Nothing. My pulse raced, every instinct screaming at me to leave. I scanned the shadows and caught a glimpse of something tall and thin moving between the pines. It wasn't a man, not exactly, but it was upright, silent, and impossibly fast. I forced myself to stay calm. Maybe it was another hunter. Maybe I was imagining things. But when I shifted, it shifted. Just a glimpse in my peripheral vision, but enough to send my stomach into knots. I packed up and tried to retrace the path back to my truck. That's when the forest began to play tricks on me. The trails I thought I knew twisted in unfamiliar ways. Every ridge looked the same, every tree seemed identical. I realized I had no idea where I was. My GPS flickered weakly and then died. Panic started to set in. I quickened my pace, following the vague landmarks I could remember, but the snapping, rustling sounds followed me, always just beyond sight. Night fell quickly. The temperature dropped. I found a hollow under a cluster of pines and decided to make camp for the night. I set up a small fire and huddled close, trying to calm my nerves. Then I heard it, a whisper, soft, almost childlike, carried on the wind. I froze, straining to hear. The whisper came again, a drawn-out syllable that made no sense, like someone practicing words they didn't understand. And then I saw it, a tall, thin figure standing just at the edge of my firelight. Its limbs were elongated, unnaturally so, bending in ways that no human body should. Its face was pale, featureless, except for two reflective eyes that caught the light. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. The figure tilted its head slowly, as if studying me, and then, just as suddenly, it was gone. I spent the night in a state of frozen terror, listening to the forest. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sounded like movement, like it was circling my camp. I couldn't sleep, only gripped my rifle and stared into the shadows. Morning came, but the forest offered no comfort. Tracks surrounded my hollow, tall, narrow, unlike any animal I knew. They led into the woods and vanished as if the ground had swallowed them. I decided I had to get out. I moved cautiously, scanning for any sign of the figure, but the woods remained eerily quiet. I followed a creek downhill, hoping it would lead me to the logging road. By midday, I reached a small clearing I thought I recognized. My heart leapt. Relief surged. But then I noticed something. A faint pile of rocks, arranged in a crude pattern, like a marker. The hairs on my neck stood up. I didn't recognize this, and my gut screamed that I wasn't alone. I hurried along, and glimpses of movement kept appearing at the edge of my vision, tall shapes slipping between the trees, disappearing when I looked directly. As dusk fell, I finally stumbled onto the dirt logging road. My truck was visible in the distance. Relief washed over me, but I didn't slow down. I jumped in, started the engine, and drove without looking back. For a few minutes, the forest seemed normal again. Then, in my peripheral vision, I saw it. A tall, thin shape standing in the edge of the trees. It didn't move, didn't blink, just watched. The hair on my arms stood on end. My hands tightened on the wheel. I floored it and didn't stop until I reached the main highway. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the memory. Sometimes I see movement in the corner of my vision when I walk through a park or drive past the edge of the woods. Sometimes at night I hear a whisper in my dreams, soft and drawn out, repeating one word I can't escape. Hunting alone, I learned, is not just a test of skill. It's a test of your mind, your perception, and your courage. Some forests aren't empty. Some forests are patient, some forests watch, and some things wait. Story the end. The morning air was crisp and smelled of damp leaves as Kyle parked his truck at the edge of the forest. October had arrived in full force in northern Wisconsin, and the trees were a tapestry of red, orange, and gold. Kyle had been hunting alone for years, and he enjoyed the solitude. It was a ritual, a way to escape the constant stress of his office job and the small-town chatter that followed him everywhere. He loaded his pack, slung his rifle over his shoulder, and stepped into the woods. The forest was alive with sound, birds calling overhead, the faint rustle of squirrels in the underbrush, the soft crunch of leaves beneath his boots. Kyle followed a familiar trail, one that led to a ridge overlooking a valley where deer often grazed. He paused occasionally, scanning the terrain for movement. Hunting alone required constant awareness. One mistake, one missed sign, could cost you. He had been walking for nearly an hour when he noticed something unusual. A patch of disturbed leaves caught his eye. At first, he thought it was deer tracks, but the spacing and depth were wrong. He crouched, examining them closely. The impressions were larger than a deer's, with deep indentations as though something heavy had stepped there. His stomach tightened with unease, but he shrugged it off. The forest could be unpredictable. Kyle continued, keeping his senses sharp. Soon he reached the ridge and crouched behind a fallen log, scanning the valley below. A lone buck emerged from the trees, cautious but curious. Kyle took careful aim, heart pounding, and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, echoing through the trees. The buck bolted into the underbrush, disappearing before Kyle could confirm the hit. Frustration gnawed at him, but he adjusted his pack and decided to follow the trail. The sun climbed higher, and the forest grew warmer. Kyle moved along, noticing subtle changes in the environment. The birds had gone silent, and even the wind seemed to still. A sense of being watched prickled at the back of his neck. He paused, scanning the shadows between the trees. Nothing moved. Perhaps it was his imagination. He pressed on, but the feeling didn't leave him. Branches snapped behind him, faint whispers of movement just out of sight. Kyle's hand instinctively went to his rifle. "Hello?" he called, trying to sound confident, though his voice trembled slightly. Silence answered him. By midday, Kyle had reached a dense part of the forest, where sunlight barely touched the ground. The familiar trails had vanished under a thick carpet of leaves, and he realized he was no longer on any path he recognized. Panic began to creep in. Kyle had hunted these woods for years, but now the forest felt alien, menacing. He tried to retrace his steps, but the trees all looked the same. Every direction seemed wrong. That's when he saw them, tracks larger than human, leading deeper into the forest. They weren't animal prints. Something had walked here, something big, and it had passed not long ago. Kyle's pulse quickened. He debated turning back, but the forest behind him now seemed darker, more oppressive. He forced himself forward, hoping to find a recognizable landmark. Hours passed. Kyle moved carefully, constantly scanning for any movement. Shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally, and the forest grew quieter, almost unnaturally so. Then he heard it, a low, guttural growl, just behind him. He spun around, rifle raised, but nothing was there. His heart pounded in his chest. He was alone, or so he thought. Night began to fall, and the temperature dropped sharply. Kyle knew he had to find shelter. He stumbled across a small clearing with a creek running through it. The sound of water was comforting, grounding him slightly. He knelt to refill his canteen, scanning the trees for signs of movement. That's when he saw the circle, a rough arrangement of sticks in the center of the clearing, with dark stains that looked like blood. Kyle backed away slowly, unease turning to fear. He had heard stories of hunters disappearing in these woods, strange occurrences that locals whispered about but never openly discussed. Now, standing here, he understood why. Something wasn't right. Suddenly, a soft footstep on leaves, came from behind him. Kyle whirled, raising his rifle. Nothing. Then a whisper, almost inaudible but unmistakable. "Kyle." He froze. No one should be out here. He spun around, rifle shaking in his hands, but the forest remained silent, oppressive, watching. His instincts screamed at him to run. He did, sprinting blindly through the underbrush, branches tearing at his clothes and skin. The forest seemed to shift around him. Every familiar landmark had disappeared. The trees were thicker, darker, and the shadows seemed to move independently of the light. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves sounded closer, faster. Kyle's breath came in ragged gasps, and his legs burned with exertion. Hours passed, or perhaps only minutes. Time had lost meaning. Kyle stumbled into another clearing, faint moonlight filtering through the trees. Relief surged briefly. He recognized the place. It was near a hunting cabin he had passed earlier that season, but then he noticed the cabin door wide open, swaying slightly in the wind, and the footprints, more of them, leading into the trees, misshapen and elongated, human yet not. Kyle felt his stomach churn. He wanted to flee, but exhaustion slowed him. Then he heard it. Voices, low and guttural, coming from all around. They called his name, whispering it over and over. "Kyle! Kyle!" The sound was close now, circling him. He raised his rifle, firing blindly into the darkness. Echoes bounced back, but the figures remained unseen. The night stretched on. Kyle ran, hid, and circled the forest, trying to find a path back. The figures followed, always just out of reach, their whispers never ceasing. At some point, he fell into a ditch, the cold mud sucking at his boots. When he pulled himself out, the whispers had stopped. Only the wind remained. By dawn, Kyle was near the edge of the forest. Weak, scratched, and bleeding from numerous cuts, he emerged onto a dirt road. In the distance, a car approached. He waved frantically. The driver, an older man, stopped. "Son, you look like hell. What happened?" Kyle tried to speak, but his throat was dry, voice hoarse. The forest, something, It's out there. The man nodded knowingly. Pine Ridge. Folks don't go in there alone. Some never come out. You're lucky. Kyle nodded numbly. He climbed into the car, unable to take his eyes off the dark edge of the forest. Even as he drove away, he could feel it. Eyes watching from the shadows, whispers carried on the wind. Pine Ridge had claimed many, and it had almost claimed him too. Years later, Kyle still couldn't forget the sensation of being followed, the feeling that something was always just beyond sight. Even in his own home, he sometimes heard faint whispers calling his name, especially on cold autumn nights. Experience had left its mark, a scar that wouldn't heal. He had survived, but he knew the forest remembered him, and one day it would call him back. Story the end. The morning was colder than I expected. Frost glazed the pine needles, crunching under my boots as I stepped off the narrow logging road. My old Ford Ranger sat behind me, still warm from the short drive up from town. This wasn't my first solo hunt. I'd spent years learning these forests, knowing the hidden trails and ridges where deer like to travel. Being alone had always been part of the appeal, the quiet, the sense of solitude, the chance to really listen to the forest. I carried my rifle over my shoulder, rifle sling tight against my chest, and my pack shifted slightly with each step. The woods smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves, the kind of smell that marked the end of autumn and the beginning of winter. I hadn't seen much snow yet, just a thin frost that crunched underfoot and made the world seem a little more desolate than it usually was. I'd planned this hunt for weeks, picking a spot that rarely saw other hunters. The ridge I aimed for offered a clear view of a small valley where deer traveled between feeding grounds in the morning. I moved slowly, scanning the forest floor and keeping an ear open for any sign of movement. The first hour was quiet, normal, the occasional flutter of a squirrel or bird, the snap of frost breaking underfoot, but there was nothing unusual. As I reached a small clearing, I noticed a faint trail of tracks in the frost. At first glance, they looked like deer prints, but something about them didn't sit right. The stride was too long, the depth too deep for an animal of that size. I crouched to inspect them, brushing frost from the edges. The pattern was deliberate, not random. Whoever, or whatever, made them had moved through the clearing quietly, leaving just enough of a trace to be noticed. I straightened up and moved to a nearby ridge to get a better vantage point. From there, I could see the creek below, winding through the valley. My plan was simple: find a clear shot, wait, and let the deer come to me. But the forest had gone silent. Birds no longer sang, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I could feel it, a presence, something watching. I brushed the thought off. The woods played tricks on your mind when you were alone. I reminded myself of that as I settled behind a fallen tree and raised my rifle, scanning the distant brush. Then I heard it, a soft crunch, barely audible, behind me. I froze. The sound wasn't random like a branch snapping. It was deliberate, measured, almost like someone stepping carefully on frost-covered ground. I swung my rifle slowly, scanning the shadows between the pines. Nothing. My pulse quickened. I whispered, "Hello?" No answer. The sound came again, closer this time. I could almost feel the air vibrating with the presence of something. I backed toward the tree I'd been sitting behind, trying not to make a sound, but the crunch of my boots on frost betrayed me. A movement caught my eye, a shadow flickering between the trunks about 50 yards away. I raised my rifle and focused on it. The figure was tall, unnaturally thin, with arms that seemed too long. The light from the rising sun didn't hit its face, but I could see pale skin, almost gray, stretched over bone. My stomach twisted. I realized then that I was seeing something I shouldn't be. This wasn't a man or a deer or any animal I'd ever encountered. The figure tilted its head slightly, slowly, as if studying me. I backed away, my hands trembling. The figure didn't move forward, didn't run, it just watched. My rational mind screamed at me, there's no such thing, but every instinct in my body told me to get out of there. I turned and ran, crashing through underbrush, branches slapping my face. My rifle bounced against my chest. Every step was desperate, driven by fear I hadn't felt in years. Behind me I could hear nothing. Not footsteps, not breathing, but the sense of being pursued pressed against me like a weight. I stumbled into a denser part of the forest. The trees grew closer together, the underbrush thicker. The forest floor was uneven, roots hidden under frost and leaves, threatening to trip me with every step. My lungs burned, my vision blurred. I didn't dare look back. Eventually, I broke through onto a logging road I recognized. Relief surged. I could see my truck, maybe half a mile away. I sprinted the last stretch, tripping once over a hidden root but scrambling up immediately. My hands shook as I fumbled the keys into the ignition. The engine roared to life. I slammed the gear into drive and tore down the road. Gravel sprayed behind me, crunching under the tires. I glanced into the rearview mirror. Nothing. Just trees. Normal forest. But I knew the figure had been there. I could feel it in my memory, in my bones, watching. I drove the rest of the way home in silence, refusing to think about what I'd seen. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Over the next week, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. At home, I noticed subtle things. Footsteps in the snow that didn't belong, shadows at the edge of my vision, faint noises outside my window late at night. One morning, I found a long scratch along the side of my truck, thin and deliberate, almost as if someone had dragged a finger along the metal. I tried to convince myself it was coincidence, that I'd imagined the figure, the tracks, the noises, but the memory of those gray, pale arms and the head tilted at an impossible angle refused to fade. 2 weeks later, I returned to the woods, hoping to make sense of what I'd seen. I thought daylight and preparation would help, but as soon as I stepped onto the trail, the forest seemed different. Shadows stretched in ways they hadn't before, and the trees themselves seemed closer together, enclosing the path like walls. The air was colder, heavier, and the stillness pressed in on me from all sides. I moved carefully, rifle ready. Every few minutes I'd hear a faint crunch of frost behind me. Every time I turned, there was nothing. Yet the tracks appeared again, long, deep, human-like, but impossibly spaced for a normal stride. By midday, I was exhausted, sweating under layers of clothing, but I couldn't leave. Something compelled me forward, drawing me deeper. That's when I saw it again, standing between two pines, pale and thin, head tilted, unblinking. The forest seemed to hold its breath. This time it stepped forward. Not running, not fast, but sliding toward me, effortlessly, silently. My mouth went dry. I fired once. The sound echoed through the trees, yet the creature didn't flinch. It stopped 10 feet away, tilting its head as if considering me. Then it smiled, not a human smile. Not one meant for happiness, but wide, toothy, wrong. I turned and ran, crashing through brush and over roots. My rifle bounced against my chest. Behind me, I heard the same slow, measured breathing. I tripped over a fallen log, scraping my hands and knees, but didn't stop. Finally, the clearing appeared, the one where I'd first parked my truck. I didn't look back. I slammed the door, locked it, and started the engine. For a long time, I sat in the cab, trembling, breathing hard. Eventually, I drove back to town, staying on main roads, refusing to look into the forest again. Weeks later, I moved, sold the truck, changed addresses. I haven't hunted alone since. But sometimes when I walk outside at night, I catch the scent of rot, faint but unmistakable. And sometimes when the wind shifts, I hear the slow, deliberate breathing of something tall, thin, and watching. I know it's still out there, watching, waiting. Story the end. The early morning fog hung heavy over the Appalachian foothills, clinging to the gnarled branches of oak and hickory like a living thing. I parked my old Ford Ranger at the edge of a rarely used logging road, the tires crunching softly over frost-hardened leaves. My dad used to say, "If you're going to hunt, hunt alone. You learn more about the woods that way than you ever will in a crowd." I had taken his advice to heart, but even with years of experience, there's a difference between the theory and the practice. Today, I was about to find out just how real that difference was. I hoisted my pack onto my shoulders, the weight of my rifle pressing against my chest, and started down the path where the woods seemed darker, almost alive in its stillness. It was November, and the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the air. The sun struggled to break through the fog, painting everything in shades of gray. I had to stand about a mile in, near a small clearing where the deer like to feed in the morning. The walk-in was quiet except for the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. I had learned to move slowly, deliberately, letting nothing alert the wildlife. About halfway there, I noticed it. A faint sound, like someone walking behind me, but my ears told me it wasn't an animal. I froze. "Hello?" I whispered, half hoping someone else was out here for a hunt. Nothing. Just the wind teasing the treetops. I shook it off, assuming it was my imagination. People always told you the woods play tricks on your mind when you're alone. When I reached the clearing, I settled into my stand. The world below seemed suspended in time, frozen in the gray light. I spotted a buck grazing near the edge of the field. I held my breath, aiming carefully. But just as I squeezed the trigger, I heard it again. Footsteps, closer this time, crunching on leaves. The deer bolted. I spun around, rifle at the ready, but there was no one there, only shadows that shifted with the fog. I told myself it was nothing, probably a hunter who had left early or a hiker, but my gut twisted. Something didn't feel right. I climbed down from the stand, deciding to move a little closer to my truck to clear my head. As I walked, the forest grew colder, almost unnaturally so. My breath came in clouds, and the sound of my own footsteps seemed deafening. Then I heard it, soft, deliberate breathing, not the quick pant of a hiker or the rustle of an animal, but human, right behind me. I turned slowly. The fog made everything look distorted. Shapes formed in the gray, like trees that weren't quite trees, branches that bent in ways they shouldn't, and then I saw him. Or maybe it wasn't a him. A man, tall, unnaturally thin, his face obscured by the fog and shadow. He didn't move like a normal person. There was something wrong in the rhythm of his steps. "Hey!" I called, my voice steadier than I felt. "You lost?" No response, only the breathing. It wasn't loud, but it was constant, deliberate, like he was measuring my fear. My heart pounded. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they were filled with lead. The figure took a step closer. I swung my rifle up, finger on the trigger. I said, "Stop!" Still nothing. And then, as I stared, I realized something that made my stomach drop. There was no face. Not a face, not features, nothing. Just smooth, pale skin where eyes, nose, and mouth should be. And yet it was smiling. Somehow. I didn't wait to analyze it. I bolted, crashing through underbrush, branches slapping my face and arms. My mind screamed at me to keep going, to get back to the truck. But every turn I took, the figure was there, always just on the edge of my vision, never fully caught, but always present. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, tripping over roots, my chest burning, my hands scraped and bleeding. I finally stumbled onto the logging road where I'd left my truck. The fog was thicker now, wrapping the road in a choking blanket. And I swear, I could hear him behind me, breathing, laughing quietly. I threw myself into the truck, locking the doors, fumbling for the keys. My hands shook violently. When I finally got the engine running, the headlights cut through the fog. And for a brief moment, I thought I saw him standing in the road ahead, pale, faceless, smiling. Then he was gone. I drove like a man possessed, taking the back roads, never daring to look behind me. When I finally made it to the main highway, the fog had thinned, and the world looked normal again. I called my friend Tom, who was an avid hunter too, and told him what happened. He laughed it off. "You've been out there too long alone," he said. "It's the woods, man. Fog messes with your mind." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to tell myself it was all in my head. But when I got home, I found my truck door scratched. Not just scratched, gouged, deep enough to catch my fingers, and on the driver's side window, faint smudges, like someone had pressed their palms against it. That night, I barely slept. Every sound, the creak of the house, the wind outside made me jump. I kept thinking I saw shapes moving just beyond the curtains, and every time I closed my eyes, I saw that faceless man smiling, standing just out of reach, always watching. The next morning, I tried to convince myself it was over. I didn't want to go back to those woods for months. But the need to hunt, to face the fear, it gnawed at me. I figured if I went back during the day with clear visibility, nothing could happen. I was wrong. I returned in late January, when the snow had begun to fall. The woods were silent, the kind of silence that presses against your ears until it hurts. I walked the same path, rifle ready, senses on edge. I didn't see anything for hours, just deer tracks in the snow and the occasional squirrel darting across the trail. Relief washed over me. Maybe I had imagined the first encounter. Maybe it was just a trick of the fog. Then I heard it, the crunching of boots, slow, deliberate, following me. My blood ran cold. I stopped, spinning around. Nothing. The snow was pristine, except for my own tracks. I quickened my pace, keeping my eyes darting in every direction. That's when I saw the trees. They weren't right. Branches twisted in ways that made no sense, some growing downward, others bent unnaturally, forming shapes that looked like people. And in one of the shadows, I caught a glimpse. pale skin, no face. I ran. The snow made it harder, my boots slipping, my lungs burning. And then I heard it. Not footsteps this time, but laughter. Soft, wet, like someone enjoying the fear they caused. It wasn't human laughter. It was jagged, broken, and human. I stumbled into a clearing and saw a small cabin, abandoned, falling apart. I didn't know it was there before. Maybe I hadn't noticed, or maybe it had appeared with the fog. I ran to it, hoping for shelter, but the door creaked open on its own. Inside, the cabin smelled of decay, something rotting in the corners. And there, etched into the walls, were hundreds of handprints, pale, smeared, like the hands had slid across the surface trying to escape. I heard the breathing again, close now. The faceless man stepped into the cabin. The shadows seemed to cling to him, making his shape even more distorted. My rifle felt like lead in my hands. I raised it, fired. The sound echoed in the cabin, deafening. But when I opened my eyes, he was still there, smiling. I ran out, snow biting my face, branches whipping my body. I didn't stop until I reached the truck, leaving the rifle behind. When I slammed the door and locked it, I noticed the frost on the windshield. Finger marks, dragging down from top to bottom. Not deep scratches this time, just marks, smudges, like he had reached through the fog and touched me. I left the woods that day, vowing never to return alone. I told people hunting alone was dangerous, but nobody believed me. They thought I was exaggerating, letting imagination run wild. But I know what I saw. I know what followed me, and I know that if I go back, even in daylight, it will still be waiting, watching, smiling. Months passed, and I tried to forget. But sometimes when the wind is right, I swear I hear soft footsteps behind me. Breathing, watching, waiting, and every time I look in the mirror, I catch a fleeting glimpse of something pale in the background of my reflection, smiling. I haven't hunted alone since, and I never will. Story the end. The morning fog hung low over the ridge as Logan parked his old pickup at the edge of the forest. The sun was just peeking over the horizon, turning the mist into silver threads that twisted between the trunks of the towering pines. It was late October, and hunting season had begun. Logan, a lifelong hunter from northern Pennsylvania, preferred to go alone. There was something about the silence, the way the forest felt alive yet utterly still, that calmed him. Until today, he slung his rifle over his shoulder, secured his pack, and stepped onto a narrow deer trail that wound between the trees. The leaves were wet with dew, and each step left a fleeting imprint that was quickly swallowed by the soft earth. Logan had hunted these woods many times. He knew the creeks, the ridges, and the clearings where deer liked to graze. He had an unspoken rhythm in the woods, a way of moving that kept him unseen by the game. By mid-morning, he had climbed a ridge overlooking a hollow. A herd of does grazed near a fallen log, and a buck with impressive antlers lingered at the edge of the thicket. Logan crouched behind a tree, careful not to snap a twig. He raised the rifle, exhaled slowly, and aimed. The buck turned at that exact moment, disappearing into the undergrowth before he could take the shot. Logan cursed softly and decided to follow the trail it had taken, curious if he could pick up the scent. As he walked, he noticed something odd. The trail the buck had taken led into a thicker part of the forest, where sunlight barely reached the ground. The air felt heavier here, damp and cold. Twigs cracked underfoot, but not from him. He could hear subtle snapping behind him, faint and irregular, like something large was moving cautiously through the underbrush. He paused, heart pounding, scanning the shadows. Nothing. Just the trees, still and silent. He moved again, slower this time, every sense on alert. He noticed the ground was uneven, disturbed in a way that didn't match animal tracks. Large, irregular depressions, deep and spaced strangely, led deeper into the forest. His stomach churned, an instinctive warning he couldn't ignore. He had hunted alone many times, but something about these prints made his skin crawl. By afternoon, Logan realized he had lost the familiar markers of the forest. Trees he knew, rocks and fallen logs, all seemed rearranged. The sun was slipping lower, and shadows stretched unnaturally, wrapping around him like a living thing. Then he heard it. A low, wet rasp like breath through a throat too small for its body. It came from behind, just beyond a dense thicket. Logan froze, rifle raised. "Who's there?" he called, trying to keep his voice steady. No response, only the whisper of leaves. Then a sound, branches cracking slowly, deliberately, approaching him. Logan's pulse jumped at his chest tightening. He should have turned back, should have left this part of the woods, but instinct forced him to move forward, to keep searching for a recognizable landmark. Night fell quickly. The forest transformed, shadows thickened and moved in ways that didn't make sense. Logan realized he wasn't alone. He could feel it, the weight of unseen eyes tracking him, watching every movement. The sounds grew closer, more deliberate. Low grunts, a scraping of claws across bark, something heavy shifting in the underbrush. He raised his rifle, but adrenaline and fear made his hands shake. Hours passed. Logan ran blindly, crashing through branches, slipping in the mud. He stumbled into a small clearing where the moonlight revealed something horrifying. A crude circle of sticks had been arranged on the ground. In the center, he saw footprints, elongated, distorted, human, but wrong. Dark stains marred the earth. Panic gripped him as he realized the markings were fresh. He backed away slowly. Then the whispers began, soft at first, unintelligible, then clear. Logan, Logan. They came from every direction, carried on the wind. He spun, firing into the shadows, but the forest swallowed the sound. Trees seemed to bend slightly, shadows stretching toward him, following him, shaping themselves in ways that made no sense. He ran again, deeper into the forest, trying to find higher ground. Every familiar ridge was gone. Every tree seemed new, the forest reshaped. Something was toying with him, hurting him, pushing him into places he had never seen. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. They weren't just voices, they were laughter, rasping, inhuman, mocking him. Exhausted, bleeding from scratches, Logan stumbled into another small creek clearing. Moonlight reflected off the water, revealing movement in the trees, figures hunched and jerky, barely discernible but unmistakably alive. They didn't run or attack, just watched, waiting. Fear rooted him to the spot. He wanted to flee, but his legs refused to obey. Hours merged into an endless nightmare. Logan hid behind a fallen log, praying for dawn. The figures never left, their whispers never ceased. He fired his rifle until it was empty, but the echoes did nothing. At one point he thought he saw one step closer, then vanish. It was like the forest itself was breathing, alive, aware of him. Dawn finally broke, a pale gray light filtering through the mist. Logan, barely able to stand, stumbled toward the faint outline of the road he had parked on. But his truck was gone. Panic surged. The footprints that had followed him through the night were gone too, leaving only the ordinary debris of the forest floor. He kept moving, desperate, until a local farmer's truck appeared on the road. He waved frantically, and the truck stopped. The driver, an older man with a weathered face, jumped out. "Son, what the hell happened to you?" Logan could barely speak. The forest, something, it was following me. The man nodded grimly. "You got lucky. Pine Ridge doesn't let hunters leave alone. Some never come out. You're one of the lucky ones." Logan climbed into the truck, too exhausted to protest. As they drove away, he cast one last look at the forest. The shadows between the trees seemed darker than ever, moving as if alive. He knew, deep down, that the forest had claimed a piece of him. He had survived, but it had marked him, and he would never return. Even years later, on quiet autumn nights, Logan would hear whispers, soft and distant, calling his name. And he would remember the feeling of being watched, hunted, and stalked by something that was no longer just in the woods. It was in him. Story the end. The first frost had settled over the Smoky Mountains when Aaron Collins set out alone, rifle strapped to his back, backpack carrying only essentials, and a sense of quiet anticipation in his chest. He'd grown up hunting in Tennessee, but the older he got, the more he preferred solitude. Today, he was after a mature doe he'd spotted last week along the North Ridge near an old logging trail. He loved the forest at dawn. The mist curling around the trees, the chill biting his cheeks, and the soft, distant calls of birds waking to the new day. He followed a faint game trail, boots crunching through frost-hardened leaves. The air smelled damp and earthy, the forest holding a strange, almost holy silence. Occasionally he'd pause, scanning the woods for movement. Deer, he reminded himself, but sometimes it felt like the forest was watching him back. Hours passed without a sighting, but Aaron felt the pull of the wilderness urging him deeper. Around midday, he crossed a small creek and noticed something unusual, the tracks of a large animal, unlike any deer he'd seen. The prints were wide, clawed, and dragged slightly, suggesting weight and unnatural movement. His chest tightened. Hunters always paid attention to tracks, and these screamed danger. Yet, Curiosity pressed him forward. As he ascended a ridge, fog rolled in, thick and suffocating. Shadows twisted unnaturally among the trees, and the usual sounds of wildlife had vanished. Aaron paused, listening. A low growl echoed through the trees, reverberating in his chest. It was deep, guttural, and almost intelligent. He raised his rifle, scanning the fog for movement. Nothing appeared. He whispered into the chill air, "Hello? Is someone there?" Silence answered him, but it felt wrong, like the forest itself had swallowed his voice. Suddenly, a movement to his right. Dark, fast, and impossible to pinpoint. Aaron fired a shot, the echo bouncing wildly off distant trunks, but the shape vanished. The forest returned to an unsettling quiet. Hours passed. The sun dipped, shadows lengthening into distorted forms. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves felt deliberate. He realized he had no idea which direction led back to his truck. Panic began gnawing at the edges of his mind. He stumbled upon an abandoned hunting blind, rotted wood and leaning dangerously. Exhausted, he climbed in, hoping for a vantage point. The fog swirled endlessly, and the forest below seemed alive with shapes moving just out of sight. Then he heard it again. The low growl, closer, circling, almost playful in its malice. Aaron tried calling out, voice trembling. No answer came, only the oppressive silence of the forest and the occasional snap of unseen branches. Hours merged into night. Exhaustion and fear clouded his mind, but he dared not sleep. The shadows seemed to stretch toward him, the fog whispering indistinct words, voices almost human but wrong, alien. When the moon broke through the clouds, he decided to leave the blind. The growl was closer now, accompanied by shuffling movements that made his stomach churn. He ran blindly down the ridge, stumbling over roots and rocks. Every instinct screamed to escape, yet he had no idea where he was going. He thought he heard his name whispered, soft and mocking, carried on the wind. Finally, he found a small logging road. Muddy and slippery, it led toward his truck, or so he hoped. Relief surged when he spotted it, but the truck was untouched, doors closed, but faint scratches ran across the hood, long and deep, clawed, marking the metal as if some creature had brushed against it while circling him. Aaron froze, heart pounding. Somewhere in the trees, a low growl rumbled in response, vibrating through the earth. He didn't wait. Sprinting, he left the truck behind, following the logging road until he reached the edge of the forest. Dawn painted the sky in pale orange streaks. He collapsed on the roadside, shaking, drenched in sweat, mind racing. Something had followed him, studied him, and retreated, but he knew it hadn't left entirely. Years later, Aaron still hunts, but never alone. He avoids the North Ridge, and on quiet nights, when the wind rustles through pine needles and fog curls low along the ground, he swears he can hear a growl, low, deliberate, waiting for the next lone hunter to wander too far. Story the end. The first frost had settled over northern Minnesota by the time I packed my gear into the old Chevy. The temperature had dipped low enough that the lake I'd hunted near all summer was starting to ice over along the edges, and the woods smelled sharp and clean, like cold steel. I'd hunted alone before, but this time I wanted to get as deep into the forest as possible, far from roads, far from anyone who could hear a shout if something went wrong. I arrived at the trailhead just as the sun was lifting above the pines, casting long, spindly shadows across the snow-streaked ground. My plan was simple. Hike 2 miles up the logging road, find a stand overlooking a funnel where deer were most likely to pass, and wait until dusk. Easy, quiet, solitary. The first mile of the trail was as expected, crunching snow beneath my boots, the smell of pine and damp earth. I stopped often to check tracks, familiarizing myself with the deer paths that crisscrossed the forest floor. The cold air was crisp, stinging my lungs, but it was invigorating. I felt alive in the way only a hunter alone in the wild can feel. By the time I reached the ridge, though, the woods had grown quiet in a way that made my stomach tighten. Birds weren't calling, squirrels weren't scurrying, even the wind seemed reluctant to stir the branches. I shook it off. The forest had moods, and maybe this was just its quiet one. I set up my stand near an old oak, the one at the intersection of 2 game trails. From there, I could see the forest slope gently downward into a shallow valley. It was perfect. I climbed in, settled into my harness, and let the day's chill fade as I scanned the snow and brush below. Hours passed. A doe moved through the clearing around mid-afternoon, but nothing worth drawing a bead on. As the sun began to dip behind the ridge, I considered packing up, but then I saw it. Faint tracks crossing the snow, larger than a man's, moving from one trail to the next. Strange spacing, like the creature had long legs. I froze, staring, counting the steps. Nothing human could walk like that. Nothing normal. I listened. The forest was silent, too silent. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a stray elk, maybe someone camping nearby and walking barefoot. But the prints were too deep, too elongated. They headed into the dense pines, disappearing like the earth had swallowed them. By sunset, I decided to move closer to where the tracks had ended, hoping to spot whatever left them. I climbed down carefully, keeping my rifle ready, and followed the trail. The underbrush thickened, and the shadows stretched long and menacing across the snow. Then I heard it. A low exhale from the woods ahead. Slow. Intentional. I froze, scanning the trees. Nothing. The exhale came again, closer this time. It wasn't wind. It wasn't an animal I recognized. My pulse hammered in my ears. I raised the rifle, aiming into the shadowed pines, and whispered, "Hello?" No answer. The exhale stopped. I waited, cold and tense, the forest pressing in around me. Then a sound like a branch snapping behind me made me spin around. Nothing. I scanned the ground and saw fresh claw marks on a fallen log. Deep gouges, narrow, spaced unevenly, like fingers with extra joints. My stomach sank. I hurried back toward the ridge stand, feeling the eyes of the forest on me. The silence was oppressive, almost sentient. My boots crunched loudly in the snow, and every shadow seemed to twitch with motion. That night I camped near the stand, building a fire I barely dared to light. As darkness fell, the forest seemed to hold its breath. Then came the footsteps. Slow, heavy, around the perimeter of my camp. Not the quick scuttle of a raccoon or fox. These were deliberate, each step a statement. I am here, I am watching. I shined my flashlight toward the noise. Nothing. But the rustle continued, circling the fire. I gripped my rifle tighter, heart thudding. Then I heard it, breathing, deep, guttural, controlled. It wasn't animal, not entirely. I whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. The steps retreated. Silence fell. My fire sputtered in the wind, and for hours I didn't move, didn't sleep. Every crackle sounded like a footstep. Every gust of wind sounded like a groan. Morning came, and I packed quickly, convinced I had imagined most of the terror. I even laughed at myself for being paranoid. But then I saw the tracks, fresh, deep, large, too long to be human, too narrow to be any normal animal. They led straight past my tent, circling around the camp before vanishing into the trees. I didn't wait. I stuffed my gear into the truck and drove down the logging road faster than I'd ever driven. I told myself it was over. I told myself I'd be safe now, that I was back in the open, back on the main road. But I wasn't. Weeks later, I was home in the city, unpacking my hunting gear, when I glanced out the window. In the faint light of the early evening, something moved between the trees behind my house. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shadow, stretching unnaturally tall, standing still and watching. And then I heard it. A whistle. Slow, low, and deliberate. It wasn't like any bird or human I knew. It was mocking, patient, waiting. I froze, heart hammering. It faded after a few seconds, but the feeling stayed. Something had followed me out of the woods, something that didn't belong anywhere near human habitation. I haven't hunted alone since. I won't. Sometimes late at night, when the wind dies and the world is quiet, I hear the whistle again, faint but unmistakable, and I know it's waiting, watching. Story the end. The morning air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine and damp earth, as Jake loaded his rifle into the bed of his pickup. Hunting alone had always been his preference. He liked the silence, the isolation, the way it sharpened every sense. This time, he was heading deep into the Ozarks, further than usual. Locals always warned him about how easy it was to get lost out there, but Jake prided himself on knowing the land like the back of his hand. He parked at a familiar trailhead and set off, boots crunching over fallen leaves. The forest was alive with sounds, birds calling, squirrels scurrying, but there was something off today. A strange stillness undercut the usual chatter, as if the forest itself had gone quiet to watch him. He shook it off and followed a game trail he knew well, hoping to find a buck. Hours passed with little sign of wildlife. Just when he thought about giving up, he spotted a deer bedded down near a ridge. Carefully, he positioned himself for a clear shot. As he lined up the scope, something moved behind him, a flash of movement in the trees. Jake spun around. Nothing. Only shadows stretching across the uneven ground. He told himself it was a rabbit, maybe a fox. He exhaled slowly, trying to calm the sudden adrenaline. He fired. The deer bolted but didn't run far. Jake followed, expecting to find it fallen, but there was no blood. No body. Just the forest, quiet as before. Unease crept in. He scanned the underbrush and noticed claw marks etched into the bark of several trees. Large, deep, jagged. Bears didn't climb like this. His stomach tightened. The wind shifted, carrying with it a faint sound, snapping twigs, dragging feet. He froze, listening. It stopped. He called out, "Hello? Anyone there?" His voice was swallowed by the dense forest. More twigs snapped behind him, this time closer. His pulse hammered. By late afternoon, Jake realized he'd wandered farther than he intended. The trails looked unfamiliar, the trees oddly twisted. The forest seemed to stretch endlessly, and the sky dimmed unnaturally fast. Then he heard it, a low growl, distant but deliberate, circling him. He raised his rifle, heart pounding. The growl was patient, intelligent, as if it was waiting. He tried retracing his steps, but the forest refused to be read like a map. Every turn led him deeper into the unknown. Shadows moved in the corners of his vision, too fast to identify, too large to ignore. He fired a warning shot, the echo bouncing off unseen hills. The growl stopped, replaced by silence so heavy it was suffocating. Night fell quickly. Jake lit a small fire, hoping its light would keep whatever was out there at bay. But the fire seemed to only highlight the darkness beyond its circle. Eyes reflected in the shadows, unblinking, watching. The growls returned, now closer, circling, echoing with a cruel intelligence. He tried to move again, keeping the fire behind him, but tripped over exposed roots. When he looked up, he saw a figure emerging from the trees. Tall, gaunt, with skin stretched tight over bones, eyes glowing faintly in the firelight. It didn't move quickly, but advanced steadily, effortlessly. Jake fired again, aiming for the head, but the shot seemed to have no effect. The figure paused, tilted its head, and then disappeared into the shadows. Panicked, he ran blindly, branches tearing at his clothes and skin. The forest had become a labyrinth, every tree a mirror of the last. The growls, now mixed with low laughter, followed him relentlessly. He stumbled into a small creek, water cold against his legs, hoping it would lead to something familiar. But the creek twisted in impossible ways, looping back on itself, mocking his sense of direction. Hours, maybe days, passed. Jake's mind began to fray. He felt eyes on him constantly, heard whispers just beyond comprehension. Shadows flitted at the edges of his vision. Once he thought he saw figures crouched on branches, moving silently, watching him descend into terror. Hunger gnawed at his belly, but fear gnawed more fiercely at his mind. Eventually he stumbled upon a clearing littered with bones. Human and animal, old and weathered, half buried in the earth. The stench of decay choked him. He backed away slowly, only to see more eyes glinting at the tree line, closer than before. The growls had returned, louder, circling in a rhythm that matched his racing heart. Jake ran, hearing the forest behind him shift and change, paths appearing and disappearing as if it were alive. He tripped, fell into a hollow, and was forced to crawl, every instinct screaming at him to escape. Then, at the edge of exhaustion, he glimpsed a light far off. Human-made, maybe a cabin. He crawled toward it, praying, only for the light to vanish when he reached the clearing. Finally, he collapsed near a moss-covered rock, too tired to move. The growls, the whispers, the shifting shadows, everything closed in. He knew he wouldn't survive the night if he stayed. But where could he go? The forest had become a predator, patient and merciless. When he awoke, it was dawn. Pale light filtered through the trees, and for a moment relief washed over him. The forest seemed calm again. He stumbled forward, hoping to find a road or trail, but every turn led back into the labyrinth. Days, or was it hours, he wandered, hunger and fear driving him, until he finally stumbled into a ranger station. The rangers didn't believe him. Lone hunters imagine things in the Ozarks, one said, shaking his head. Jake left without arguing. He never returned to those woods. The memory of glowing eyes, the low, intelligent growls, the laughter in the darkness, it haunted him. He warned friends and family, never hunt alone, never stray too far, and never trust the forest to be empty. Some things wait, and when they do, they make sure you don't leave. Story the end. The frost was still thick on the pine needles when I stepped out of my truck, the engine ticking down in the early morning cold. I'd been driving since before dawn, chasing the quiet Montana wilderness for a solo deer hunt. I'd done it dozens of times before, but today the air felt different. Heavy, almost electric. I slung my pack over my shoulder, checked the rifle one last time, and headed into the forest along an old logging road. The first hour was normal. Birds chirped, the wind whispered through the pines, and I spotted the faint tracks of a deer moving downhill. I followed, careful not to break the silence, moving with the rhythm of the woods. By mid-morning, though, I noticed something strange. A tree along the ridge had deep vertical gouges in the bark, far higher than I could reach. Fresh sap oozed from the cuts, golden in the weak sunlight. I crouched and examined them, fingers trembling slightly. Bears leave claw marks, but these were too clean, too straight. Not the jagged scraping of an animal, these were deliberate. I felt eyes on me, but when I scanned the trees, there was nothing, just the fog rolling in low across the ridges, making everything appear closer, then farther, then closer again. I told myself it was just nerves. I'd been hunting alone plenty of times. I was careful. I was experienced. Around noon, the strange feeling grew. I found footprints in the mud near a creek. They were huge, easily twice the size of my boots, 6 toes long and narrow. Fresh. My stomach turned. Whatever made them wasn't human, or not entirely. A snapping twig behind me made me jump. I spun, rifle raised. Nothing. Just fog, just trees. But the feeling didn't leave. I continued cautiously, moving uphill now, trying to make sense of what I'd seen. By mid-afternoon, I came upon a clearing and froze. A deer carcass hung from a branch, torn open and displayed grotesquely, limbs bent at unnatural angles. Its head was gone. I stepped closer, stomach knotting. Whoever, or whatever had done this, wasn't hunting. It was sending a message. Suddenly, a low scraping sound came from the tree line. I looked up. High in a tree, something crouched. Long limbs wrapped around a thick branch, skin mottled gray and brown like bark. Eyes pale, reflecting light, too big to be human. Fingers curled like claws, too many joints, too long. It tilted its head slowly, and then it smiled. Instinct kicked in. I fired. The rifle's kick jarred my shoulder, and the thing jerked backward, disappearing into the fog. I ran, blindly, branches whipping my face, mud clinging to my boots. I heard it following, gliding silently, never rushing, always behind. The fog thickened. The light dimmed, my boots slipped on frost, my lungs burned. I stumbled onto a dilapidated cabin, leaning against the edge of the clearing. My heart leapt. Shelter. Safety. I crashed through the door, dust rising around me, and pressed against a wall, rifle empty, hands shaking. Outside, the thing clicked, slow, deliberate, curious. But then it hesitated, stepping back from the cabin. My stomach dropped. Something inside. Something worse. Above me, the rafters groaned. I turned, and my blood ran cold. A body hung there, human shape but horribly wrong. Limbs bent unnaturally. Skin pale, stretched, face partially peeled back, teeth exposed in a frozen scream. Carved into bone were the same vertical gouges I'd seen earlier. The creature outside clicked frantically. It didn't want to come in. Whatever was in the rafters was older, smarter, hungrier. I bolted, legs pumping, breath ragged, branches tearing at my jacket, mud sucking at my boots. The clicking followed, guiding me, steering me. I didn't look back. I didn't slow. I ran until the trees thinned and the fog lifted, until the gravel of the logging road appeared and my truck sat waiting. I threw myself inside, locked the doors, and drove without stopping until the mountains were behind me. I've never hunted alone since. I haven't returned to Montana, but sometimes in the quiet nights, I still hear the clicking, the soft exhale, and the reminder that the woods don't care if you're alone, and sometimes something is always watching. Story: The end. The sun had barely risen when Carter loaded his rifle and stepped out of his truck, the crisp autumn air filling his lungs. He liked hunting alone. It made him feel alive, untethered from everyone else's rules. Today, he was heading into the northern stretches of the Smoky Mountains, a remote area he'd explored many times before. But something felt off. The forest was too quiet, the usual rustle of wildlife almost absent. He parked at a trailhead and started up a narrow, winding path. His boots crunched on dry leaves, and the occasional bird call echoed through the trees, but the silence between them was heavy, almost oppressive. Carter shook his head. It was just early morning. Animals were probably still hidden. He carried on, rifle slung over his shoulder. Hours passed. He spotted deer tracks, fresh and deep, leading toward a dense grove. Following them, he felt a growing unease. The tracks weren't quite right. Too large, too spaced out. But his curiosity pushed him forward. As he moved deeper, he noticed scratches on tree trunks, claw-like and jagged, too high for a bear to reach. His stomach tightened. By midday, he spotted a deer in a clearing. He raised his rifle and fired. The deer bolted but seemed wrong. There was no blood. It disappeared into the trees as if swallowed by the forest itself. Carter's unease turned into a gnawing fear. The woods felt different now, darker, as if they were shifting around him. He decided to head back, but every path seemed unfamiliar. The forest stretched endlessly, loops of trees and underbrush rearranging themselves with every step. Then came the sounds, footsteps, dragging and heavy, circling him. He froze, scanning the trees. Nothing. His heart hammered. He called out, but his voice vanished into the thickening shadows. Night fell faster than expected. Carter built a small fire in a clearing, hoping it would keep him safe. But as he watched the flames, he realized he wasn't alone. Shadows moved just beyond the light, too large, too deliberate. Growls rumbled from the darkness, low and guttural, circling him, intelligent and patient. Panic surged. He ran, stumbling over roots and rocks, branches tearing at his jacket. The growls followed, closer, echoing through the forest like a predator tracking its prey. He tried to retrace his steps, but the forest had become a maze, every familiar landmark gone, this replaced by a twisted, nightmarish version of itself. He stumbled across a creek and followed it, hoping it would lead to a road or his truck, but the water twisted unnaturally, looping back on itself. His reflection in the dark water was wrong, elongated, distorted, almost monstrous. And behind him he heard it, breathing, wet, heavy, deliberate. Carter turned slowly. Two glowing eyes watched him from the shadows, then vanished. He fired into the darkness, heart-pounding way, but the creature made no sound, no movement, only a presence that pressed against him from every direction. The growls became laughter, low and mocking. He ran blindly, exhaustion setting in, until he collapsed near a fallen tree. When he woke, the forest was silent. The sun was rising, pale and weak through the mist. Relief surged, but it didn't last. His truck was gone. The trailhead was gone. Everything familiar had vanished. The forest stretched endlessly, a labyrinth of shadows and impossible angles. Carter wandered for hours, maybe days, losing track of time. He stumbled upon a clearing littered with bones, human and animal, half buried in soil and leaves. The smell of decay was unbearable. Shadows flitted at the edges of his vision, eyes glowing, following. The growls, the laughter, the whispers, they pressed in from all sides. Finally, he reached the edge of the forest and collapsed onto a dirt road where a passing hunter found him. Shaking, bleeding, near unconscious, he tried to explain. The man just shook his head. "You're lucky to be alive," he said. "These mountains, some people never come out the same." Carter never returned to those woods. He warned anyone who would listen, never hunt alone, never stray from the paths, and never ignore the feeling that you're being watched. Because in the Smoky Mountains, some things wait silently, patiently, until the moment they decide you're prey. And when they do, you might never leave. Story the end. The morning fog clung to the valleys as Ryan parked his truck at the edge of a remote trailhead in West Virginia. He had been hunting alone for years, preferring solitude to the chatter of other hunters. The thrill of tracking game through untouched wilderness was addictive, and he felt most alive when it was just him and the forest. But today, something felt off. The silence pressed against him, heavier than usual. He slung his rifle over his shoulder and entered the forest. Leaves crunched underfoot, but the usual sounds of wildlife were nearly absent. A hawk cried in the distance, and a squirrel scuttled across a branch, but the emptiness between the sounds was unnerving. Ryan shook it off. He'd been in these woods countless times. Surely it was just early morning. Hours passed as he followed a small game trail. Fresh tracks caught his eye. Large, deep, and unmistakably new. Deer, he thought, but the spacing seemed off, irregular, too wide for a deer. His instincts warned him, but he pressed on. Then he saw the trees, scratches, deep and jagged, as if something large had been dragging itself against them. Ryan's stomach tightened. By midday, he spotted a deer in a clearing. He raised his rifle and fired. The deer bolted, but oddly there was no blood. It vanished into the thicker trees as if swallowed by the forest itself. A chill ran down his spine. Something wasn't right. The forest, familiar and comforting for so long, now felt alien, almost alive, watching him. He decided to head back. The path should have been simple, but every turn seemed wrong. The trees twisted, the underbrush thickened, and familiar landmarks vanished. Then he heard it, a low, guttural growl, distant at first, then closer. His pulse spiked. Footsteps followed, dragging and deliberate, circling him. He spun, rifle raised, but saw nothing. Only shadows stretched unnaturally around him. Night fell quickly. Ryan found a small clearing and lit a fire, hoping it would provide some comfort. But the flames only illuminated the darkness around him. Eyes glinted from the shadows, watching silently. The growls returned, closer, patient, intelligent. Panic surged. He ran blindly, branches tearing at him, roots tripping him. The forest seemed to shift with every step, paths looping back on themselves, disorienting him further. He stumbled into a creek, hoping it would guide him back to civilization. The water was dark, almost black, reflecting an image of himself that seemed wrong, elongated, distorted, and animalistic. Then he heard it. Breathing. Wet, heavy, close. Two glowing eyes appeared in the darkness across the water, then vanished. He fired, but the figure made no sound, no movement, only a presence that pressed against him, inescapable. Exhaustion and fear took over. Ryan ran until he collapsed near a moss-covered boulder. The growls, whispers, and mocking laughter of something unseen pressed in from all sides. When he awoke, pale dawn filtered through the mist. Relief surged, until he realized the forest had changed. Trails disappeared, familiar trees were gone, and his truck was nowhere to be seen. The forest was endless. Hours. Or was it days? He wandered, losing track of time. He stumbled across a clearing littered with bones by human and animal, half buried. The stench of decay was overwhelming. Shadows flickered at the edges of his vision, eyes glowing, following. The growls and whispers never ceased. Eventually, Ryan found a logging road and flagged down a passing truck. Shaking, bleeding, and near collapse, he tried to explain, but the driver shook his head. "You're lucky to be alive. Those woods, they're not for the faint of heart. Some people disappear there, never to return." Ryan never returned. The memory of glowing eyes, the low, intelligent growls, and the forest shifting around him haunted him. He warned everyone he knew, never hunt alone, never trust the forest to be empty, and always respect its silence. Because some things wait patiently, and when they decide to follow you home, you might never escape. Story the end.